The entrance exam for Mercabe Academy is about to start, and the stylish Professor McDamon explained the rules. There are 6 ranker levels and every student has to stand in their ranks line. Most students were stuck between ranks 6 and 3, but rank 2 only had the Academy's elite. Like this genius baby swordswoman, another one who's a Avalauan's druids, a guy who's a master of blade control, and a golem sorcerer. Out of all these hundreds of students, only one person stood in the rank 1 line. That's the celestial Yaksha, Hwaran. Even the director was scared to death of this girl. When the tests began, the director watched through the screens as everyone struggled to kill the monsters. But when he looked at a rank 6 room, he got completely confused. There was a boy just sitting in the middle of the arena. The director thought the test had glitched and the monsters hadn't even spawned. But turns out they did spawn, it's just that the boy wiped them all out in seconds with a single attack. When the director watched live as the kid annihilated monsters that could barely respawn in a ridiculous 7 seconds, his jaw dropped. They decided to test the boy by throwing in a rank 4 monster, and the boy knocked the thing out in 3.7 seconds. They sent in a rank 3 monster, believing he wouldn't be able to do anything. The boy unleashed a rare power and disintegrated the bird. Everyone watching was in shock. How was a rank 6 kid breaking every record set by the Academy's elite? When the boy walked out of the room, the director looked at him and blurted out, "What the hell are you?" This guy is Korin Locke, a total martial arts master, who'd been hiding it this whole time. Believe it or not, he's still weak. The guy has a stolen power that farms stats just by being a nice guy. Every good deed he does or person he saves turns into a free level up. Later on, he ends up saving so many super strong women that he gets even more broken. On top of getting crazy strong, he's basically the Brad Pitt of this fantasy world, because every girl he helped went crazy for him. Girls would throw themselves at him like he was the last man on earth. Now he's living this perfect life, but it wasn't always like that. After all, Korin isn't even from this world. One day, he simply woke up and found himself in some bizarre place. Wandering through the city, he recognized the scenery. He realized he was inside the game he'd beaten a million times, and he knew the world's lore by heart. Out of nowhere, he bumps into the story's protagonist right in the middle of the street, Park Si-hoo. He felt chill since he knew Park was gonna solo the final boss. All he had to do was tag along and watch, but the two ended up spending a ton of time together, grinding and fighting side by side. The problem is, the more he hung around Park, the weirder stuff he started noticing. The story's important girls kept disappearing, quests kept going wrong out of nowhere, and Park's personality had nothing to do with the one from the game. Until one day Korin found a hidden stash with the great hero's weapons, all dumped in some kind of storage room. He totally froze, not knowing what was going on. But when he found Mariette Donalef chained up inside a water tank, Park showed up right at that moment and said, "Caught red-handed, huh?" The freak was using the blood of the disappearing heroines to feed some sick addiction of his. This guy was more psycho and twisted than the actual final boss he was supposed to kill. By the time Korin figured it out, it was already too late. The real final boss of that world was never the villain from the script. It was the protagonist himself. Park was using his power backwards. Instead of farming XP by doing good, he was killing everyone to get broken stats. Just for uncovering that secret, Korin's own life was now on the line too. He even tried to make a run for it, but Park hit him with a spell to trap him, and took off to beat the final boss and clear the story. Except out of nowhere, Park got soloed by the boss, and that messed up the entire story. Suddenly, Korin wakes up again in his own room. He got up, looked at the window and realized he'd regressed. Korin decided to use these 3 years of regression to get strong with one single goal in mind: kill the protagonist Park Si-hoo. A memory hit him about a disaster at the Rotien River, when a dam burst and drowned a bunch of residents. That sicko Park laughed about it, and thought the tragedy was awesome. Back then Korin hadn't even noticed, but now he realized that accident was just one of Park's tactics to farm experience off the dead. So Korin wasted no time getting to work, because Park right now is nothing more than a rank 5 noob. Korin gets a tutorial quest: save people alongside the guards, after a carriage heading to Merkaba City breaks down in a forest full of infected monsters. There, the guards Leon and Laura kill a small rabbit monster and feel good about it. The fixer calls out that the carriage is ready, but the moment they turn back, a rank 2 werewolf appears and lets out a terrifying roar. Korin Locke has already reached the forest, but he fears he's too late. He still hasn't reached the exact spot, only the howls guide him. At the same time, Leon shoves Laura aside and tries to dodge the werewolf. Seeing him struggle, Park Si-hoo, who was still in the carriage, rushes out to buy Leon time. Meanwhile, Korin hides nearby, waiting to see whether Park Si-hoo will really save them. The second Park Si-hoo faces the beast, he sees it grab Leon by the throat. Hands shaking, Park Si-hoo moves to attack, but before he can, Alicia Arden, the Arden family's second daughter and wielder of Odachi, one of the 6 King's swords, leaps out and strikes the monster, telling Park Si-hoo to fall back because she'll handle it herself. Then Korin Locke sees something horribly familiar. Park Si-hoo stabs Alicia in the back. In that moment, he understands what he missed before. Alicia looks at Park with pleading eyes, unable to understand the betrayal, and Park Si-hoo lies that his hand slipped. But Korin knows the truth. If Alicia dies here, Park gets Odachi, and from there he can join Lanya Arden's party, which is even worse. Even after the stab, Alicia stays dangerous. She jumps back in open space between herself and the werewolf. After steadying herself, she uses sharp footwork and gathers power into her sword. Once Park realizes she can kill the monster alone, he throws a dagger packed with dark energy straight at Alicia, but she blocks it and instantly knows the slip was a lie. She turns back toward the fight and suddenly finds the werewolf right in front of her, its jaws opening wide. Alicia slashes fast and drives her sword into its head, though it still bites into her. Both Alicia and the werewolf crash to the ground, and Park Sai-hoo grabs Odachi, ready to finish her off, thinking killing an NPC will give him EXP too. Just before he can kill Alicia, Korin Locke throws powder made from tapanic mushrooms. Forest monsters love that scent, so they immediately lunge at Park. Using that opening, Korin drags Alicia into a corner. Thank God she's still breathing. The protagonist uses his dagger to pull out the monster's fangs, but Park Sichu spots him. MC doesn't flinch and mocks him, saying he got Odachi after killing just 3 hornets in 1 minute. When Park looks closer, he realizes it's him. Park Sai-hoo raises Odachi and demands to know how the protagonist got there, making him suspect he forgot everything. Seeing that as a chance, Korin distracts him, then suddenly rushes in, throwing a punch at Park's head and flinging dirt into his eyes. Park swings wildly to defend himself, but misses. Korin slips past the blows, noting that Park Sai-hoo is still just a mediocre swordsman. He presses forward with the monster fang aimed at Park's throat, but Park forces his eyes open and counters at the last second. MC attacks again, driving the fang toward Park Si-ho's neck, but Park dodges once more. His frustration flares. He wants that fang buried in Park, so he charges again, feinting with one arm, while hiding the real strike with the fang. Caught by surprise, Park Si-ho stumbles back, fear finally showing on his face. Korin Locke slams into him, knocks him down and drives a dagger into his shoulder. Blood pours out, and Park panics when he sees the protagonist aiming the fang with his other hand. Desperate, Park blocks the attack with his hand, letting the fang punch through it to avoid a killing blow. But Korin won't stop. He grabs the fang with both hands and forces it down with everything he has until it sinks into Park Sai-ho's throat. Killing him had to be done. He was a seed of disaster, one that would have brought ruin to humanity. Then the system announces an error. Player Park Sai-ho is dead. It starts calculating the odds of saving the main plot and transfers Park's experience and minimum backup potential to Korin. He's now an ADA class knight, the Martial Master's successor, and a sub-player. MC Locke is about to celebrate, but Alicia's rough breathing pulls his attention back. As he reaches her, he realizes she's been poisoned by a peacock tree frog. He sees the fang in her stomach and knows this poison is hard to make without mixing several ingredients. If Park Si-hoo had been a little more skilled, she would have died already, but since the fang is still lodged inside, she can still be detoxed, and the bleeding has to stop too. Korin Locke tightens a belt over the wound to slow the bleeding. Knowing she might bite through her own tongue, he puts Park Si-hoo's severed arm in her mouth for her to bite down on. He also wraps his shirt around her waist, and she finally lies still while Korin prepares an antidote. As he works, his thoughts race. He has no idea how he returned 3 years, but things are already different. He killed a player and saved someone. His thoughts stop when Alicia weakly asks for his name, but the protagonist Locke tells her to rest and avoids answering. He wants to stay hidden. Then he thinks through the bigger picture. In the heroic legend of Hwoarang, the hero was supposed to save the world and defeat countless monsters, even the final boss. But Park Si-hoo existed in that story, so the world would end, which means Korin might have a chance to become the true hero. Even as a sub-player though, he still can't use the player's gear or system tools, so while drawing a circle on the ground, he decides to rely on something outside the system. A burst of flames erupts from the small magic circle, spins and fades away. Still, Korin knows it worked. In his last life, even though he had little talent for magic, he spent everything studying one thing: runes. Ancient symbols with huge power, duty, restriction, and the 3 primal laws behind superhuman strength. Now, with nothing left to lose, he chooses to carve all 3 runes into his body, swearing not to ignore good people's suffering, not to perceive spirits, and to save the world. Once all 3 vows are complete, they bind to the player, but if he breaks that oath, he dies. Later, Alicia wakes after a long sleep. She's shocked to find herself in a hospital bed, and the pain hits right away. A nurse tells her she's in Merkaba City Emergency Hospital and warns her not to move. Wanting answers, Alicia asks about the person who brought her there, but she's disappointed to learn her savior already left. On a nearby table, she notices his belt, still stained with her blood. Trying to ignore it, she asks the nurse for honey balm candy, but gets told to eat stew instead. It's been 3 days since the forest attack, and today is Merkaba's entrance test. While looking for his ID, Korin finds a letter tucked inside the wallet. It's from his mother. She says she's proud of him, and tells him to help the people around him. Taking over this body still feels strange to MC. Even so, he now sees this family as his own, since they never treated him badly. He heads through the station, where the new students are all looking around with mixed feelings. There, Mariette Mardun Daref, the first-year, second-class Merkaba mage Korin saved from Park, calls the new students over and greets them. After a while, the train departs, and Mariette points out the training area as she introduces herself. Right now, Mariette is someone everyone notices, with an easy path ahead of her. But that won't last. Disaster keeps coming for her, and in the future, Mariette Dunaref becomes the first Actip's final boss. When the trip ends, she tells the students to get off and take 1 potato and 1 sweet potato each. Then she sends them off. The students arrive at Freedom Hall in Merkaba Academy. Korin spots the magic circle overhead and realizes the space expansion spell is about to begin. Once it activates, the hall drops into darkness, and the students panic. He doesn't. He's been through this before. A voice echoes through the dark, pushing the nervous students forward. It's old Heyman, and everything is unfolding just like last time. In this part, Professor Fairmac Deman announces the Academy test. As we already saw, the MC walks into the rank 6 gate and wipes out every monster at an insane speed that breaks every record in the Academy, and leaves everyone completely shocked. Later, back at Merkaba Hall, the students chat about their ranks. That's when Korin looks over at Jaeger Hinspater. In his past life, that guy was killed by Park because he was too arrogant. He's still full of himself now, probably just because he's young. Then there's Lork Boogman, a 5th rank student who already looks uneasy. In the last timeline, he was bullied, never got over his insecurities, and ended up dead too. Meanwhile, Director Iryu Kassar welcomes the students, wishing them luck and hoping they learn well and find their own path here. Later, as everyone starts wandering around, Shauger spots Lork sitting alone in a corner, and moves to bully him again, just like before. Korin has already decided he won't let that happen, so he steps in right away and brings up Jaeger's tattoos. That instantly perks Jaeger up. Finally, someone else knows about tattoo art. MC only knows because in his past life, after Jaeger disappeared, his mother came to the academy. Worried sick, she explained the tattoos weren't just decoration, they were something she discovered to protect her son after he entered the academy. Seeing Korin share that interest, Jaeger quickly warms up and starts talking to both Lork and him like friends. Alicia notices all this and feels glad the protagonist just saved a classmate from being bullied. But for MC, this also leaves a strong impression on Lork. He remembers Lork's skill, memorize. A small grin appears on his face. He's found it, his free skill book. At Merkaba Academy, most facilities are free, even the dorms, and the cafeteria costs less than places outside. But the most popular spot is the training room, since it lets students fight spirit bodies, the same kind Korin couldn't sense during the test. While he trains against those spirit bodies, the other students are shocked. Freshmen normally don't do this until their second semester. What's crazier is how easily he keeps up, while even second years struggle to catch wind-type spirits. Some students laugh when Korin takes a hard hit to the face. Then the instructor walks in and asks why he's training against spirit bodies. The protagonist calmly says he's working on his spear skills. The attention makes him nervous. Why was this old man coming straight to him? Did he mess something up during the entrance test? Instead, the instructor sees his drive, gives him 10 meal tickets as a reward, and tells him to come find him again if he succeeds. He'll praise him personally. Then he leaves in a good mood. Korin quietly goes back to training, relieved nothing was wrong. At the same time, Marriott watches him practice. The way he keeps going shows how badly he wants to improve. After another brutal session and a heavy hit, MC drops to the floor, breathing hard for air. Mariette quickly brings him water, tells him he did well, and says he should rest and try again later. But Korin refuses to slow down. In his past life, he had Park with him, so they could use potions and skill books from the combination window. Now he has to do everything alone, so he starts practicing again. With that in mind, he decides to push himself and see how much of his old strength he can still use. One after another, he unleashes his techniques: Ominous Serpent Stab, Black Capture, Plague Counterattack, Returning Heaven Spin, and Go to Tree Mountain Throw, each one slamming into the spirit. As he ran through the moves, one thought kept hitting him in his last life. His body was too weak. Knowing the future, and knowing Park didn't mean much against monsters and real prodigies. If he wants to stand with them this time, knowledge alone won't cut it. He needs real power. So he thrusts his spear, mixing Ominous Serpent, Deep Righteous Slithering Serpent, and Calamity Serpent intent. The impact is so huge that Mariette's eyes go wide, she can't even speak. Mariette tries to praise him, but his skill leaves her stunned into silence. Still, Korin pushed himself too far. He drops to the floor, dizzy. The next day, Mariette gives the students a tour of the academy facilities. But even while moving with the group, Korin is lost in thought. He needs more strength, and with this weak body, he can't reach his limits. To do that, he needs commandments. Then he looks at Lork, remembering the promise to never ignore someone else's misfortune. So the protagonist approaches him and asks to go talk about grimoires, a kind of skill book. The Merkaba library has countless books, but grimoires are kept hidden. The two head there to search for one, and MC promises Lork the skill book if he'll help him drive out an evil spirit. During the search, Korin opens a hidden door. The moment they step inside, Lork asks what exactly he has to do to repel the spirit. Instead, he knocks him out with one hard punch. He looks down at Lork's unconscious body. At first, Korin wanted to help him too, but he also has to clear a special quest. Catching the evil spirit here can get him the hidden piece he's after. The problem is the special spirit Sabantia Duke. His attacks are so deadly, most people die from the very first hit. But because of his promise not to notice evil spirits, he can't even see the special spirit, and its attacks don't land on the protagonist either. So he offers Lork's unconscious body to Sabantia as a target. In this world, there are strange powers called factors. They can turn normal people into demi-humans like vampires or werewolves. One day, Sabantia awakens as a vampire, and unable to control himself, kills his servant. He tries to fight the change, but fails. Afraid he might kill his wife and daughter too, he sends them away and seals off his castle. To stop any more tragedy, he traps himself inside a grimoire, which is now hidden in the library. But right after taking over Lork's body, Sabantia rushes at Corin. MC picked Lork for a reason. Sabantia can bring out the body's hidden strength, but even then, Lork still can't do much. He dodges the blows and hits back. He feels bad for using Lork, but he has to finish this quest. If Sabantia fully possessed Lork, Corin could get top-grade items like the Duke's cape and the vampire's armor, the same gear Park used later, and gear that mattered a lot. But the protagonist chooses a different path. He wants to let this soul rest in peace. So he tells Sabantia what happened to his wife and daughter after he was sealed, how his wife died, and how great a hunter his daughter became. After hearing that, Sabantia is ashamed he attacked Corin at all. They talk at length before he finally passes on. By clearing the quest this way, MC gains the epic item Soul Dust, along with the grimoire that held Duke Sabantia's soul and its spells. He also gets a new ability, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, which heals an injured body. When Lork finally wakes up, Corin tells him not to move because an evil spirit had possessed him, then hands over the grimoire. The moment he sees it, Lork lights up with excitement, and because he kept his promise not to ignore the misfortune of good people, he earns 80 points. By the game's rules, each level gives 5 stats. That means this reward equals 16 level ups. He wonders if it's making up for the fact that he can't gain stats normally, but either way, it's a huge amount of experience. 40 points came from Lork, and another 40 from Sabantia. At the stamina training room, Mariette hands out sweet potatoes to the students. She also cheers Corin on for trying to catch spirit bodies today. The other students think it's ridiculous that the 5th-ranked student is chasing spirits at all. Mariette even makes a bet with them on whether the protagonist can catch one. Holding his spear, MC stays hopeful. Now he has points from Sabantia too. He starts from the basics and recalls the last time he used Slithering Serpent to beat a spirit body, the hardest part of the Calamity Serpent styles. This time, he goes with Ominous Serpent, and catches the spirit in one strike. Even Corin can't believe it. He never thought his strength would grow this fast. Then Mariette congratulates him and gives him his cut of the bet money. Later that night, while walking around campus, he thinks over his strengths and weaknesses. His spear skills are improving fast, but the rune magic keeps draining his mana. He needs to fix that problem, and then using his abilities will be much easier. As he walks, he hears a voice. He knows it at once. Someone even Park couldn't kill in his past life. One of the strongest beings in Hwaran's legend, a true balance breaker. Hwaran, an adamant Jiangshi. Finding her there in the dark is shocking, but Corin chooses to ignore her and keep walking. Then she questions whether he's really the owner of this body, and his eyes widen. Panic hits the protagonist. Is she just guessing, or does she truly know he took over this body? Hwaran is like a corpse with both human and monster inside her. Maybe she can see souls caught between life and death, so noticing him was bound to happen. She really has seen through the fact that Corin possesses someone else's body. Even so, MC keeps a straight face and acts like her words mean nothing. In his past life, he always doubted what he really was. He never knew whether the real him, and him the body's original owner, had become the same person or not. And if not, then who was he? Those questions always followed him, but none of it mattered when he died. So he tells Hwaran about his neighbor Bruce, who turns into a green giant when he's angry, even though his two sides hate each other. His point is simple: whether a soul is new or original doesn't matter. No one chooses the body they're born into, and being born isn't a sin. Hearing that, Hwaran grits her teeth. She doesn't agree to her. Even birth itself is a sin. Hwaran understands where that pain and anger come from, but says nothing more and leaves. The next morning, he heads to the south side of the academy. He left the dorm before sunrise because of the mission board. Those jobs help students level up for the main quest, so they're basically required if you want to move ahead. Hwaran isn't here to level up though. He wants to test something else. Then, he notices Alicia staring hard at the board, clearly desperate. He asks what's going on, and her answer surprises him. She needs money. Even though second-rank students like Alicia should get strong support funds, she gets nothing. Wealthy students are expected not to need that help, and since her parents are hands-off, she has to earn her own spending money. After checking the board, Hwaran suggests a patrol mission. It's cheap, but it allows up to 3 people. Still, he turns down joining Alicia because he has other plans. He's going after the best missions, including finding the butterfly cat. If he saves the cat from dying to the water monster, he'll also help its owner avoid falling into depression, and he'll get rewarded for completing that promise. And just like he said, he does it. The commandment activates, meaning even small missions can raise his stats. Hwaran starts dancing with joy, and everyone around him thinks he's insane. But the excitement ends fast when he remembers something he forgot, even after writing notes. Keisho Yoon is furious because no sauce can satisfy his chicken recipe, no matter how many ingredients he tries. Kworan rushes over and tells him to add starch syrup. Keisho thinks the idea is stupid, then suddenly shouts in joy because it works. Even helping someone like this gives the protagonist points. That blows his mind, since he only shared the recipe for selfish reasons. Kworan's just aren't surviving without Yum Yum chicken. Watching his goofy celebration from another rooftop, Kworan decides he's crazy. Josephine walks up and reminds her to get permission before leaving. That brings back Kworan's words, that being born is not a sin, followed by another memory of someone yelling that they regretted her ever being born. Later at the hunting ground, Josephine announces that the first years will now be tested on survival in the forest. They have to reach the cabin at the north end to pass. They must wear their rank armbands, and faster times mean more points. Kworan notices Kworan is missing. Like always, she never shows up for practical tests. Then Alicia catches his attention. She thanks him for helping her. Now she can cover her monthly expenses. He hands her a candy she likes, and she takes it right away. Suddenly, space magic appears, and all the students are teleported into the forest. Kworan is shocked to see students fighting the moment they arrive. In the hunting ground event, even strong players have to keep trying over and over to steal other students' armbands for points. The problem is, everyone gets dropped into random parts of the forest. MC decides to hunt the toughest students first, and then find Kworan. First up is Alicia. She has no clue he hid a tracking rune in the candy she ate. He ignores the students brawling like children and heads deeper into the forest. To him, the rest are just easy points, and thanks to the rune, he always knows where Alicia is. Alicia is covered in sweat. She can't figure out why everyone is rushing her at once, and it feels totally unfair. Even so, she fights back and drops them one by one. Then another student suddenly charges Alicia. The hit almost lands, but the attacker suddenly drops unconscious. Alicia spots Kworan. He knocked the guy out for her. She lights up for a second, but that brief distraction lets the protagonist strike her armband. Tears well up in Alicia's eyes. She really thought he was a good guy. As a second-rank knight, she's built for straight-up combat, but she still struggles to use vigilant eyes well. Her strength is only average for her rank, and now she's shaken because she trusted him. Kworan just gives her a sly smile, tells her to be a good person too, and asks for the armband. She had already beaten groups of 3rd and 4th rank students, and never saw a 5th ranker like MC as a real threat, but that changed fast. Now Alicia is the one struggling to keep up with him. He keeps turning her attacks back on her, baiting her to move first and piling on pressure. Still, Alicia notices tiny openings between his attacks and tries to use one to strike back, but the second she moves, his weapon shuts her down. He starts with Lan, knocking her attack aside, forcing her weapon down. Then he follows with Chow, a straight thrust that catches Alicia completely off guard. She's stunned by how exact he is with such basic moves. Kworan turns simple fundamentals into a deadly counter: Spear Intent, Ultimate Essence, and 6 flawless steps. Using Block Capture Plague, he slams her back to the ground. Alicia gasps for breath while blocking with her aura. She realizes his control over every skill is far beyond normal, and there is no way he's really just a 5th rank student. Kworan finally gets the armband, but his fight still isn't over. Mercenary of sword control, Drangworski. He suddenly swings his heavy iron sword at the protagonist. MC blocks it without getting hurt, and Dron is shocked a 5th ranker could do that. Knowing how strong he is, Dron offers a simple deal: hand over the armband and walk away unharmed. Kworan can only curse his luck. Dron is the last person he wanted to meet. Even after crushing tons of students, Dron doesn't have a scratch on him, so he decides the best option is to run. Without wasting a second, he bites down on the armband and sprints toward the cabin. He's surprised when Alicia, still crying, runs after him, because Dron's attacks from behind are making her fear for her life. When they reach the cabin, Cranel Luden is waiting at the exit with golems, demanding the armband. Dron is behind him, and Cranel Luden is in front. With almost no choice left, Kworan takes a fighting stance, ready to take both of them on at once. A while later, the protagonist makes it into the cabin with 3 armbands. Now he gets to choose his reward. A little earlier, Kworan pierced the magic sword's core before it could power up, then pinned it to the ground with telekinesis. He slipped past attacks with tiny movements, used Dron as a shield, shattered the golem's crystals, and then beat Cranel Luden. His skill, speed, and planning made him look like a real veteran of war. Watching him, Alicia was reminded of her sister. That sight pushes Alicia to work even harder. Dron is left stunned by what Kworan can do, and Cranel Luden ends up crying when MC tells him he tried to act too clever. He says he would have had a friend stand guard, but Cranel Luden doesn't have any friends. Now the strongest one left is the druid, Ul, with the forest protecting her. But there aren't just students here. Mages too, like Mariette Marda Dunarev. Ul can't get much help from the forest because experts like Mariette are playing the role of monsters. As Ul cries, Mariette tries to comfort her, but then something strange happens. She feels someone behind her. It's Hwaran, who shouldn't even be there. Hwaran, a half-monster and half-human, goes after Mariette, but gets frustrated when she learns Mariette counts as a monster right now. Inside the cabin, the receptionist is amazed to see someone score this high after so long. so Corin picks his prizes: a mat boar molar knife, a leather coat, and shark bear bile. But the moment he picks the bile, he changes his mind and chooses a mandrake seed instead. He still has 17 points left, so he spends them on plant supplements and earmuffs. After leaving the cabin, Corin is shocked to see Jaeger and Lork Bugman take second and third place. They're working together, unlike the past life, when Jaeger bullied Lork Bugman badly. Jaeger suggests they hit the training room that night, but the protagonist, seeing how fired up they are, asks Jaeger and Lork Bugman to help find the golem core that Cranel Luden is desperately searching for, without saying a word. MC knows the core matters a lot to Cranel Luden, and in his past life he worked with him many times, so all of them help search for it. By then, Alicia is hurt, Dron can no longer fight, and UL is half dead after losing to Mariette. Corin is shocked to see her like that and starts wondering why the professors made things this brutal for students. He walks over to UL and helps her up, but suddenly the ground starts shaking and UL tells him to run, blaming Mariette for whatever is coming. Mariette has a natural gift for reading magic, and huge mana. She's a genius mage who has never known despair, failure, or real frustration, the one expected to carry on Josephine's legacy. To Mariette, the hunting ground is basically a game. She's only supposed to make it hard enough for the younger students to grow, but now she's up against Huaran. Even though she promised her seniors she'd never use attack magic, she breaks that promise to save herself. Mariette goes all out, trying to stop Huaran, but the fight has already gone too far. That's when Josephine arrives, and finds Mariette in terrible shape. In the end, Corin takes first place, but the clash between Huaran and Mariette scares him badly. He thinks Huaran may have already awakened as a boss, even though that should be 3 weeks away. Later, near the edge of the hunting ground, the protagonist runs into an NPC from an old tale in the heroic legend of Huaro. It's a hidden event. A Taoist hermit asks whether a gold or silver axe is yours, and rewards honesty. At first only certain weapons triggered it, but expert players started testing other rare items too. When MC tries it, the hermit asks if the silver seed is his. Corin says no, thinking nobody would toss away something that valuable. Because he answers honestly, the hermit rewards him with all 3 seeds: mandrake's white, silver, and golden seeds. His eyes light up. He immediately starts dreaming about boosting his mana. At the same time, the gold and white silver mandrake seeds each have special powers. A gold seed grows into a mandrake that shines gold, and the silver one glows silver. In his past life, Park Sihu ate the gold one, and the protagonist only got the silver, but now all of them are his. In 3 weeks, after a mission tied to Fog City's vampire John Doe, Mariette is supposed to become the first boss and awaken as a special vampire. MC still doesn't know how a demon agent got inside her, but he thought there was time. That's the main reason he showed off his strength against the 2nd rank knights earlier. No one would team up with a weak 5th rank knight, but Mariette has already awakened, even if she's still weak from her injuries, and her roommate Isabelle tries to calm her down. Instead, Mariette is strangely quiet. Corin had been planning to save a girl from that fate, starting by training Alicia, bringing Dron onto his side, being kind to UL, and getting closer to the golem sorcerer Cranel Luden to build a party for the disaster ahead. He thought it would all work out if things stayed on track, and he was pretty sure he could save Mariette. But then something went wrong all at once. Mariette has already turned into a vampire. She lunges at Isabelle, says she's thirsty, and tries to drink her blood. Meanwhile, Josephine bans Huaran from leaving her room or seeing anyone. Huaran is only allowed private lessons with Josephine if she wants to learn and reflect on herself. Stuck alone, she gets so bored she even thinks about jumping out the window. Then suddenly, Corin appears outside the window, hanging upside down, and introduces himself to Huaran again. He even brought cake, so he wouldn't come empty-handed. He asks her to open the window and let him in, but Huaran reminds him that's against school rules. Laughing, he says he's still on a tree, not inside, and Josephine isn't around anyway, so he won't get in trouble. He came to check on her after the hunting ground incident, and quickly notices she doesn't have a single scar. Corin gets why Josephine locked Huaran up for 4 days. She's a special case as a demi-human, especially after what happened at the hunting ground. Then Huaran reveals Josephine hasn't visited her once in over 4 days, shocking the protagonist. Right after that, the branch he's hanging from snaps. MC falls straight down. Afterward, he promises to bring Huaran food later and leaves. He finds it strange that Josephine left Huaran alone, since Huaran may be the most dangerous person at Merkaba Academy. The protagonist starts to suspect something is seriously wrong. If Josephine has been gone for 4 days, while Magic Professor Aaron Danua and Knight Professor Fairmac Damon are heading toward the outskirts in search of a certain woman, 3rd Security Officer Crone stops Corin, assuming he's there to visit Mariette, and tells him his request was denied. MC then brings Crone food and drinks, saying Madame Josephine sent them. Crone is touched that Madame Josephine looks after even the lower staff. That was exactly what he wanted. His request to see Mariette had been denied. Isabelle had vanished, and now a guard stood at the door, so his suspicions only grew. After eating, Crone suddenly gets a bad stomachache. Corin quickly takes him to the washroom. Before going in, Crone tells him to watch the door and not enter the room. The protagonist agrees with a grin, then slips inside the moment Crone is gone. He freezes. Isabelle is lying on the bed and Mariette is nowhere to be found. Then MC spots bite marks on Isabel's neck. Right away, he understands Mariette's vampire powers have awakened, but this makes no sense. She was supposed to awaken a month later, at least from what he remembered from his past life. Now he sees what the professors were trying to cover up. They went out to find Mariette. He runs through the old plan from his past life. First, they had to survive the monster wave. Next, his team would pin Mariette down with magic circles. After that came the fight against Mariette herself. The last phase needed a combo from the first years. Corin knows getting to phase 3 is the easy part. Then reality hits. Alicia is hurt, Dron's weapon is gone, and Crownell's golem was destroyed. All of it traces back to the protagonist. The first-year lineup has basically fallen apart because of him, and now he has no real team. In his past life, Mariette attacked her roommate first. Back then, Corin's group waited below the dorm under Park's lead to handle it fast, even though Park secretly let Mariette escape. But now, everything is worse because of MC. Alicia's bones were shattered in 8 places. Crownell is nearly useless without the golem core. He also thought Hwarun could help, but bringing her in feels too risky, so he brings Dron Worski onto the team by offering soul dust as payment. His second recruit is Yahello the Druid. To win her over, he promises to teach her the Ogham alphabet. Jaeger and Lork Buxman join too, hoping for honor and glory. Corin has barely put together enough people to clear phase 1. He remembers Park saying Mariette dug a tunnel and hid in the forest. At Merkaba Academy, that can only mean the hunting ground. Drone asks the big question, how are they supposed to find her? At Corin's request, Yahello asks the spirits to track Mariette's hiding place. Everyone else can see the spirits, the protagonist can't. Suddenly, the team warns him about a monster rushing in from behind. MC turns and cuts it in half. Then a whole wave of monsters crashes toward them. Jaeger and Lork ask if Mariette is behind this, but he says no, this is something else. He immediately assigns everyone to their attack positions. Dron is impressed. Corin may be ranked 5th, but he moves like a real commander and strategist. Jaeger asks one more time if Mariette is controlling them. The protagonist says no, Mariette isn't some puppeteer. Monsters act on instinct. They're not charging because they're ordered to. They're fleeing from something even scarier. That greater threat is Mariette herself. Corin pulls the squad together, tells them to take position, and steps to the front for the next phase. After beating back the monsters, the group prepares for phase 2, Mariette's arrival. Yahello notices Mariette is crying, but Dron says that changes nothing. They still have to subdue the demon. Mariette stops a heavy iron sword strike with her orb shield. Lork explains that the orb is a familiar born from vampire blood, and he's stunned that a newborn vampire can use an orb shield this well. Corin tells him not to panic. The vampire was just born, so it still can't fully draw out Mariette's blood or mana. That means the orb can mostly defend for now. Dron points out that Mariette is a mage, so covering her weak defense is still dangerous, but MC says they can handle it. Mariette loses herself completely to the vampire power, and unleashes a wide area attack. Yulin shouts that if there's one place she can fight, it's the forest. She raises a wooden shield to block the blast, and Jaeger worries it won't hold. Yul has already burned through half her mana, and her mana heart throbs from what happened in the hunting ground. She's close to her limit, but she keeps going because of the promise Corin made. He tells her to hold on a little longer. He only needs 5 more moves to turn this around. From the game and his past life, he knows Mariette won't reach full power until phase 4, so he sends Lork out before Udal, knowing Lork only has enough mana left for 2 more beginner spells. Lork is shocked by how exact the protagonist's raid is. Corin warns the others to get ready when Mariette starts using her alchemy spell Freeze. Then the wooden shield gives out. At that moment, Udal feels the earth, the gods, and even the bugs answer her call. MC had already carved an ancient text as part of an old method, his hidden trump card, and Udal was the one needed to trigger it. His plan is to summon the giant wicker doll, Wicker Man, something only a forest sage like Udal can activate. His whole squad, including Udal, stares in shock as Wicker Man appears. Corin points out that the owlbear is still alive, and tells Jaeger to throw it into Wicker Man. Jaeger can't believe he meant that seriously. Still, he does exactly as the protagonist says. MC had left the owlbear alive on purpose for Wicker Man's fuel. As long as the sacrifice burns inside its hollow body, the golem magic keeps Wicker Man moving until the offering is completely burned up. Wicker Man charges straight at Mariette. Riddle struggles to keep it going, and Corin warns that if she stops now, they're all dead. Mariette fires beams at Wicker Man, and Jaeger asks if that's a problem. He says no. This move will win them the fight. Then the protagonist is stunned when Mariette puts out Wicker Man's fire. Everything he expected falls apart, and he's left confused. MC tells Udal to pull back since she can't change anything now. Then MC rushes Mariette with Dron Worski and Jaeger right behind him. Dron uses his direct acceleration sword strike, but Mariette's orb holds. Then Jaeger, grinning, uses cumulative destruction and finally shatters it. Jaeger starts to get cocky, but Corin snaps at him to stay focused. Phase 3 begins as Mariette casts Blood Realm, trapping him, Dron Worski, and Jaeger inside. The pressure is so intense that Dron Worski and Jaeger black out. Only the protagonist stays on his feet. Up to now, Mariette had only been defending, but once the orb broke, it forced her blood and mana out to create the Blood Realm. Korin never expected to be the last one standing. Normally, at least 3 people are needed to even reach phase 3. Still, he decides it doesn't matter. If he has to face Mariette alone, he'll do it. A flashback shows what happened to Mariette after she became a vampire and lost control of her bloodlust, drinking Isabelle's blood. Realizing she had treated her own friend like livestock, Mariette fled into the forest until Korin came after her. Back in the present, MC faces the dog demon Mariette summoned, furious that it dared bite a human. The demon lunges, but he handles it with ease. He even taunts it. Then the demon suddenly vanishes, and Korin realizes it's moving so fast that normal eyes can't track it. The protagonist decides to put it down and aims for its weak point. He already knows where that weak spot is from his past life, which makes the fight much easier. Even so, Korin respects the demon for protecting Mariette to the very end, before finally ending its life. He promises it that Mariette will be saved, calling her its mom. Now the final phase is about to begin. In that last phase, Mariette is supposed to leave one squad member critically hurt while the others pull her away. It isn't something one person can clear alone. That's how Korin remembers it. In his past life, Mariette latched onto one teammate to drink blood, while the rest tried to drag her off. But this time, MC is the only one left. Mariette attacks and bites into him. Thanks to his stubborn warrior-style regeneration, he forces himself through the pain. He lets her drink, trusting that Mariette never actually killed anyone after becoming a vampire, unlike Sebontia Duke. Korin believes this means the future can still change. Then, to his surprise, Mariette pulls away, crying as she apologizes to him. The protagonist is relieved. He really did save Mariette. He silently thanks his master's teachings and chooses a different road from Park. After the hunting ground incident, Professor Josephine seals Mariette inside a space prison. Mariette is oddly happy just eating potatoes again. Korin comes to visit her. He asks Josephine to let him into Mariette's cell. She hesitates because Mariette is dangerous, but MC says he trusts her. Inside, he's surprised that Mariette still enjoys the taste of potatoes. Mariette says potatoes always taste good. Korin leans closer to Mariette's face, but she quickly pushes him back. Embarrassed, she says she smells bad and doesn't want him that close right now. He reminds her that he smelled bad too when she bit his neck, which only makes Mariette even more flustered. Mariette admits Hwaron scared her back at the hunting ground. Even though they only crossed paths by chance, Hwaron's power was enough to wake the vampire side inside her. She tells Korin she admires him. People mocked him, but he kept going and made it work every time. The protagonist brushes it off, saying he just likes stories where good people get their reward and bad people get what they deserve. Then he tells Mariette she's a good person, and he wants her to stay happy. That leaves Mariette blushing. Embarrassed, Mariette tells Korin to go so she can wash up and finish her potatoes. After MC leaves, Mariette is left wondering if someone like her even deserves happiness. He figures Mariette should be out soon. If Hwaron can attend school without trouble, Mariette might be allowed back too. Not long after, Chairman Urizel calls the protagonist in for a talk. This is their first real meeting. Iryu asks about his condition, then says they need to discuss Mariette's case. Korin is startled and quickly asks them not to punish her. Iryu reassures him right away. Mariette won't be punished. She adds that she doesn't see Mariette as dangerous. She only brought it up to test MC's reaction, since he was the one who fought Mariette. Iryu then explains that Mariette will be released once they confirm her condition is stable. She bows and thanks him for what he did, promising to repay him properly. He, caught off guard, just asks her to lift her head. That alone is enough repayment for him. Meanwhile, Mariette keeps crying as she thinks about what happened and how badly she hurt her friends. She wonders how she can ever apologize or if anyone would forgive her. More than that, the protagonist's words keep echoing in her head, along with his kindness and honesty. She realizes this moment will stay with her forever. A week passes after the Mariette incident, and Korin overhears students at Merkaba Academy gossiping about whether Mariette is dangerous and if she'll ever return to class. He's surprised they still think she's locked away after a full week. In truth, Mariette's isolation had already ended. But even with people checking on her powers and health, she couldn't bring herself to step out while carrying the guilt of not being able to face Isabelle. Mariette keeps wondering if Isabelle is scared of her now, maybe even hates her for what happened. She's just about ready to leave the academy when someone knocks on her door. Mariette opens it and Isabelle rushes in to hug her and ask how she's doing. Mariette asks if Isabelle really isn't afraid of her. Isabelle says that before she passed out, she saw Mariette's face right after the bite, and that told her everything. No matter what happens, Isabelle says, they're still friends. Mariette breaks down in tears and thanks her. Isabelle feels bad that Mariette had been suffering alone, drowning in guilt. She says she was already feeling better, but the hospital wouldn't let her leave, so a junior helped her sneak out to see Mariette. That tall, handsome junior is already gone, and Isabelle starts looking around for him. Mariette realizes MC helped her again and feels ashamed. MC, meanwhile, is glad this part of the story still ended happily for everyone, even with things turning out differently from his past life or the game. More than anything, he's happy to see proof that this world can change, so he throws himself into training, trying to get stronger and faster for what's coming next. Mariette interrupts and praises how hard he's working, acting almost like her old self again. Since Korin keeps pushing himself, she says he needs to eat well, and reveals she made food for him. The protagonist is shocked by how much there is, but he's hungry enough to be thankful and dig in. Then Mariette notices his hand is bleeding. Memsi asks if something's wrong with his face, and she gets flustered after realizing she was staring at his blood. He casually asks if she still drinks blood now, and whether fresh blood tastes different from blood in a pack. Without thinking, Mariette blurts out that Corin's blood is tasty. Red-faced, she quickly fixes it by comparing it to frozen meat versus fresh meat. The pack and live blood aren't the same. He tells her she can drink his blood sometimes, since he heals fast. Mariette, too embarrassed to accept, changes the subject and says he shouldn't say things like that. Instead, she offers him a bottle of her own blood, explaining that vampire blood works like a healing elixir. Corin drinks it without hesitation right in front of her, and Mariette asks if he liked the taste of blood. It's bitter, but the protagonist can tell he's stronger now than he was in his past life. With that, he decides it's finally time to start the scenario he's been preparing for. Alicia is a direct descendant of the famous Arden sword family, and already a second-rank knight. Her life has changed a lot lately. After seeing the gap between herself and MC, a 5th-rank knight she met during the hunting ground training, Alicia started pushing herself harder. Still, deep down, Alicia is lazy and never had much passion for the sword. Even with near-genius talent, she was a terrible academy student and kept getting failing grades. Alicia was happy just to be away from her family's pressure and harsh training, so she spent her time shopping and enjoying herself instead. Corin finds Alicia at a shop and asks why she hasn't been in the training room. She quickly makes excuses about assignments and missions. He then offers her a way to earn more money, join his party. Alicia gets annoyed, wondering why the protagonist keeps seeking her out. Around him, she feels like her habit of relying on talent and slacking off is completely exposed. To Alicia, Corin's training is brutal, and he never stops talking about the basics. Then MC reveals the real bait, 2 gold coins for a 2-person second-rank mission. Alicia agrees fast, already thinking about what clothes she'll buy. He adds one more short mission worth 20 silver coins, which only makes her greed kick in harder. He expected that money would be enough to hook her. Alicia normally picked patrol jobs, where she only had to follow a route and check for trouble. Since monsters near the city were usually 4th or 5th rank at most, she rarely had to face anything dangerous. On the mission, Alicia takes down 10 low-rank monsters and tells the knights to sell the leather for extra money. Once the knights start praising the talent of the Arden family, Alicia starts showing off. The truth is, her family looks down on her for being weak, and always compares her to Lunia, who had already reached the supreme stage at Alicia's age. Even so, Alicia keeps basking in the praise. Just as the patrol is ending, Corin and Alicia's group gets a signal from the team ahead, through a magic firework warning them about a nest of second-rank monsters. The knights are relieved Alicia is with them. Alicia, though, gets nervous, while Corin smiles. His guess was right. The nest belongs to wolves, built around the same area where Alicia had beaten a werewolf after being poisoned. This time, the protagonist and the group deal with the wolves without much trouble. Then a first-rank monster, a Dullahan, suddenly appears, and Alicia freezes up. She rushes in with a string of attacks, but the Dullahan avoids every one of them easily. A moment later, it grabs Alicia. She cries out for Corin, only to see he's tied up fighting other monsters himself. At the last second, a sword slices off the Dullahan's head and saves her. As Alicia thanks her savior, she realizes it's none other than Lunia, her older sister, the greatest swordsman of the Arden generation, a true genius who keeps walking the path of the blade. Lunia Arden, eldest daughter of the famous sword family, and the most gifted swordsman of her age, is clearly not pleased. She immediately questions Alicia's choices during the fight. Lunia is angry that Alicia didn't retreat, failed to read the enemy, and charged in without thinking. What bothers her even more is how Alicia was swinging her sword like she was copying someone else. When Alicia drops to her knees and starts apologizing, Lunia barely cares to hear it. Alicia's mistakes put not just herself but the soldiers with her in danger. Then, as Alicia shrinks in on herself, Lunia sharply tells her to stop. The swordsman of the Arden family should stand with confidence. Meanwhile, Corin pretends to keep fighting, but Lunia catches him watching Alicia. MC steps over and greets her. He keeps his introduction simple, saying only that he's the 8th disciple of the Hanging Spear School and Alicia's friend. Lunia answers with full confidence. She's the Divine Sword, the top disciple of her school, and the master of the First Sword Pavilion. His introduction makes Lunia suspicious, but Corin has no intention of showing his spear art, since apart from him, only 2 others can use it. The Arden group also includes second-rank knights, known as the 5 Swords, on the same level as Alicia. They suggest Lunia finish off any monsters left, but she orders Alicia and him to head back instead. Swordsmen usually move in groups called sword factions, basically teams built around one leader. 60 years ago, the sword genius Garant started a new style of swordsmanship. Later, the family elder spread it through martial schools, turning the Arden family into a famous sword clan known across the continent. Now, at the Merkaba Arden studio, everyone kneels before Lunia, and Alicia does too, which leaves the other swordsmen confused. Lunia looks over Alicia's recent missions and calls her pathetic for taking jobs just to look impressive. She's disappointed that Alicia used her guardian certificate like this, and wonders if she'll become a stain on the Arden name. After all, Every mission she took only involved low-rank monsters, so there was nothing heroic about them. Alicia has no reply. After Luna leaves, the Arden troop mentions that Corin is only a 5th ranker. She doesn't buy it. Those Merkaba tests aren't fully trustworthy, and she can tell he's hiding more. She had already noticed his focus stayed on Alicia the whole time, while the monster barely got any of his attention. That wasn't some simple trick or something you pick up with practice. Only someone with real battlefield experience could pull that off. The protagonist kept his spearmanship hidden, but for someone as skilled as Lunia, his control of the spear was obviously sharp and polished. Since she's always watching out for her sister, she's actually glad that Boy is near Alicia. Later, Marie brings food to Corin like she always does, and promises to cook more of his favorites. She takes his hand to say something, but gets flustered and can't get the words out. When Isabel spots them together, Marie quickly runs off with her. In his past life, Corin had a few flings but never a real relationship because Park kept getting in the way. This time though, his close bonds feel very different. Sometimes UL brings rare mushrooms from the forest, and then they study the Ogbom alphabet in the library. MC also spends time with Dron, though it feels more like being with a coworker than a real friend. Most of the time, he's with Jaeger and Lork. While wandering around with the two of them, he jumps when they suddenly scream, thinking a monster showed up, but it's Hwaran. Honestly, she's almost as scary. She demands the meal he promised her a month ago. Corin finds it funny that she came back just for food after all this time, but he goes with her anyway. Jaeger and Lork bolt the second they see Hwaran. Once he takes her out to eat, she tries raw fish first, thinking it doesn't matter if food is raw or cooked, as long as she can chew it and swallow it. Then she tastes the cooked version, and immediately wants more. Weapon making is wrapping up, and the next big thing is starting soon, midterms. The students are all losing their minds, while Corin stays relaxed, right until he has to write. Then his mind goes blank, because he never really studied in his past life. The faculty exam is a chance to make up for bad written scores. For this one, outside knights are brought in as examiners. Teams of 15 students have to defeat their instructor, but the moment the protagonist group sees who they got, everyone stares in shock. MC doesn't react at first, since he still hasn't seen the instructor, but then his face drops and he starts trembling. Their examiner is Lunia Arden. For the practical test, the Academy invited elite members of the famous Arden sword family, including the 5 swords of the first sword pavilion, the second rankers of the troop. The women form up in Arden-style sword formation, using the 5-sword combo, and setting off a fierce blast. Drone quietly studies the fight and realizes their odds are terrible. The 5 swords cleverly block the student's vision, making it easy to attack such a large group. So instead of waiting around, Drone chooses to strike first, swinging his giant iron sword at Melia, the phantom sword. At the same time, Alicia faces Jenny, the high-speed sword, dodging one heavy attack after another. What shocks Alicia is that Jenny serves under her sister, and still fights her this brutally. The blows are so strong they force Alicia back until she hits the ground. Watching this, the students finally understand how strong the 5 swords really are. One by one, everyone gets taken out except Drawn and Alicia. Drawn is so strong that he can still stand against the 5 swords. Alicia, meanwhile, keeps battling Jenny. Jenny tries to shake her confidence and crush her spirit, but Alicia refuses to quit, and fights with everything she has left. At first, Lunia was supposed to take Jenny's role and face Alicia herself, but instead, to everyone's surprise, she becomes the examiner for Group B, Corin's group. Lunia raises her sword and tells them to prepare for something like a great special rank war. A great special rank monster is the kind of threat that can fight an entire army alone. Even dozens of guardians might not be enough, and most people will never face one in their whole lives. Normally he would think stories like that were exaggerated, but not when it comes to Lunia. She's strong enough to take down monsters like that herself. Then she swings her sword, and the whole arena erupts into chaos. Jaeger is terrified by her overwhelming power, and can't understand why she's going so hard on students. Corin hides behind a pillar, knowing she's still holding back. If she weren't, they would have all died in seconds. On the other hand, Lork has already passed out. A few minutes later, Lunia has wiped out every student but one, the protagonist, still hidden behind the pillar. She calls him out, and he's ready to surrender on the spot. Lunia smirks, fine with that, but reminds him this is a rare chance to face a true powerhouse. Just feeling her aura is enough to make Corin shake. In his past life, MC fought beside Lunia many times. She taught him real combat, but now he has to face her himself if he wants to surpass her. The moment he takes his stance, Lunia attacks without hesitation. Corin dodges her strikes and forces himself to stay standing, even after taking heavy blows. That makes Lunia wonder who he really is, because no normal 5th ranker should be able to fight back like this. Then she pauses and sheaths her sword, mocking him for burning through his energy. For a second, he thinks maybe she decided he'd done enough, but then he realizes what's coming. A territory cut, the opening of the Sword Emperor Garand Arden's strongest technique. With deadly intent, she charges straight at Corin. Panic spreads through the examiners and students alike. They immediately order the test to be stopped. Lunia's translucent image glides through a world that feels frozen. Corin tries to aim his spear at Lunia, but it's like his whole body is trapped inside that frozen space. He wonders if he still can't control territory, but pushes through anyway and reacts to it. The moment Lunia sees that, she stops looking for more answers and ends the test. She tells him to replace his spear because it's too weak for his skill. She also figures out he knows about Alicia and that he only revealed territory to make a point. Still, she warns him nothing will change and tells him not to interfere. As she walks past, Corin watches her leave, knowing full well that after showing her territory, things won't go the way she expects. Soon after, an announcement says the protagonist earned full marks and the highest bonus score on the practical exam. The students are stunned that he was the only one who could face Lunia at all. Even the academy staff are shaken, now questioning whether he's really just a 5th ranker. Meanwhile, Fairmac is suspicious too, especially after seeing Corin use techniques he recognizes. A few days later, MC visits a blacksmith to replace his weapon. He already knew he needed a new one, before Lunia said it. The blacksmith is shocked the academy handed over such rare materials so freely, and even wonders how this student knows his family's secret forging methods. Of course, he knows because he lived through all of this before. Unlike most players chasing quests, he has rare ingredients and full backing from the chairman. He's after one of the few weapons that can handle territory, the legendary Shadow Kingdom Silver Knight Spear, better known as the Silver Spear. Elsewhere, Alicia remembers something from her childhood. Looking at the blood, she realized she had been in a real battle after cutting down rank 5 monsters. It was her first time, but she could still tell the difference between human blood and monster blood. Then she saw the girl in front of her, covered in blood from head to toe, and understood what she had done. In the blood on her blade, she saw her own reflection, and felt that choking scent, the pain of a life dying. She pushes the memory away with a sigh, and boards a train for a mission to capture werewolves, worth 70 coins. When she remembers the other urgent mission, tracking Fog City's murderous vampire, she panics because she hates dangerous jobs. Still, she picked the werewolf mission for one important reason. After seeing Corin's bloody belt, without knowing it was his or that he was the one who saved her, she became determined to find that mysterious rescuer. Then one of the mission members calls from behind. Alicia turns and sees the protagonist on the train. As he walks past the other participants, MC notices the Guardian's reaction. Because of the quota system, the Guardian Association has to allow students in, but they clearly didn't expect a 5th ranker like him to join. After spotting Alicia though, he relaxes a little. He throws an arm over her shoulder, walks with her to the edge of the train, and asks about her eyes. Alicia realizes he's talking about her sister, so he warns her to hurry, because Lunia won't let her use a sword again. After a while, they reach their destination, a forest where a werewolf nest holds several werewolves and around 20 captured short hounds. Then everything suddenly changes. Out of nowhere, monsters and ghosts start appearing together, and a strange fog fills the area. One cocky participant looks for Corin, only to realize he's vanished. Still, they stay calm because Alicia is backing them up. Alicia can tell something is wrong. Places with so few people shouldn't attract evil spirits. Even so, she cuts down several monsters, when heavy footsteps and clanking armor rush toward her. She whirls around and realizes, these aren't ghosts, they're real knights, threatening to kill them if they don't back off. When they refuse, Alicia kills one of the knights. Guilt hits her instantly. She never wanted to kill a person, and the childhood memory comes rushing back. She starts trembling, cold sweat pouring down, and freezes as another knight attacks. Then a sharp blade pierces his head, and he drops. Corin saves her again and reveals the truth. They weren't real people at all, just corpses raised with black magic. In the second opening, the Fog City vampire mission usually puts players up against the serial killer Mariette. Missed before, but if they take the werewolf mission instead, they end up fighting John Doe. This is where the serial killer finally shows up. Corin tells Alicia to get out of there. Then, using his skills together, he brings down the spirit, and figures out it isn't the opening boss. The real one wouldn't go down that easily. Right then, a chilling voice echoes around them. The real serial killer has arrived. As the fog closes in, everyone starts running. But the spirit catches Charlie's leg, and Alicia rushes in to help. Instead, the fog traps her. Corin quickly tells the others to leave. In his past life, he got caught in this fog and didn't survive long. Now he has regeneration, so Alicia is the one in real danger. Alicia tries to cut the fog vines holding her, but she locks up. Dark thoughts start flooding her mind. Then she hears Corin's voice through all the chaos. She knows it at once. It's the voice of the one who saved her. He has already made it to her side. Red hands still keep her hanging in the air, but the protagonist grabs her shoulder and pushes her to fight back. The moment she looks at him, she bursts into tears. She begs him to save her, saying she can't move. Corin drapes a hooded cape over her and tries to steady her. Then he puts the odachi in her hands and tells her wild swings won't work. She has to aim and cut the vines hard. At the same time, the undead close in from every side. MC promises he'll handle them, but Alicia has to break free herself. He tells her she's the strongest swordsman he's ever seen. Watching him rush in for her, Alicia sees how serious he is, even though his rank is lower than hers. With no other choice, she swings using her grandfather's sword style. To cut through this, she has to awaken, so she uses Eyes of the Boundary, the skill that lets her see other territories clearly. Everything falls silent as she drops into an empty space. One step later, she's in a frozen world. Using the first Arden sword form, Territory Division, she strikes once and slices through the undead's entire upper half. That one hit shakes the whole area, half the forest is cut down, and the fog vanishes at once, because she also takes down Fog City's murderous vampire John Doe. The mission team erupts in joy, but Corrin is stunned. He realizes that move was the Sword Emperor's legendary domain severance. Alicia excitedly tells him she finally did it, which means she can become the next head of Arden. The protagonist isn't happy. This was never supposed to happen so soon. While everyone else celebrates, Corrin is busy cursing his bad luck. Soon the papers report that Alicia Arden defeated John Doe. The 5 swords tear up the newspaper, while Lunia quietly drinks her tea. The Arden sword family belongs to the Sword faction. Its leader Garand Arden had always waited for an heir worthy of domain severance, a rare technique few fighters even know about. Lunia Arden, known as the genius of her generation, trained harder than anyone. Her hands were covered in calluses, but even that wasn't enough to satisfy Garand. Then her younger sister arrived, an illegitimate child brought in from outside the family. That girl picked up a sword and sparred with Lunia. Until then, Lunia had never seen her as a rival, but that match turned into something else. Alicia's childhood memory of hurting a girl, the one covered in blood, was actually Lunia. After Alicia knocked her out in their first fight, it wasn't just speed, it was something unknown to them then. Domain. That was the day Garant named little Alicia as an heir candidate too. Lunia remembers patting young Alicia on the head, while the girl happily told her she had held a sword for the first time. That memory still stays with her. She takes another sip of tea, and notices the 5 swords watching her with worry. But she wants Alicia to step into that territory, so she orders them to prepare the sword challenge. Back in her dorm, Alicia rests while Corrin watches over her. Curious, he asks how she used domain even though it should be beyond her right now. Alicia says she only pulled it off because he believed in her. Their moment gets cut off when Marty barges in. Then she notices how close they are, and the jealousy shows all over her face. Before that can go anywhere, Horan suddenly pops in through the window asking for the raw fish from earlier. Ignoring the weird reunion, Corrin warns Alicia that Lunia will likely call for a sword challenge, now that she used domain severance. Alicia panics because she's sure she'll die if she has to fight her sister. Even so, MC says he'll help on one condition. She has to train in the practice room without complaining. Alicia agrees right away. Horan and Marday just stare at them. Later that night, May is out taking a calm walk through the city, when a knife suddenly flies past and sticks into a wall. May instantly turns toward where it came from, and finds Horan there. She has no idea what this is about, but Horan says he'll buy her sushi if she's caught. Elsewhere, Lini is already struggling, because Corrin is sparring with her, their weapons crashing in the empty night street. With a grin, he says he got permission to train with the famous Wave Sword Master, Lina. The 5 masters of Alicia Dojo are Guandao Master, him, Knife Master Huaron, Flying Sword Master Dron, Gandalf Style Master Marta, and the new headmaster, Alicia Arden. They're taking on the 5 swords to build the dojo's name. By the next morning, the newspaper is already spreading news that the new Arden-style dojo beat the 5 swords in its first big move. The sword challenge was supposed to decide the pavilion master under the handling family's rules, so Corrin changes it into a dojo challenge instead. The plan is to beat the 5 swords through different martial arts matches, then let Alicia face Lunia one-on-one. Before long, both sides gather in the same hall. Martin handles the registration fee, event costs, and the rest of the setup. When Lunia arrives, the tension gets heavy as she mocks Alicia for showing up instead of running away, clearly guessing this was Corrin's plan. Then, at the protagonist's signal, Alicia nervously asks for a friendly duel as the new master of the Arden Dojo. Lunia accepts but warns her she won't hold back. Leaning by the wall, Mard watches the sisters, knowing Lunia is so strong that even as a vampire she wouldn't bet on beating her. Before the match starts, Lunia tosses Corrin a small pouch, the repair fee. Then she charges in at once, striking Alicia, who barely blocks it. The impact slams into Alicia and blasts her into the building, hard enough to destroy the upper half. Looking into her sister's eyes, Alicia remembers how much she used to admire Lunia. When Alicia first cared about swords, Lunia was her hero. At just 15, people already praised her strength. Alicia did too, but the moment Alicia first picked up a sword and cut her own sister, everything started changing. With that in mind, she keeps fighting. Lunia points her blade, and Alicia focuses. Lunia expects Alicia to step back, then move aside, but instead her sword gets thrown off. Lunia is shocked that her little sister used reverse defense. She attacks again right away, and Alicia parries. The clash throws Alicia back across the ground. When Lunia mocks her shaky footing, Alicia decides to rely on speed, vanish from sight, and strike from the shortest range using the 3rd form of lightning. But Lunia senses it and counters with Makiwaza, forcing Alicia to snap her head back just in time. By now, Alicia just wants the fight to end, so she throws both arms around Lunia and drives into her. But Lunia shoves her away, and both hit the ground. Their exchange turns fierce, and Alicia can see the domain now. This is what Lunia wanted, to see Alicia's real self, the one she kept denying. Once Alicia understands she can't win like this, both sisters enter domain severance. Marden and Corrin can't follow the fight anymore, only the huge blast that tears through the arena. When the dust hangs in the air, one fighter is down and the other is still standing, but no one can tell who yet. Alicia wins. MC had thought domain severance was her only real edge, so he taught her techniques based on Lunia's habits from his past life. That gave Alicia the one opening she needed in the domain clash, and Lunia's sword was split in two. Lunia promises that neither she nor her followers will interfere with Alicia's work again. Alicia runs over, frightened, still seeing herself as weak, and can't believe she beat Pavilion Master Lunia. She's more worried about how people will look at Lunia now than about herself. When Korin first met Lunia in his last life, she had spent all her time searching for Alicia, never knowing the real culprit was Park Siho. Lunia kept looking even up to Alicia's 3rd death anniversary. Every year she prayed for Alicia on that day. Korin used to think Lunia hated her, but Lunia says no one can deal with Alicia's pain except her. That makes him realize Lunia never forgot Alicia and never gave up on her. Even if Alicia wins like this, Lunia would still support her with a smile. Alicia is afraid of fighting, yet part of her still smiles when she does it. That's why she always avoided real battles, acted unserious, and stuck to easy jobs instead of facing Lunia. Now that she's won, she'll officially become an ardent heir, and Lunia's followers will start treating her as a threat. Alicia thinks running away would cut her bond with Lunia, but Korin says it doesn't work like that. No matter what happens, they'll always be sisters. The protagonist praises Alicia, and remembers getting beaten up by neighborhood punks. What hurt most wasn't the pain, it was being mad at himself for never fighting back. Alicia says it's weird how he's her age, but talks like someone who's been through everything. In truth, MC has memories from 14 extra years, plus the life of 30-year-old MC Locke, making him feel closer to 50. Alicia thanks him for what happened in the forest. She wants him to confirm that he was the one who saved her there. She figured it out from his voice and his belt. Feeling deeply grateful, Alicia tells him to ask for anything. Instead, he just offers his friendship. She accepts. May asks Mariette to drink his blood, or just bite his neck. Mariette says she's fine since Professor Josephine regularly gives her blood packs. Listening outside, Isabelle gets irritated by May. She knows talk like that only makes Mariette more uncomfortable. What really worries her though, is Korin Locke. He shows up, asks if Mariette's class is done, and Isabelle notes how close the first year has gotten to her lately. Then he offers Mariette some blood too. The two go inside and shut the door. That makes Isabelle wonder if they're involved, so she keeps listening through the door. Korin Locke tells Mariette he wants to build an inn on the land they got from registering the dojo, and asks her to invest. In the training room, he shows a restaurant voucher, and Isabelle recognizes it as Holy Panda. Hearing that, she gets even madder. Holy Panda is famous as a date spot, so in her eyes, he just charmed Mariette and is now asking Alicia out too. Then the protagonist starts asking how much money he has. That only makes Isabelle judge him harder. After going after 2 girls, now he's talking cash. The next day, Korin Locke asks Warren about money too, saying he found an amazing investment. At that point, Isabelle fully decides MC is a genius scammer. He already spent 97 gold coins, about 100 million won, dealing with Lunia, so Lunia considers lending him another 100 gold. Warren also has a lot of money managed by Protestants. Drone, whose wealth beats even top nobles, adds 550 gold coins and he uses it to buy the land. Right now it's just an empty field, but in the second semester, Boromei Academy from the Eastern Continent will come for a friendly exchange festival. That will be peak season for lodging, with visitors pouring in from all over the continent. Clara talks with the chairman about the overlapping problems. After that, the chairman leaves for the Catholic Church to deal with things there, and leaves this side to Clara. While checking papers that need approval, she spots Korin's name and wonders what he's doing this time. His request is for land to harvest mandrakes. The protagonist Locke and Alicia head to the testing area. He asks what she knows about mandrakes, and she says they scream when pulled out. She's right, harvesting them can wreck your ears. They put in earplugs and begin, but harvesting mandrakes is hard even with 2 people. One person has to yank the plant up, while the other quickly cuts the roots and stem to stop the screaming. Korin starts nervously, then notices Alicia didn't put her earplugs in right, and she starts foaming, so he handles it himself, yelling back at the mandrake while cutting off its stem and roots. Afterward, he snaps at Alicia for being no help. He decides to stop before reaching the silver ones, worried he'll collapse first. Mariette arrives saying it was way too loud. She asks what they're doing. Korin Locke reminds her he was harvesting mandrakes, but he and Alicia are exhausted so they're taking a break. Mariette offers to help. Then she casually starts harvesting them without earplugs, leaving both of them stunned. She says she already picked 30 at her farm this year. Since they want to make a herbal decoction, she decides to cook stew too, and asks Alicia to get rabbit meat and potatoes. When Korin asks what he should do, Mariette tells him to do nothing because she'll handle everything for him. A mandrake can be eaten raw by biting into the root, but it works better as a herbal decoction. Add up to 28 ingredients and boil it for over 10 hours, and the mandrake decoction is done. While MC Locke draws rune symbols in the sand, Mariette recognizes them and asks how he knows a dead language. He says his master taught him. Martial arts training is one thing, but this is different. These are original runes. Knowledge is power, he says, only if you know how to use it. Original runes are recovered and carved into the body. a power only one person can use. One of the final boss's goals was to claim that original rune. Corrin's master tried to leave it to him, but she died before she could. Mariette asks if his master was from the Mage Tower, and he says no, she was just a normal person. Then Mariette offers him food. She calls Doggo an ex-vampire orb and tells him to bring the food basket. Mariette thanks him for always sharing his blood. That's how she finally got a familiar. When he asks if Doggo was made from his blood, she points out that would mean half the little guy's blood is his, making him his dad. Mariette blushes, then tells him to play with Doggo, and he does. The protagonist drinks the mandrake herbal decoction. It boosts his mana recovery. It also strengthens his base stats. He shares the rest, since drinking it more than once does nothing. Then he picks up the white-silver mandrake and eats the root. That creates his aura core, the vessel needed for a knight's aura. Seeing how well the silver mandrake worked, Mariette wants him to take the gold one too, for an even bigger result. But he says he'll save that for later. When Haman Velsh sees Corrin Locke's rank result, he's shocked and wants it measured again. The others think the result looks underwhelming, and question why that's needed. But once Fairmac Daman explains how MC beat Lunia, they can barely believe it. Someone argues that raising his rank just from midterms is too much, and since promotions have rules, they decide to leave the official judgment to the association. Instructor Heyman is put in charge. Fairmac Daman still thinks even 5th rank looks too high from the raw stats alone, but Corrin Locke's duel with Lunia was too impressive not to test again. Alicia and he are in the same class, and she takes the seat next to him, Jaeger's spot. Jaeger keeps glaring at the protagonist, jealous because he's close to the person he likes most at the academy. On top of that, MC also has the super cute demon girl, and even the Sword Emperor's granddaughter around him. Professor Fairmac Daman then announces the group project. It's going to be about spearmanship. Alicia tells Corrin Locke this should be easy for him. He gets suspicious though. Fairmac Daman is a boxer, so why is he suddenly teaching spear work? He wonders if this is really a test aimed at him. As Fairmac Daman explains the assignment, a student asks if people already good at spearmanship will have an unfair edge. He says he'll balance that with bonus points, and adds that each group will have 4 members chosen at random. Corrin Locke knows exactly how group projects can go when people want a free ride. He suffered through that for 4 years as a PE major in college, and another 3 years at the academy. But this time he has Jaeger, a 3rd-ranked knight with strong physical ability and sharp judgment, Alicia, a sword prodigy with huge talent, and Horbating, who works incredibly hard. Seeing his team, Corrin realizes his old nightmare probably won't happen again. He books the training room for 3 hours and plans to teach them the theory and attributes first. Unfortunately, Corrin is way too strong, and one punch breaks the wall. They get kicked out of the room for it. During their first review for the assignment, each member is told to share honest thoughts. Alicia apologizes for how she acted the day before, and the others praise her skill. Jaeger says he still can't figure out the special spin and has no clue what path to take. Corrin arrives with juice, and since she's doing volunteer work, weekend service is required for her. Corrin asks Corrin if she knows why they failed yesterday. She says the answer is simple: they're too weak. Practice won't change that. Weak people stay weak, and strong people stay strong. The protagonist feels she might be right, but he also thinks only someone truly strong can say that. So he makes a bet. If he can force Corrin to kneel within 1 minute, she has to buy dinner. She agrees, though she says she doesn't need any reward if she wins. They begin with Jaeger's signal, and Corrin handles it well, so Corrin uses Tiger Sweeping Wind, the 2nd step. Corrin crushes that too. Then he tries the 8 trigram steps, but she still doesn't even bend. Now Corrin gets mad and warns him to dodge if he wants to live. Otherwise he'll end up in the hospital for at least 2 months. But Corrin chooses to block it. Even at full power, the impact tears some of his muscles, yet he still manages to force her to one knee. Corrin gets angry and demands a rematch. MC refuses. He already won. A few days later, after struggling a bit, he finally puts down his group's rebellion and starts properly teaching spearmanship for the presentation. Then Corrin sends a letter, saying she's sick and can't come. Corrin visits her at dinner with food and says if she eats it, she won't be sick anymore. She admits she was never sick. He tells her it took him 3 years of martial arts training to get strong enough to make her kneel. Somehow that gets through to her, and she starts eating. Corrin then gives him a notebook with the spearmanship positions and principles he asked her to write down. Then the day of the group presentation arrives. The police-led group looks ready. The professor grabs the leader's hand and activates his power. Then Fairmac Daman drops a surprise. If anyone can last 10 seconds against him, their group gets full marks. Without warning, he flips his notebook into the air and rushes the students at lightning speed, using a low ducking move with a burst of power. He puts them down with ease. Jaeger is stunned by how fast Fairmac Daman is, and Corrin realizes the professor is serious. After snatching his notebook back mid-air, Fairmac Daman tells them they're still lacking, but they did well enough for a B. Nobody argues, and he calls up the second group. Corrin hears them muttering that fighting a professor is hopeless. Their leader starts bragging about the North 9 Deadly Dragons technique, comparing it to 9 dragons in flight. But before he can finish, Fairmac Daman attacks. He mocks the flashy form, says they haven't trained it right, and gives them a C. When Group 3 is called, the protagonist steps forward as leader and says they'll show the Lan, Na, and Ja forms of 8 trigram spearmanship. Jaeger demonstrates Lan by redirecting attacks. Alicia follows with Na, pressing the enemy weapon down. Hwarshin shows Ja with an upward thrust. Seeing Hwarshin nail it, Korin quietly feels proud. MacDamon praises their clean, simple basics and calls it excellent. He gives them an A. Then he catches MC off guard by saying only he will take part in the real fight. He guesses this was planned from the start, but accepts right away. The duel starts, and MacDamon uses Jet Boost to fire off a right hook. Korin reads his stance and notices something strange. The professor is actually left-handed. He's pretending to fight right-handed, but his footing gives him away. The protagonist blocks the punch, surprising MacDamon. The other students stare in shock. Even after MacDamon changes his speed and style completely, Korin keeps blocking everything. Now MacDamon starts wondering if MC is already beyond A rank. He raises the pressure and pushes him to prove spearmanship is more than just the basics, but the protagonist suddenly stops moving and leaves everyone stunned. When MacDamon asks why he isn't attacking, Korin calmly says the 10 seconds are already up. Inside, MC figures MacDamon is suspicious. The professor fought using only his right arm to fake being right-handed, yet he saw through it immediately. Now the protagonist wonders what conclusion MacDamon will reach. MacDamon turns to Group 3 and says their plain, perfect basics are the real secret arts. He upgrades their score to an A+, and the group celebrates. Then he asks Korin to speak with him alone, saying it's only a conversation. In private, MacDamon asks if MC is a 5th rank knight, and MC confirms it. MacDamon says his skill is above that level. He smugly agrees, though he knows his weak spirit sense still keeps him from hunting top ghosts unless the conditions are right. MacDamon explains that the Knight faculty recently reviewed the protagonist's case. They want him tested again through special missions. His results will decide whether his rank changes. The best outcome is a promotion to semi-first rank because of his unusual achievements. Korin likes the idea, since higher rank means more mission choices. Students usually wait until second year for that, but he may get it early. He accepts and asks what he has to do. MacDamon hands him a list of 4 semi-first rank missions. MC has to clear 2 of them alone, 1 monster hunt and 1 evil spirit hunt. He feels the weight of it, but gets ready. Soon, he meets Professor Herman. As fog rolls in, Herman talks about his younger days hunting monsters in places like this. He plays along saying the stories should keep things fun, which makes Herman happy. The protagonist's first target is a twin-headed ogre in the western mountains outside the city. It's strong but still young, so its rank was lowered from first rank to semi-first. Herman also warns that it keeps 3 longhounds and a few hunting dogs. MC decides a direct assault would be a bad idea. Herman agrees and reminds him that guardians are judged on strategy, not just strength. When they reach the ogre's cave, Korin knows Herman and the nearby association staff won't interfere unless his life is in danger, and if they do, he fails the test. Herman tells him to begin with his analysis. He studies the signs and confirms the ogre moves together with the hounds. From the footprints, he figures out there are 3 long hounds. Herman keeps testing his knowledge and plans, and the protagonist answers with confidence. At the end, he says he'll use the one thing humanity was given in this fight. Herman asks what he means, and Korin taps his head. With a grin, he says the ogre and its hounds are unlucky because he's very good at using it. Some demonic creatures claim fixed places in the world, and this forest has one of them as its ruler. A twin-headed ogre reigns over the woods like a tyrant, treating the whole place as its kingdom. The longhounds realize a female and her pup are missing. They track the marks on the ground and find that an intruder dragged the female away. Once they figure that out, the ogre flies into a rage over its lost underling. The longhounds pick up her scent and search the forest with the ogre. Sure, the intruder is about to pay. Then the longhounds hear the missing female whining nearby. They rush in to help her, but logs come crashing down on them, forcing them to scatter. After finding a spot they think is safe, they stop there, only to be blown apart by Kanaz. Seeing his pawns die, the ogre burns with anger. Fire closes in on him, and more logs drop toward him, but traps that small can't really hurt him. Still, even after avoiding them, he doesn't realize this is only the start. The twin-headed ogre is a born hunter. One head has sharp eyes, the other a strong sense of smell. Tracking should have been easy, but the forest is packed with trails and scents. The ogre assumes the intruder was too stupid to hide them. It even thinks losing to someone like that is embarrassing. But with so many fake traces, the ogre can't find its prey on the first day. When it tries again, it gets hit by a Hagalaz ambush. Without its 2 heads, that attack might have killed it. It escapes with only a few hail cuts, but every time it tries to sleep, more hail falls. After a while it starts ignoring it, until the falling hail turns into burning rocks that scorch its body. Even after taking all that punishment, it still can't catch its target. Then on the 3rd day, the ogre finally realizes the hunter has become the hunted, and its fury explodes. That's when Korin calls out, saying it ends here. The ogre lunges at him and MC leaps up too, right into the path of the coming strike. Even so, he cleanly avoids the attack and chains one move after another onto the ogre. At last, the ogre is knocked out. Korin yawns, annoyed he never even had to use aura after filling his aura core. Once he confirms the ogre is done, he wonders if Marie is handling her part. 3 days earlier, the protagonist asked Marie how much she trusted him. She joked that if he said he could make kimchi from potatoes, she'd still believe him. Then he asked how far she was willing to go with him. Caught off guard, she still answered with full energy, until the very end. Corin then explains his plan and says he needs both her and Alicia. Marie barely hears the rest. The moment Alicia's name comes up, she asks why Alicia has to be involved. Even though Marie is a veteran guardian and a special vampire, she's still a young girl, and MC's wording makes her heart race for all the wrong reasons. She realizes this crush is becoming a bigger problem than she thought. Even so, she knows he is always a step ahead, whether he's saving her or helping Alicia. Still, her one-sided feelings for him take over. Mages want academy professor jobs for more than access to the Merkaba Great Library. They also want the huge research building on the west side, where sealed special monsters are kept. Professor Aaron Danwa and Fermac study a wild boar that swallowed an iron mine mole, along with the runes carved into it. Fermac asks Aaron Danoa if her work is based on the alpha traits of special entities. She says she wanted to write a paper on how the special demon tribe affects low-rank creatures through unique alpha energy. So he asks if all he has to do is carve a rune into this monster. She says yes and adds that she's glad to have his help, while he complains that dead languages are tough to use in real combat. Just as he starts bragging, Aaron Danoa tells him a special volunteer vampire has arrived, and Marie walks in, the first boss for the next phase, set against the second boss, the King of the Iron Mine. The Haunted House mission is normally a basic quest available in the game's second semester. To clear it, you have to survive attacks from flying household objects, defeat the first-rank evil spirit haunting the house, and destroy the hidden magic circle in the basement. Corin usually can't sense spirits, but in this place he can. Sabantia is possessing the training room's magic tools. It's a Geist-type haunting, where a spirit takes over a home and gives objects real physical force, enough that simple holy rules won't stop them. The trick is to cut the stalk and top with a spear to sever the root, then charge through the terrace window with the spear pointed forward while avoiding the flying glass. Once inside, jump and slash 3 times after breaking the clock, then destroy the nails in the stairs and floor and keep moving. Step on the middle of the carpet to break through to the basement. There, block the attacking table, scrape the magic circle to weaken its telekinesis, then use a candlestick and your spear with Kenaz plus Hagalaz, and run back upstairs while dodging everything. When the attacks finally stop, all the carved rune magic will go off at once. Then you can leave the house and let it burn. Haman asks how Corin cleared the magic cave when even 2 second-rank mages failed. It was the last trick left behind by a legendary streamer. Then he congratulates the protagonist, and recognizes him as semi-first rank. To celebrate, he takes him out to eat in Sar. The moment he hears Sar, MC realizes it's the raw fish place tied to the real reason he came to this region. They head outside together. On the way, Corin spots Dioku tailing them, and feels relieved. 88 years ago, in the polar north, that peninsula was packed with natural resources, especially iron. Then the miners saw a giant boar devour the mine. That beast became known as the King of the Iron Mountain. The next morning, Alicia rushes to the 4th basement level of the testing facility, just like he asked. A few days earlier, Alicia had called Mariette down to the 1st floor. Mariette asked Alicia to try the elixir first, so she could make sure it was safe. Alicia drinks it, and loves the taste. That makes Mariette happy. Her experiment worked. After that, she tells Alicia about the King of the Iron Mountain, now sealed inside the testing facility. Aaron asks Mariette what separates special demons from monsters, and Mariette says it's powers like domination. Aaron agrees and explains that some demons, called alpha entities, give off a different kind of energy and are much stronger. They can control their own kind, not other demons, but some specials can command any weaker demon. Mariette remembers fleeing the hunting grounds and having monsters offer their blood to ease her thirst. Still, she tells Aaron it felt more like they were acting out of fear than true domination. So Aaron breaks the species down into 3 groups: monsters, evil spirits, and demi-humans. Mariette asks if her alpha traits could let her command other demi-humans too. Aaron says that needs more study, and she doubts it, since demi-humans may even be smarter than humans. Then Aaron brings up fang boars for a test, and asks Mariette to see whether her alpha traits work on a special monster. In theory, that could mean humans might control most monsters and evil spirits. Mariette is pleased to be trusted like a real mage. When Aaron asks if she made the elixir taste good, she confirms it. Aaron then tells her to dominate the boars. Mariette makes them come out of their cages and stop on command, but when she orders them to lie down, they don't understand. Aaron says lower-rank monsters are too dumb for this, so she asks Fermac Demon to loosen the king's seal. He releases only the 1st seal. Aaron announces that the 1st, 3rd, and 7th resistance circles are active, then orders the chains on the 4th and 6th seals reinforced, and the boars suddenly attack. Mariette stops them, and Aaron wonders if they're losing control because all the test subjects are boars. Then, Monster A-107 breaks out of its cage. It's a manticore. Mariette fires blood spears at it. Fermac Damon joins her, but the monster is too strong. A lab assistant rushes in, warning that more monsters are breaking free, and everyone needs to evacuate. Aaron orders the large-scale anti-monster circles and sealing magic activated and tells them to reseal the king. But the magic circles and seals don't respond. Then the king snaps the chains and breaks loose. Back in Sayre, Korin and the others enjoy a feast to celebrate his rise to semi-first rank. He asks for soju, gets rejected because he's still a third-year minor, and looks crushed. So the protagonist quotes an Eastern saying that drinking should be learned from adults, and asks Heyman to be that adult for him. Heyman folds under MC's pleading eyes. The second Heyman starts pouring. Korin's eyes light up with pure greed. Then a bark cuts in. Heyman looks around, confused. He nearly cries at Dufku's awful timing. He was about to have his first drink in ages. Back at the facility, the king is fully free. Fairmac Daman tells Mariette they'll block it together. She tries to stop the king with Crystal Lance magic, but it shatters on impact. Mariette can't understand how it hit with so little effect. Fairmac Daman still thanks her and charges the king himself. His attack also does no damage. Then the king uses a rune, Thuri Saz Fehu, to strike Fairmac Daman. The blast throws him into a wall and smashes it apart. Mariette starts panicking for both him and the failing barrier system. At that same moment, every caged monster breaks free. Alarms echo through the floor as the enraged monsters rush in. Code Veronica is activated, ordering all workers to evacuate, while security turns on every magic circle available and deploys the spirit golems. The golem team moves out, the interception system kicks in, and they stand in the monsters' way. Aaron declares that the monsters cannot be allowed to escape the testing facility. Worse still, some of them are first-ranked demonic beasts, including a poisonous dragon and King Herent. The golems fight back, but there are simply too many monsters. As things get worse, Aaron calls for support. Without magic circles, they can't stop the stronger beasts, and if those monsters get outside the academy, it's over. She even approves repeated lightning strikes in the shared zone. Budget or no budget. The lightning system activates and starts blasting the monsters. When one gets close to Aaron, someone cuts it down and remarks that their employer's foresight is getting scary. Aaron turns toward the voice and is stunned to see Dron. Asked why he's here, he casually calls it a field trip. Then Dron draws the monsters toward himself, pulling them away from Aaron. He charges in and starts cutting through them. The dragon beast roars and breathes fire, so Dron brings all 5 swords together. Using debris fusion, Cranel Luden builds a golem out of scrap to fight the monsters. Cranel jumps with joy. The tricks Korin taught him finally work. A few days earlier, the protagonist drilled him hard, telling him stamina is power, then taught him golem magic and gave him a book. Cranel found the technique there, and in return, the protagonist asked for today's field trip. The golem clashes with the dragon, but still gets pushed back, making them wonder if it's because the monster is first rank. Then Eula uses root supplementation and makes a wooden junk golem too. She wonders how Korin knew all this ahead of time and taught her before it happened. Aaron then notices the poisonous dragon moving toward the 3rd floor. Alicia rushes in, defeats it fast, and lets out a breath. Aaron is relieved to see every student who showed up is at least a 2nd-rank knight or mage. She's grateful, until she asks why they're all here, and they all answer the same way: field trip. Since no one mentions Korin, his plan to stay officially absent from the academy is working perfectly. The blood barrier realm activates, and everyone is glad they prepared it in advance by following MC's instructions and keeping the king from reaching the surface. Then the king suddenly charges. As Mariette activates her magic, she warns the others not to drop their guard. She's a special just like that monster. King Herent is a first-rank monster, the kind that feels like it came out of a movie. Everything around it breaks as it moves, and even Dron calls for help. At the control panel, Cranel Luden grabs the lever and calls out to Yule. Using spirit golem bombs, Korin's method, and Yule's mana, they patch the golem's joints together and send it against Herent. Cranel tells Yule the plan: blow all 5 bombs absorbed by the spirit golems at once and release a huge burst of mana. So the 2 of them push forward, making their golems battle the monsters. Meanwhile, in the port city, Korin heads to the haunted house. He knocks on the door. An old woman answers, and he introduces himself as an academy student sent from abroad. Since his assignment kept him from attending mass, he asks to use her prayer room. Once inside, he tries to recall what he knows. From memory, the marker and its reaction are even stronger than he expected. Alicia is shocked by the dragon. She's never faced anything like it. Even so, she decides to take it on alone. Mariette stops her and says Korin told her to make sure Alicia doesn't use that power. Alicia thinks the protagonist must have seen something in her, which is why he wants her to hold back. Still, she wonders if she can really do it. Meanwhile, Mariette attacks the dragon while Alicia ends up on the ground, unable to beat it. That only convinces Mariette that Korin was right. Alicia can't defeat the demonic pig yet. The dragon became that demonic pig after eating the oldest steel. Because of that, it has complete resistance to both physical and magic attacks. Countless heroes died trying to kill it, and none of them succeeded. But MC gave Mariette this job, so she has to pull it off no matter what. She struggles, but keeps fighting the demonic pig. This battle is only possible because Mariette is a special. Aaron realizes she's watching a moment that could go down in history, and can't hide her mix of awe and fear. The students keep fighting to stop the demonic beast from leaving the testing facility, but everyone can feel the pressure. Then, Dewuku shows up. Alicia is still struggling because she refuses to use the domain severance that could kill the dragon. So she tries to think like Korin. What would he do here? Her answer is simple: dodge, then cut. Using that, she wins without relying on domain severance. Right then, he arrives and praises her for doing well. Korin figures that if the king's hair was the poisonous dragon, then it should be somewhere nearby, but all that's left is its fluid. Alicia never thought the protagonist would make it. She quickly reports on the demonic pig, and since Mariette is still holding it back, she wants to go help. The girl with glasses asks why MC dragged her all the way here from the church. He says he needs her help watching the demonic pig, and she's confused. Why focus on that one when there are so many monsters? The answer seems tied to what he told Mariette earlier: feed the testing facility. Monsters stones carved with rune magic, and once they've eaten enough, offer them food as the excuse. The whole plan was to wipe them out with rune resonance. Once the silver spear made from the rune stone triggered that resonance, it could hit everything at once. Then Korin takes Alicia back with him to finish off the dragon. After the resonance blast, only about 30 mid to upper rank monsters were still standing, and the special demonic pig was one of them. Now the famous heroes of Horin had all gathered here, the same people who would one day save the world. Korin asks Marie if she's okay, and she says yes. So they move in again, and the counterattack starts. The protagonist can tell this team is stacked, but no one feels safe yet because of what they're facing. The King of the Iron Mountain had crushed everything in its path, showing no mercy to anyone. Alicia tells everyone to spread out as the monster that devours everything comes forward. Korin orders Crenel to keep attacking the demonic pig no matter what. He tells Yoel to grow the plants and hold it down somehow, while everyone else fans out. But the beast is so strong their attacks barely do anything. MC then tells Dron to circle around it with both magic swords. Dron knows his employer never moves without a careful plan, so as a mercenary, he follows the order. His other weapons, the Flame Blade and the Lightning Blade, were upgraded with top-grade mana stones and given to him after the Marie Martin incident. Even with all that firepower, the monster still takes no damage. Korin figures out the King of the Iron Mountain has a common defense pattern. Physical and magic damage need to be split. That traces back to one of the original runes, the 8 texts needed to go to paradise. Its imperfect power works through the fur. Red blocks physical attacks, blue blocks magic, and the hidden trump card is the gold fur. He tells Yuel and Crenel to hang on no matter what, and if they lose hold, grab it again. Dron attacks from mid-range, while he and Alicia stay in the back. The main offense is left to Alicia and Marie, while Korin tells Marie to keep moving around his lead. He warns everyone not to think about what comes after. This is a short fight. They need to throw in everything they have if they want to win. Yuel and Crenel keep pressing the attack, but the monster slips away. So the protagonist tells Dron to repeat the same attack pattern as before, since it worked. This time, the hit lands even cleaner. The fur stops changing, and stays red, but that was bait. It pretends to shift into blue, the magic-resistant form, just to lure Alicia in. Then the dragon fires a destructive light, a Titan rune blast that destroys anything coming near it. The hit sends Alicia flying. Korin tells Marie to recover the Blood Spear orb, then charges in himself. He calls for Marie to use Blood Spear again, figuring the beast used blue fur to block magic before. The king starts laughing, pleased with itself, like this always ends the same way. Its hidden ace is 5 minutes of invincibility. When that starts, nobody can stop it. The king rushes forward. Korin yells for everyone to run because for the next 5 minutes nothing they do will work. The problem is there's nowhere left to run. The king keeps laughing as it corners them, and even magic can't stop it. Then comes the gold fur, the final phase of the King of the Mountain. With no trick left to use, Alicia steps in with the Aiden-style single blade and lands a domain slash that deals heavy damage. MC praises her, saying a well-trained Alicia is worth more than 10 party members. She's still worried about what happens if it starts moving again, but Korin tells her this is where Madame takes over. Josephine asks him how he recovered that much magic so fast. He explains the gold pattern is powerful, but once it breaks, the original rune can't be used for a while. Marie is ready too. The protagonist asks Professor Josephine to hold her back. At last, the demonic pig of the Dingle Peninsula meets its end, and the origin light leaving its body as it falls apart is something no spearman would miss. That light comes from the 8 texts needed to go to paradise, a remnant from the divine age that can't be destroyed, though the runestones holding it sometimes can. 88 years ago, a boar on the Dingle Peninsula swallowed one of those runestones, and no one ever thought to remove it. But on this day, the demonic pig was released and finally defeated, and the runestone inside it shattered. So the question is, where did that lost original rune go? The answer is simple. It drifts to the nearest runestone, wandering until it settles, and now it has reached its destination. Korin entered the academy 10 years ago for this very reason, hiding as a professor and waiting for the King of the Iron Mountain. The beast was beaten by academy students in a pathetic end. It had been sealed for 80 years, so of course it had weakened. All it had to do was leave the academy. Then Fairmac arrives. The Fifth tells him that since his master cast aside Fairmac's line, that makes Emphi his martial uncle, so he should show some respect. Fairmac realizes he has figured out who he is. He adds that he can't return to the origin, which isn't something an ordinary student should know. That makes Fermac suspect Josephine told him. Fermac gets angry and calls the protagonist his enemy. Even with his 6-step spearmanship, all his plans have been blocked, and now MC stands right in his way. Fermac is the famous top-ranked knight, the one behind the unsealing of the King of the Iron Mountain, the final boss of Part 2, one of the 4 executives, and someone tied to the King of Paradise. His power is at least on the level of Lunia. Fermac looks at him and asks, "Do you really think a little talent is enough to face me?" He knows how to end a fight fast. Corrin activates the Rune of Sun Sawilo, the natural enemy of shadow users. Shadow magic needs darkness to exist, just like water magic needs moisture and fire magic needs air. The protagonist had already engraved the Rune of Sun over the last 20 days, using the isolated lot with limited access. In the hidden place connected to the testing facility basement, he got everything ready before anyone else. Corrin tells Fermac he came fully prepared. Then they clash, with MC attacking first with the radio, but Fermac dodges it. He follows up with Returning Heavens. As they fight, the protagonist asks if he's still pretending to be a professor. Fermac says he's been doing it for 10 years, so it's become second nature. Corrin warns him that no matter what he tries here, it ends in death. Fermac admits he can't finish this battle now, and says he'll kill MC next time. MC still wants him gone from the city fast, because if Fermac escapes, he'll use space magic to shake off even Madame Josephine. Both of them have engraved the commandment, so they have no choice but to accept the duel. That's why he came alone. Even the prison rule says the duel must stay one-on-one. And by sacred law, they must share their real names. Fermac is the King of Paradise, Tate's Valtazar, while Corrin is Aaron Donoa's first spear. Win or lose, the result of this duel will be the same. Both fighters get into position. Following the sacred rules, they reveal their names to each other. On one side stands the King of Paradise, Tate's Valtazar, known here as Fermac. On the other is Aaron Donoa's first spear, Corrin. Then the system backup displays the 3 commandments of the duel. First is duty, second is restraint, and third is the oath to save the world. It also shows their styles. Fermac is a close-range fist fighter, while the protagonist's spear works both near and far. MC opens with a string of attacks like Calamity Serpent Intent and Slithering Serpent, refusing to let Fermac close in. Fermac waits for the moment. Corrin has to recover his spear so he can rush in for an attack, but he saw that coming long ago. The protagonist leaps during close combat, and Fermac mistakes it for an opening, waiting for him to land before striking. Instead, MC bursts forward with infinite Returning Heavens, then follows with Chaos Spear. Fermac is impressed by his speed, and the 7 straight attacks he throws while still in the air. The instant Corrin lands and starts another move, Fermac fires back with a heavy punch. Even with his arm cut and bleeding, Fermac refuses to give up the attack because he needs to close the distance. He rushes in with Meteor Strike, and the protagonist realizes Fermac may be saving everything for one final blow. MC tries to block that last attack so he can make his move, but in that split second, he sees the truth. Fermac was never aiming for him. He was going for his spear, and he catches it. Then he throws it away, driving it deep into a tree. Fermac mocks Corrin, asking what he plans to do now without his spear. The protagonist rushes to get it back, only to realize it's stuck too deep to pull free. Fermac attacks with a southpaw flicker jab, but Corrin shocks him by blocking it with hand-to-hand martial arts. He makes it clear he didn't just train with the spear, he drilled the basics of close combat too. MC strikes back with 8 trigrams raised palms and 3 piercing palms. Even Fermac sounds almost surprised. He points out that his punches do nothing. He trained hand-to-hand on top of his spear skills, but Damon only ever sharpened his body for close combat. Damon answers with a non-stop barrage, mixing attacks from different ranges. After landing hit after hit, Damon thinks Corrin has lost the will to keep fighting. He moves in for one last blow to finish it for good, but the protagonist suddenly stops it with his spear. Damon is stunned. MC took those hits on purpose just to get back within reach of his spear and pull it free. Once armed again, Corrin rushes Damon with another string of attacks. Damon can't hide his surprise and admits the fight has swung against him again. He mocks him, saying even after getting smacked around, he still talks like a teacher. Ready to end it, Damon summons the Shadow Citadel. It brings out a dark piece of paradise filled with demons. Damon brags that now Corrin can't escape either the demons or his fists. The protagonist just laughs. He still has one card left. From his bag he pulls out a golden mandrake. Its scream can't be shut out by magic, not even by shadow demonic beasts. Damon snaps back, asking if Corrin really thinks a cheap trick like that will save him. Grinning, MC says Damon is the one who's going to die here. He taunts Damon once the beasts are gone. What's his plan while the mandrake keeps screaming? He says his regeneration and tolerance will let him adapt and live through it. Then he asks how long Damon can keep enduring that noise. Calling him a coward, Damon summons 12 shadow servants. He says the protagonist's odds dropped to 0 the moment he stepped into the shadow fortress. Damon attacks together with a shadow demon, and the creature grabs Corrin. MC breaks free with returning demonic spear. Damon keeps pressing in, using his demons to pile on combo attacks. Annoyed, he reminds him this was supposed to be one-on-one. Then he rips off his shirt, and a bright light bursts from him, wiping out the shadow servants. Damon is shocked to see sun runes carved all over Corrin's body. The servants can't even get close. He thinks the protagonist is crazy for setting his own body ablaze with those sun runes. MC tells him to drop the cheap tricks and settle this in a pure one-on-one fight with everything he has. At that moment he feels it. Damon is his arch enemy. Damon uses a dangerous skill called 6-step Sura, which burns the aura core to boost power and speed. Korin answers with 6-step Spearman Sura, showing he can use it too. Now both warriors go all out, clashing in a brutal exchange. In one instant, Korin drives his spear through Damon's heart and wins. That victory brings back a memory of facing Fermac again, after losing to him in the second part. Back then, the protagonist and his friends were trapped in a nightmare, a hell inside paradise. Damon, an evil king, tried to bring that hell into the world. That led to countless deaths, including MC's friends. Now he feels relief, because this time he killed Fermac Damon and changed the outcome. Afterward, he searches Damon's body for the Leathale, one of the 4 secret treasures guarded by the druids. He doesn't find the Leathale, but he does discover an original rune on Fermac Damon. Korin swears he won't let Tate's Valtazar get that rune. Valtazar wants all 8 original runes to bring Shadow Paradise into this world. Looking down at Damon's corpse, the protagonist wonders why Damon and Valtazar had to drag innocent people into their revenge. He understands their rage at the world, but not what they chose to do with it. Then MC collapses from his terrible injuries. He thought regeneration and tolerance had made him used to pain, but he still blacks out. For defeating the great evil Fermac Damon, Korin earns a map to Findia's son, one of the 4 secret treasures. Even so, he cares more about the golden mandrake and the runes. When he wakes up, he finds himself being carried on Alicia's back, and he asks how the cleanup is going. Alicia says Professor Dane is handling it, though she's upset Drown already left. She explains that UL and the others were the ones who found the protagonist. The protagonist curses Drone, saying he knows nothing about loyalty, but Drone had warned them from the start that their bond was only business. Before MC can ask about the rune and the golden mandrake, Alicia cuts in and says both are safe. MC is weirded out that she guessed that, since he doesn't think she's that smart. That sets Alicia off. She reminds him she's the one carrying him, and could drop him any time. He quickly thanks her for saving his life. Alicia then brings up Domain Severance, saying she never would have beaten the King of the Iron Mountain without the protagonist. She realizes that during the group work and the mandrake potion making, Korin had actually been drawing runes. He was preparing for this fight the whole time. With tears in her eyes, Alicia says there was nothing wrong with fighting together. So why did he have to face Damon alone? MC answers that it was better if fewer people died. Once his friends hear about the battle and his injuries, they decide to visit him in the hospital. They head into his room with snacks, planning to cheer him up and keep him company. Instead, they find 3 beautiful women caring for Korin and feeding him. He spots them and smiles, asking why they brought snacks when he's already full. That makes his friends burn with rage. They instantly wonder why they even bothered coming. Meanwhile, the girls chat about how rare it is for them all to gather with Korin. They suggest playing a game, and even invite his friends to join. Hearing that, the guys start crying tears of joy over finally getting attention from the girls, and they start blessing the protagonist. Then someone knocks. Everyone wonders if another guest was expected, and one of MC's friends goes to check who it is. He opens the door, freezes, and asks what brings them here. He calmly says they came just as he expected. He was going to meet them himself anyway. The visitors are Chairman Iryu Kassar, known publicly as the head of Merkaba Academy, and Professor Josephine. Iryu asks about his condition. Korin says he's doing better, and it was time to show a few more of his cards. Iryu apologizes for sending his friends out because they need to discuss something confidential. The protagonist says he understands. She adds that they have many questions, since this incident can't be brushed aside the way they did with Marie. MC reveals that Fermac Damon was a spy. Neither of them look surprised. He realizes Iryu and Josephine already knew about Damon's betrayal. They just don't know the full story. So he tells them, Fermac Damon was a disciple of Tate's Baltazar. Josephine doesn't buy it. So Korin lists the techniques Damon used, and says he knows those same moves too. That shocks Josephine, and she demands to know if the protagonist is also one of Baltazar's disciples. MC gets out of bed, and tells them they don't need to fear him. He also says he isn't sharing this, so the chairman can move right away. Then he says the chairman standing here is only a spare body, while her real one is in the castle, and likely too weak to appear. Iryu is left wondering how he knows that. The protagonist warns them again. Baltazar is alive, and stronger than ever. He says Iryu's hesitation 80 years ago helped make that happen. Holding up the runestone, MC explains, the origin was scattered across the world after Baltazar's betrayal. Iryu only recovered 2 pieces, and even those would have been lost without MC. He adds that the 4 secret treasures of Manhwa, including Leafaule, the Stone of Fate, are likely already in Baltazar's hands. He says that once the coronation happens, Baltazar won't be called a usurper anymore, and Iryu should know exactly what that means. Then the protagonist calls the chairman by her real name, Erin Dema, stunning her. He finally understands why Josephine, even after 80 years, never became chairman herself. Instead, every past chairman was just a runestone body of Erin Dema, made to watch over the world. Iryu asks Korin what he plans to do, He answers that they both want the same thing. That is MC's commandment, and he says he'll gladly become her first spear. He's even willing to be treated like a dog if that's what it takes to protect the world. Eryu Kasar reminds him she's the adult, and it's her job to protect children like him, not the other way around. But Korin calls her Danua again and says he hasn't forgotten her kind sacrifice for him. Now it's his turn to protect her. Back at the castle, Danua talks with Josephine, still unsure about letting him choose to protect her. She can't believe Baltazar is still alive, and she doesn't know whether the protagonist can be trusted. So Eryu tells Josephine to keep watching MC for now, just in case. She can't make this choice based only on personal feelings, because her duty is far bigger than that. After all, Korin could still be lying about everything. What Eryu can't understand is why he looked at her with such sad eyes. Later, Merkaba Academy holds its summer break ceremony. The students' ranks are reassigned based on their performance, and these new ranks are official ones recognized by the Guardian Association. The students are praised for all the work they put in this semester. Then the chairman begins announcing the new ranks, starting with the second-year magic class valedictorian. Marie Mardunareff is promoted to semi-special rank. Despite everything she went through, Marie showed strong will and helped stop a major incident in the testing ward, even after becoming a vampire. Marie had earned this by helping Professor Dana's research, and becoming a vampire greatly boosted her mana. She also held back the King of Iron Mountain, and saved a lot of people. Because of that, raising her rank was the only choice. When Chairman Eryu Kasar said it, the students burst into cheers, calling Mariette the youngest semi-special rank guardian ever. Everyone was excited to see history being made. Yahello Kasar then moves on to the others who helped stop the test ward incident. The students are stunned. They had no idea who else was involved. Even though the Iron Mountain King case was famous, most of the truth was hidden, including the king's existence and Fairmac Damon's betrayal. Yahello Kasar calls out Cranel and Uel from Magic class, Alicia and Drone from Night class, and finally Korin. For what they did in the test ward incident, Cranel, Uel, Alicia and Drone are promoted to semi-first rank. Then Yahello Kasar announces that the protagonist, who started as a 5th rank guardian, will jump all the way to 1st rank because of his outstanding results and incredible achievements. His promotion was backed by Yahello Kasar, Professor Josephine, and Professor Heyman Welsh. The whole crowd is left speechless, since Korin had only been a 5th rank guardian, and now, in just one semester, he reached 1st rank. MC figures, there was another reason he got promoted so high. The upper, not just his proven talent. Still, that part doesn't matter much to him. What matters are the perks of 1st rank, knighthood and authority over other guardians. If this followed the game, he wouldn't have reached this point until 3rd year. Even in his last life, he barely got here in 2nd year. Korin smiles, knowing this lets him gather all the strongest players under him. Afterward, his friends meet outside and talk about their summer plans. Some are going home, some have internships, and others want to go adventuring. Alicia looks down because her grandfather is calling her back home, then asks him if he's heading home too. Korin tells her those plans are off. Nervously, Alicia asks him to come with her since she'd be scared traveling alone. That catches him off guard. But it makes sense for Alicia. Since nothing went wrong there in the game either, the protagonist agrees to join her next time. Just then, Mariette runs over shouting MC's name. Later, he and Alicia are on a train, when a group of semi-first rank thugs tries to hijack it. Korin and Mariette walk in, chatting like nothing's happening, which quickly annoys the thug leader. He points his sword at them and orders both of them to raise their hands. The protagonist lifts one hand straight into an uppercut that sends the guy flying out of the train. Then he asks the rest if this is what they meant by raising his hands, leaving them frozen in fear. Later, Korin is in Merkaba Academy's library. He's reading a book called Grimoire, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration. It tells of a hero who finds a dying warrior on a battlefield, still standing after tying himself to a rock with his own intestines. The hero asks if he should end his suffering, but the warrior only asks for water and says he'd be grateful. Moved by his toughness, the hero brings him water from a nearby lake. The moment the warrior drinks it, his body fully regenerates. Korin shuts the book, thinking it got way too intense. Then a student being used by Duke Sabanzia approaches him and asks about his castle in the south. MC says the castle is still there. The Duke tells him that if he ever visits, he should search the office. There may be something important inside. MC asks what it is, but the Duke says he never found it, even in his past life, so he will have to discover it himself. He praises the protagonist's courage and humility, saying the protagonist could have run away but chose to stay, and for that he has his respect. After thanking MC for telling him about his wife and daughter, the Duke leaves the student's body. Back in the present, he and Mariette arrive in the south. The protagonist decides to travel with her since she's from the area, and this also gives him a chance to visit the Duke's castle. The station master thanks both of them for saving everyone from the thugs. He gives MC a reward, and MC happily takes it. On the way, Korin gets hungry, and Mariette offers to show him some good places to eat. When he asks if she really knows the area that well, Mariette says she comes here often, and can help him buy whatever he needs. She shows him the entrance to the South Plains, and explains that carriages to Left City, the biggest city in the south, take 8 hours. He immediately hates the sound of that, So Mariette brings him to a transfer station called the Wyvern Landing Zone. Corin used these in his past life. Wyverns are faster and more comfortable than carriages, but they cost a lot. Even Park, his old partner, hated paying for them. The protagonist asks if renting one costs at least 30 silver coins for a one-way trip. Mariette says no. Her family arranged a different wyvern. At her home, the staff is already preparing for her return, since she's basically the family's princess. The Freisvelger arrives, and Corin and Mariette get off. A crowd of staff welcomes Mariette back, and congratulates her on her break, and her semi-first rank promotion. Seeing all this, MC asks if her family is involved in farming, and just how large it is. Mariette says the scale is 2 million, and he is already shocked, but she quickly corrects his assumption about the unit. It's not Pyong, her family owns 2 million hectares. Hearing that, Corin realizes that's about 6 billion Pyong. He quickly understands that Mariette's family is a huge name in the south. That explains why he kept seeing the Mardunaref name everywhere. Salons, grocery stores, the post office, farming groups, even the wrestling association. Once inside the Mardunaref estate, the protagonist asks why she never told him she was rich. Mariette says it's her parents' money, but the protagonist knows that's exactly what rich people always say. The family butler, Paul, laughs and points out that as the eldest daughter, Mariette will inherit it all anyway. Corin starts wondering who this man is. While Mariette greets him, Paul asks for her luggage, then notices MC. Mariette introduces MC as her junior, but Paul immediately starts talking like he is the future son-in-law of the Mardunara family, leaving him embarrassed. When the protagonist asks about the Duke's castle, Mariette tells him Count Cassius bought it. MC remembers Cassius as a traitor from the archipelago in his past life. He was a terrible man who wouldn't let them into the castle until they caught the sea serpent. Corin remembers fighting that monster day and night with Park, just to earn permission to enter the Duke's castle. Dreading that mess again, he's relieved when Mariette says she already talked to Count Cassius, and he gladly invited them to his party on Friday. He nearly tears up at how easily this quest might be cleared now. In his past life, he had to work like a dog just to get Cassius to say yes. So to the protagonist, Mariette looks like a godsend. Mariette asks him to go shopping with her the next day for the party, and he agrees. The next day, Corin gets a crash course in shopping as Mariette buys him a suit for 3 gold coins, a necklace and shoes for 6, everyday clothes for 4, and plenty more. She pays for everything with a blank check, and MC can only stare, thinking this kind of money could buy real estate back in Seoul. He starts wondering if Mariette plans to turn him into her servant. When she tries to take him somewhere else, he gets nervous and tries to stop her from buying even more. Then they head to a smith shop. The shopkeeper greets Mariette and gives her the item she ordered. She hands it to the protagonist and says it's made from the same mineral as Alicia's odachi. It's an unbreakable stone, something even the academy doesn't have. The second the protagonist holds it, he realizes it won't crack even inside a domain like refined silverstone does. Since it isn't even sold on the market, he can't believe she got one. More than all her other gifts, this makes him truly happy because it's the special material used for Sword Emperor Garandarden's hidden piece. Mariette tells him that if he coats his spear with it, he'll be able to use it inside a domain without trouble. This is her last gift to MC, and seeing how thrilled he is makes Mariette happy too. He thanks her for the stone. That night, back at the Mardunaref home, Corin joins Mariette and her parents for dinner, which is the usual thing to do when visiting a friend's house. Mariette asks him to sit beside her, and her mother, Mrs. Mary Dunaref, compliments his looks and warmly invites him to sit. The protagonist bows respectfully to greet her mother and starts toward the table, but Mariette's father stops him. Before MC can sit there, he says he has a question to ask. Mariette's father suddenly asks if Corin is a virgin, leaving him speechless. Mariette and her mother explode at him for asking something so strange. She tells him to ignore her dad and sit down, but her father stops the protagonist again, saying any future son-in-law of the Mariette Dunaref family must be a virgin. The whole room breaks into another argument, and the protagonist can already tell this dinner won't be easy. Once they sit, Mariette's dad makes one thing clear: his daughter is off limits. As he keeps going on about MC not marrying Mariette, she slams him into the table. He groans that she really takes after her mother, and Mariette shuts him up before he can say more nonsense. While Mariette drags her father out, he complains that he's only trying to protect his daughter. She cuts him off again. After that, Mariette's mother apologizes for her husband, and Corin still finds the whole family warm and funny. She says she had wanted to meet him for a long time, after hearing so much in Mariette's letters. Then Mariette's mother bows her head and thanks him. The protagonist says he only did what he could, and what matters most to him is Mariette's happiness. Hearing that, Mariette's mother is stunned, then deeply impressed. Mariette's letters clearly did not exaggerate. She almost slips and calls MC her future son-in-law, but Mariette's father barges back in and declares he'll only allow hand-holding. Then he starts up again about how his son-in-law must be a virgin, so Mariette pounds him again right away. Her mother welcomes Corin properly, tells him to ignore her husband, and adds that she's much more open-minded. Mariette can only blush in embarrassment. He just smiles at how lively and odd Mariette's family is. The next day, Mariette brings the protagonist to the Duke's castle for Count Cassius's party. Cassius greets Mariette at the entrance. He's thrilled and honored that someone like Mariette came to visit the Blandria family. Watching him act so cheerful, Corin wonders if this is really the same stiff man who once made him catch a sea serpent just to enter the castle. Soon, Mariette and MC are announced as they enter the party. He feels proud, knowing that if he hadn't saved Mariette, he never would have seen her smiling like this, and the South would have lost its princess. The noble ladies are shocked to see Mariette at the Blandria family's party. Her presence alone raises Cassius's standing. The Mardunaref family has huge influence in the South, so for Cassius, having Mariette here is worth more than catching a sea serpent. Corin tells Mariette they should enjoy the party a little, before sneaking into the Duke's office. They brought their gear with them, and plan to ask Cassius for access once the party is at its busiest. But before that, a crowd of young nobles surrounds Mariette, all asking for the first dance. She freezes, unsure what to do. Seeing that, Corin steps in and drops to one knee, stunning every other man there. He lightly mocks them, saying they may be eager, but they still don't know basic manners. Then the protagonist kisses Mariette's hand and asks for the first dance. He reminds her that at a ball, the first dance is meant for your partner. In his past life, MC remembers being scolded over etiquette, especially that a proper dance request to a beautiful lady starts with a hand kiss. Blushing hard, Mariette accepts Corin's invitation to dance with him. He quickly apologizes if he was too bold, but through her stuttering, Mariette admits she loved it. As they dance, the protagonist looks into her eyes and says he felt like he was neglecting the person who helped him get this far, and he wanted to repay her. His feelings start heating up as he speaks, and he nearly confesses, but Mariette suddenly steps on his foot with her heel. She quickly apologizes, saying she's a terrible dancer. Corin endures the pain and says it's fine. Then he tells her to put her left foot on his, and let him lead. It might look awkward and leave his shoe dirty, but he tells her not to worry about people watching. All Mariette needs to focus on is MC, her partner, and enjoying the dance. He guides her through it and keeps praising her. Before long, the two of them are just looking into each other's eyes, laughing and enjoying themselves, like they're in a dream. When Corin and Mariette finish their dance, the other suitors rush back to ask Mariette for one too. She turns them down, saying she's tired and wants to rest for a bit. He walks her to the lounge, and Mariette thanks him. The rejected suitors can only glare and curse him behind his back. The women at the party are completely charmed by what Corin did. Even with the clumsy dance, they can see how gently he treated Mariette. They also notice how happy Mariette looks whenever she's with him. The protagonist and Mariette finally enter Duke Sabancia's office. She asks what exactly he's looking for, and the protagonist says the item itself doesn't matter. He just needs anything connected to Duke Sabancia. MC picks up a book, remembering that in the game it held clues about Luina and Cecilia. Finding that book was part of Duke Sabancia's quest, and normally handing it over would finish the side quest. What confuses him is that neither the game nor his past life ever told him to search this office, so why did the Duke lead him here now? After searching the whole room with no result, Corin and Mariette sit down to rest. Mariette asks if there's any sign of evidence, a hidden passage or some other clue. Then she complains that she's hungry, and he asks if she ate nothing at the banquet. Mariette reminds him they left too fast for her to eat. She stares at the protagonist's jaw and collarbone, with heated eyes, and he instantly understands what she wants. With how close they've gotten, the meaning is obvious. Corin gives permission, and Mariette drinks blood from his neck. After a moment, he asks if she's done, which confuses her, because he didn't react in pain at all. Mo Xiao explains he's gained a warrior's tolerance, so he barely feels it. Mariette is left in shock. That mention of warrior's tolerance makes him remember he got it at the same time as soul dust. Right away, he asks Mariette to summon Dyoku. The protagonist notices Dyoku looks a little blurred, almost like an astral form, before fully taking shape. At Corin's suggestion, Mariette keeps Dyaku in that state a little longer. As Dyaku starts to fade, a strange presence enters the room. MC warns Mariette to stay on guard. Then the Duke appears. Corin can only think what a pain this is. The Duke's soul really should have mentioned it would turn out like this. It turns out Duke Sabancia's spirit had been sealed inside the Great Library's grimoire. Unable to die and suffering from endless bloodlust, the Duke chose to split his body from his soul. Now the body of Duke Sabancia stands before him. Sabancia demands to know how some stranger carrying traces of his soul ended up in his castle. The protagonist introduces himself as Sabancia's distant junior, and the Duke casually remarks that the protagonist looks decent enough. MC notes that this greeting is much nicer than the one at the library, then asks how Sabancia's body can move without a soul. Sabancia cuts him off, saying he's the one asking questions. That's when he starts thinking this may not be a gift after all. Duke Sabancia was the great general who ruled the entire South 800 years ago, known as the strongest warrior of his age. Now, in the present, the protagonist is locked in a brutal fight with him. Sabancia remembers the protagonist met his soul and asks if he killed it. MC says no, he helped that soul find peace and move on. He also admits he expected more of a reward this time than just the grimoire. But Sabancia says if his soul truly guided him here, then he would never have brought a vampire with him, something Sabancia hates. He dismisses everything the protagonist says as lies. MC asks again how his body moves without a full soul, and Sabanja explains that because his body is a vampire, it needed one piece of his soul sealed in the castle to keep him from turning into a beast like Mariette. Corin tries to convince him that Mariette can control her vampire powers. Sabanchia refuses to believe it. He spent 800 years trying to cast off his bloodlust, and in the process most of his senses and emotions wore away. But one thing never faded for him: the taste of blood. That's why he sewed his own mouth shut. He regrets bringing Mariette into danger. Since Sabanchia's body has lasted 800 years on its own, he figures he's at least around semi-rank strength. So the protagonist activates 6-step spearmanship and goes all out to bring him down. He rushes in with Calamity Serpent Ultimate Essence and Rising Serpent Skies, while Sabancia counters with Poisonous Dragon Head Charge. Then Sabancia reveals the power of creation he gained from slaying a dragon and strikes with Final Demonic Sword Dragon Murder. Only then does MC realize he badly underestimated him, and he collapses. Sabancia turns to Mariette, calling her a lowly beast and asking how she thinks she can live among humans. Mariette is shaken by his words. He presses her. If she doesn't see herself as a beast, then how sure is she that she can overcome her instincts? In the end, he says, she'll kill everyone she loves just to satisfy her thirst. Then Sabancia charges to finish her off. Mariette narrowly avoids him and summons Debaku. Sabancia traps Debaku with 8 trigrams binding. Even so, he admits Mariette's speed is amazing, faster than his own was in his prime. Still, he mocks her for being a foolish beast who only relies on power and has no strategy. Mariette cries out for Deku to come back, but Sabancia reveals the Romania Sealing Sword, a weapon made to bind immortal beings. His hatred for vampires is obvious, as he keeps calling her a beast, saying that's all she'll ever be. Remembering what Corin once told her, Mariette refuses to accept Sabancia's words and insists she really has changed. Sabancia says her death would be better for both her and him, then binds Mariette with his sword. As Sabancia Duke laughs at her, Mariette looks at the protagonist's neck. That makes Sabancia Duke think vampires like Mariette should never exist, because even now she still can't escape her thirst and seems ready to drink Corin's blood. But then he realizes she's giving MC her own blood like an elixir to save him. For the first time, Sabancia Duke accepts that Mariette really can control her vampire side. Mariette begs him to wake up. Seeing that, Sabancia Duke is moved by what she and the protagonist managed to do, something he never could, because he gave in to his own desires. Then Sabancia Duke draws his sword and thrusts it into Corin. Mariette snaps, asking how much more he plans to hurt them, then pleads with him not to take MC from her. Suddenly he places a hand on Mariette's shoulder and tells her he's okay, he's still here. Corin asks Sabancia Duke why he saved him. Sabancia Duke says he passed his Oro core to the protagonist, and now he understands why his soul led him here. He sees a true hero in MC, someone without greed, but with belief and pride others lack. He says he changed what he couldn't fix in 800 years, and that the protagonist may even have the right to change the world and correct Sabancia's mistakes. Calling MC a hero, Sabancia Duke fades away. Corinne is stunned to receive a gift like Great General. Sabancia Duke's Oro Core. Mariette throws her arms around him and accidentally hurts his wounds. She was terrified because she thought he had died. Crying, Mariette makes him promise not to die without her permission. What comforts Corin most is that Sabancia Duke's mind, body, and soul finally found peace after 800 years of pain. The protagonist gains Sabancia Duke's Aura Core and Demonic Nature, plus a new skill called Dual Core. After reaching a new Aura rank, he wonders why Duke never gave this gift to the main character in the game, or in his past life. MC can't help thinking this gift would have been nicer without all the fighting and pain. Noticing both his and Mariette's clothes soaked in blood, he decides to wash them. While their clothes dry, Mariette rests with only a cloth over her body. A maid walks in and is shocked to find the two of them undressed, with Mariette lying in his lap, so she assumes they slept together. Corin quickly tries to explain that he's only drying their clothes, but the heat, sweat, and the way they look only make things worse. No matter how much the protagonist explains, the maid apologizes, runs off and tells them to enjoy themselves. Embarrassed, the protagonist tries to stop her, but by then he knows this has gone very wrong. When Mariette's father hears about it, he explodes and swears to kill MC for touching his daughter. It takes about 20 days to clear it all up. For those 20 days, he hides in the mountains, while Mariette's father sends people after him for violating her. He uses the time to train his aura. Once the truth finally comes out, Corin lets out a huge sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have become the South's #1 enemy. After that, he's excited to head back to school for the second semester and the festival. Mariette asks if the business she invested in with the protagonist is going well, which gets him fired up. He expects they'll make 10 times what they put in. The festival will bring huge crowds, and that should drive up profits in the lodging business. MC plans to cash in big by selling the land later and getting rich. Then that dream gets crushed when he sees a typhoon. Corin is confused because this typhoon never happened in his past life. Mariette figures it'll ruin the festival plans and tries to comfort him, saying big plans don't always work the first time. With a sly smile, Mariette suggests they sign an IOU. If he can't pay her back, he'll have to grant one wish of hers. That offer creeps Corin out, and he starts hoping for some other way to repay her. The protagonist and Mariette arrive at the Merkaba Academy special dormitory. Chairman Ayuru welcomes them and asks if the typhoon caused trouble on the way. MC asks about Professor Josephine, and Ayuru says she's returning with Warren. Josephine and Warren spent the break at Zion Chapel. Ayuru offers him a room for the night, then says he's not an outsider anymore and may even stay at the academy starting next semester. The protagonist figures that's just a nice way of saying they want to keep an eye on him, since Master Aaron and Professor Josephine Clara still don't fully trust him. MC grows restless over the typhoon, and Mariette wonders how much damage it's done to the city. Ayuru says the city center is mostly safe, but the outer areas were hit much harder. Mariette worries the city could still be struck if the typhoon moves closer, but Ayuru says that won't happen, because this isn't a natural storm. It was caused by a monster. Corin and Mariette are stunned. Ayuru then explains, starting with a key sea route through the southern islands and the Agania Strait. At some point, the sea serpent known as the Lone Emperor of the Ocean got tangled up with that route. Ignoring human trade completely, it started attacking ships that crossed its territory. Then a man set out to slay the Lone Emperor and become a hero. That man was Levant Blandria, son of Count Cassius Blandria. He wanted to defeat the sea serpent and earn promotion to first-rank knight. He also planned to win Mariette back from him after she chose to dance with him, which left Levant humiliated. Driven by that pride, Levant and his raid party fought the sea serpent for 5 nights and 6 days, but it escaped. Even so, Levant dedicated the victory to Mariette, and his group believed they had brought peace to the Agania Strait. They were wrong. The sea serpent got away, and that failure ended up costing many innocent lives. To protect its young, the typhoon bat Alvin turns itself into the core of a typhoon during breeding season. It's also called the golden bat. Since its blood, bones, and flesh all work as elixirs, that makes it valuable to both humans and monsters. The wounded sea serpent devours the male Alvin, so the female flees north to protect the baby in her womb, and that path leads her toward the academy, away from the serpent. She chose the academy as the place to give birth. When Corin sees his land being wrecked, he gets furious. He figures this is the butterfly effect, because in his past life, the protagonist and Park were the ones who defeated the sea serpent, which stopped this Alvin bat disaster from ever happening. The workers building MC's inn start evacuating. He begs them to stay since they're almost done, but they refuse to die in a growing typhoon and tell him to give up. Corin realizes that if the storm lasts one more week, the inns will be destroyed and the festival won't happen. What scares him even more is that if the typhoon keeps going, he'll be stuck with a loss of 720 gold coins. Mercabosh Academy then holds an emergency meeting to deal with the typhoon. Chairman Uriyu gathers several senior professors and students. Night faculty Professor Jimen Welsh asks if everyone understands the threat of the typhoon bat Alvin. Magic Professor Aaron Danaway Ariane asks whether they should capture it instead, since research money from the Alvin bat could help recover losses from the King of the Iron Mountain. Angry, Welsh insists they need to take down the bat, but Magic faculty Professor Edgar Linton pushes back. He says the typhoon should end in a month, so there's no need to risk a direct fight. Alchemy Professor Laurel Lamas asks Edgar what supports that opinion. Edgar explains that Alvins breed from June to September and repeat short pregnancies, so even with other factors, the storm will probably end within a month. Lurala agrees with Edgar, while new night faculty Professor Ogun Rentry says they should at least attempt a subjugation. With students returning soon and the festival in danger, Lurala understands Ogun's point but still thinks Edgar's plan is better. Corin interrupts the meeting, calling them professors at first, then correcting himself to seniors. He politely asks everyone to hear him out. Even if he knows less than they do, he reminds them of the oath they swore to be brave, protect kindness and justice, and never turn away even in the face of death. They are guardians, the people meant to protect the weak and defeat evil. Edgar tries to argue against the subjugation, but Corin points out what the people outside stand to lose, their homes and their work. Lives can't be measured with money, and Edgar has no answer. He's stunned by how sincere the protagonist sounds. MC gets emotional and says this isn't even about oaths or chivalry, he just wants to save people, and he begs them to help. He almost blurts out that what he really wants to save is his inn. Instead, everyone praises him as a passionate young knight. He then proposes forming a guardian subjugation squad to save the people, and Chairman Iryu agrees. With that final decision, Corin's heartfelt act quickly pushes the group into action. They head for the typhoon, while Edgar says he has already checked with the support team, and they only need the right timing to move. Someone questions whether his passion to save the people is genuine. Smiling, the protagonist says yes, glad his inn might survive after all. The subjugation team gathers with one goal, catch the golden typhoon bat, Alvin, hiding in the eye of the typhoon. The support team will first tear open a path through the storm. Once that opening appears, the entry team will rush in and take down Alvin. But inside the typhoon, Corin and the others run into a swarm of trapped monsters, all starving and trying to devour the bat. MC isn't too worried. The squad is packed with top fighters. There's Jimen Welsh, the former semi-first knight once known as Strong Hand Jimen, then Professor Ogun, another semi-first rank knight who swings a 2-meter axe like it weighs nothing. They also have a first-rank mage leading the party. That's Professor Edgar, plus a second-year first-rank knight, the wild warrior Burjacker. With people like this, the monsters don't stand a chance. While fighting, Korin casually asks if Berjacker is half giant, which instantly annoys him. Still, the real goal is Alvin. They need to reach the eye of the typhoon before the damage spreads any farther, and before his inn gets hit. So the squad pushes straight toward the eye, and the protagonist is fired up. Once they enter the storm, they're shocked to find another, smaller typhoon inside it. Alvin sensed them coming, and driven by a mother's instinct, used her last strength to make a second storm. Edgar questions whether they can break through it. Ogun says maybe, but only if they can survive the damage first. Edgar launches a flare to call for support. Seeing the signal, Professor Arandanwa jumps in fast, excited to finally show what she can do again. When Edgar sees the lightning she unleashes, he can't help wondering if Arandanwa plans to kill them along with the typhoon. He quickly orders everyone behind him and throws up a shield, grumbling that she's using way too much power. Her red sprite Thunderblast slams into the area and sends the squad flying. Heeman complains that mages always nearly kill the knights, while Edgar figures that kind of hit should have shattered the storm. But to everyone's shock, the typhoon is still there. Edgar can't believe it. The attack was strong enough to wipe out even second-rank monsters. Then Welsh notices something strange. Alvin is growing. Korin blurts out that it's evolving. It's a rare demon change that happens when they're pushed to life or death extremes. For a creature that can live inside a typhoon, surviving Arandanua's lightning isn't that shocking. What's worse, Alvin didn't just endure it. It absorbed the thunder and got stronger. Now Alvin has changed into the king of the thunderclouds. Its power surges, trapping the squad in the air, as the storm hurls them around. Welsh calls for more support, but Edgar says that's useless now. Mage attacks will only feed it. Korin just smiles. This is his moment. He tries to strike with Calamity Serpent intent, but quickly realizes a knight's martial arts only work right when their feet are on solid ground. Since they're all suspended mid-air, MC can barely do a thing. Annoyed, he searches for any opening. He tells Beerjaker to help, only to realize the big knights and even a two-core spearman like himself are all bad at fighting in the air. Then Korin remembers the 720 gold coins on the line and comes up with a plan. He uses Beerjaker's head as a stepping stone and launches himself forward. Leaping past the rest of the squad, he charges ahead to finish Alvin himself because he refuses to lose to some monster. Fueled by revenge, he rushes in for the attack and gets stuck in slime. Korin hurls his spear at Alvin for a long-range strike, but the spear gets knocked away. That drives the point home again. Without his feet on the ground, his attacks just won't work. For a moment, the protagonist is ready to give up, thinking this is the end. He even regrets investing that money and thinks he should have spent it on snacks instead. As he starts to give himself over to the storm, he hears someone inside the typhoon fighting Alvin, and wonders who it is. A brutal final blow lands on Alvin, and the fight is over. The typhoon vanishes, and the whole squad drops out of the air. Their savior turns out to be Huaran, who just returned with Professor Josephine. Korin is beyond relieved that help arrived in time. Because Huaran stopped the typhoon bat early, the city only takes light damage. The highway gets hit the worst, and a few people are hurt by the harsh wind and rain, but they're expected to recover. Since the academy runs on tax money, its guardians have to protect their image as heroes. That means helping the city after disasters too. So after the typhoon, the guardians hand out food and drinks to the residents. When a citizen asks Huaran for one more potato, she rudely shuts him down. Korin, who's been paired with her for volunteer duty, points out that she handled that badly, and starts talking about how civilization began. Huaran gets irritated, but MC keeps going, saying civilization was built because people helped those weaker than themselves. Huaran twists that idea and says it just proves humans are weak. To her, all of it is pointless because nobody would ever help her. That makes her pause when he says he will, so at least it can mean something to her. Huaran tells him to stop talking, saying if he knew her past and how she was made, he wouldn't want to help anymore. She calls herself a living jinx and says even Korin would abandon her. Then the soul inside the body, Huaran demands its body back, showing the thing that's been haunting her. Huaran argues with that soul, then asks the protagonist again if he would still help this version of her. Merkaba City, home of the Guardian Academy, is called the safest place in the world, but that's far from true. Its back alleys are ruled by the Black Star faction, a lawless gang making money through illegal liquor and slave trading. They've spread into other businesses too, even selling booze to local pubs while demanding protection money from those same places. One night, Korin gets drunk at a tavern tied to the Black Star faction. He makes a loud scene and demands to see the manager over their bootleg alcohol. The Black Star leader comes in to check the trouble, and sees it's just a young academy student. He tries to smooth things over by offering to cover MC's tab. Korin mistakes him for the manager, and without hesitation dumps his mug all over him. The leader then tells his men to beat him and teach him a lesson. He trusts them completely. They're hardened slave hunters from the wild, and he calls the protagonist nothing but a pup next to them. That's all the protagonist needs to hear. He beats the Black Star gang members senseless, and scares their leader badly. When the man asks who he is, Korin says he's a dog man who catches dogs like them, then knocks the leader out for good, ending the Black Star faction that night. But taking down the gang wasn't MC's only reason for coming there. He targeted Black Star to free their slaves. The people they captured were all demi-humans. locked in cages and treated like animals. Humans had long pushed demi-humans out of society, which made it easy for gangs to abuse them. Korin frees the demi-humans and leads them to waiting carriages sent by the Mardodwanaref family. Then he asks one of them about two siblings named Ren and Ron. He's shocked to find them as children, because in his past life he knew them as adults in their 20s. Still, Korin knows where human bodies grow based on mental development. He walks up to greet them, but Ren immediately shields Ron, afraid they're about to be beaten again. Both kids are clearly scared and deeply traumatized. He remembers Ren from his past life as a muscular, rough woman, and wonders how she could change that much in just a year. Back then, Ren and Ron worked for the Catholic Church as enemies, and both were human siblings were dangerous foes before Park killed them. So the protagonist wants to save them now, before they're sold to the church and become future mid-level bosses he has to face. Ren tells Korin to leave them alone, but he hugs both siblings and reassures them that they're safe. When he asks their names, they quietly say, Ren and Ron. MC introduces himself as a guardian, named MC Locke, and that finally helps them relax against him. Still, Korin isn't sure whether he should hand the were-human children over to the guardians. Later, while drinking with a tavern worker named Lenya, he keeps thinking about how he first meant to use Ren and Ron to hold his future enemies back. In the end, he asks Lenya to take the siblings to the inn and feed them. Now the protagonist realizes he'll have to save Huaren on his own. The next day, at Merkaba City's eastern landing platform, 3 visitors arrive. The conductor asks them to register, then learns one of them is Senior Professor Kang Ryan, an official from Barama Academy of the East, traveling with his 2 disciples, Jinhyuk and Kang Yuhua. The conductor welcomes them and leads them to a carriage. But Kang Ryan and his students didn't come in peace. They came to kill Huaren and get revenge. A month after the Typhoon Bat incident, Merkaba Academy is busy preparing for the festival. Despite the name, the festival is really an academy exchange war, where students from the 4 regional academies compete to prove their skill. Korin's friends talk about whether they should enter the individual duels or the team matches. Alicia asks which event MC will enter. He picks doubles and says he wants her as his partner, then notices her hesitation and reminds her they've always worked as a set team. Trying to dodge that, Alicia suggests the group match instead. He shuts it down. He doesn't want to end up with a random team. She points out doubles could also assign partners at random, but the protagonist says students ranked 2nd or higher will get to choose. Alicia still doesn't want to team with him again, complaining that he treats her like a servant and dumps all the hard work on her. That catches Korin off guard, so Alicia tells him to just partner with Mariette instead. MC refuses. Mariette plans to enter the singles match so she can keep the prize for herself. Then everyone notices the guests from the east arriving, Fighting Hound Sinjon Hyuk, Swordmaster Kang Hyuhua, and their teacher, the immortal Taoist, Kang Ryan. He recognizes Jin Hyuk and Yuhua as the leads of the 3rd part, Heavenly Yaksha. Count Brymune asks Professor Josephine to transfer Huaren to Borame Academy, but Josephine flatly refuses. Brymune insists the request is only reasonable. He says he's Huaren's blood relative, and reminds her that Huaren was at the center of the tragedy, a year ago, the one that turned his castle to ash. Brymune adds that Josephine took Huaren away during that disaster. Now that he knows where Huaren is, he wants his niece back. Josephine answers that Huaren is a special case, and Rhyme should know that. She also finds it suspicious that the first thing he wanted after arriving was a meeting about Huaren. Rhyme says he wants to save Huaren from the beast living inside her. Josephine reminds him that Huaren is still alive because of that child. More than that, this follows the wishes of Chairman Iryu Kasar and Huaren's father, Kang Yu. Rhyme fires back, asking if Josephine really intends to let a beast mix with other people. Josephine says Huaren got through the first semester without causing any trouble. Then the Catholic Church's dispatched bishop, Li Jin-young, claims Huaren's calm behavior could just be part of the beast's evil plan. Josephine tries to cut him off, but the bishop pushes for Huaren to join the festival, saying violence will reveal the demon's true nature. Josephine instead sees it as a chance to prove a demon can live among others. She makes one thing clear to Rhyme: Huaren will choose where to stay. Huaren's legal guardians are Chairman Iryu Kasar, Josephine, and the Great Saintess of Xi'an Cathedral. Josephine keeps thinking about what Huaren told her. Huaren had warned that Baltazar's dogs were hiding among the festival guests. When Josephine asked who they were, Huaren admitted he didn't know for sure. Still, he guessed the Catholic Church and Borame were involved. The church is making desperate moves to grow its power, and Borame has already sent students to the event. Heavenly Yaksha turns out to be a huge incident, one that will shape the future of the El-Lost Kingdom. Huaren asks Josephine to watch the Catholic Church, and to place the Borame students in an inn in the outer region, so Huaren can keep tabs on them too. Even then, Josephine still doesn't fully trust Huaren, thinking he may be Baltazar's disciple. Huaren changes her mind by showing his oath as a shadow warrior. Josephine then questions why Huaren owns Nzixatham in the outskirts and seems to be making money through stalls and lodging. Soon the group match preliminaries begin. Huaren is the only notable person missing, so Huaren figures she must have entered the individual event. Count Brymune serves as the judge for the group trials, and will decide which 16 guardians move on. The exam is about rescuing civilians, and anyone who loses an armband is out. Rime Yoon uses the 8 gates array to create the test field. The civilians in this trial are stone dolls. Once a guardian touches one, they can give it commands. Escorting a civilian to safety earns 1 point, while destroying one costs every member of that guardian's team 2 points. Korin is pleased to see how fired up his friends are. Meanwhile, Alicia handles the obstacles really well. The goal is to move as many civilians as possible to safety, and Alicia feels good about her team's progress. After gathering plenty of civilians, they start searching for the safe zone to secure the win. Then the ground suddenly shakes beneath Alicia and her group. The cause is Korin's friends, including Jaeger. They've tied the civilians together to make a trolley. Calling themselves the Mandrake Bandits, they follow the protagonist, who grandly introduces himself as the almighty immortal Locke. MC and his crew decide the best way to win is to wipe out the other teams. When Alicia yells his name, he ignores it and says to call him Almighty Immortal instead. Behind him, Jaeger and Lork cheer him on. Korin smartly pulled other students onto his side. His real goal was to combine forces, survive the first round, and cut down the number of rivals since only 16 could advance. Instead of playing defense, they used other students as shields by recruiting them. The students outside his group are furious and think about blasting them with magic, but they hesitate because civilians are mixed in with the protagonist's team. Meanwhile, the stone civilians swarm together and even carry MC along. Reaching the safe zone gets him points, while breaking them would cost his enemies dearly. That sight makes the other students even angrier, and they rush in to attack Korin. Lork steps up with a nasty grin and fires a fireball straight at them. Their early teamwork gives them a huge edge. They built their numbers fast and surrounded themselves with most of the stone civilians, while the other team spent too long searching for safe zones. After around 30 students are eliminated, Korin runs into Alicia. She screams at him to stop, but he calmly offers her a place in the Mandrake Bandits. He demands her teammates' armbands and promises to make her vice president. When she still hesitates, Korin orders his side to bring him Alicia's armband. If they do, she'll be forced into the bandits. The moment everyone hears that, they charge for her armband. Alicia grips her odachi and knocks down the students rushing her. Still, sensing the danger, she finally accepts the offer and becomes vice president of Korin's Mandrake Bandits. Like the others, Mariette also builds a team. Hers is based on friendship, and she does well at first, gathering plenty of stone civilians, convinced their unity can handle anything, until they run into the Mandrake Bandits. Seeing his fake innocent look, she decides not to fight, and joins his team too. Soon she's chanting Korin's name again and again. Isabelle is stunned. She never expected that from Mariette. Watching through the screen, Professor Kang Ran is irritated by the protagonist. Josephine, meanwhile, practically denies knowing him and refuses to admit he's from her academy. Korin's group ends up earning a terrible reputation, but they still clear the match easily. Later, in the doubles round, they win rewards in another stage. Then Borome's twin second-rank guardians, the Chen siblings, move into attack positions, ready to strike MC. But they're skilled only for a moment. He slips past their attack, and Alicia knocks them out right away. At the same time, 2 spectators judge Alicia's showing. They expected her to be amazing after hearing she's the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, but their attention keeps drifting back to Korin. They had only marked 2 big threats before Warrior Burjacker and Mariette. The protagonist wasn't on that list, yet dodging the Chen siblings that easily proves he's far more dangerous than they thought. Just from the way he stands, breathes, watches, and waits for the right opening, they can tell he's experienced. That makes them see him as a problem. They just hope he won't interfere when they use that formation. But a strange man among the onlookers has already heard everything, and his face darkens. Back at the academy, Horan wanders the grounds, hit hard by memories of becoming a yaksha. The quiet campus reminds her of that day. It's so empty because everyone is at the festival. Her thoughts slip into a terrifying memory. She remembers fire, death, and the ruined scene in front of her. Then her focus shifts. A sudden attack? No, it's something else. Killing intent. And it's strong. Hwarin spins around and finds the same suspicious man from earlier. Seonjin Hyuk smirks. Impressed she sensed him at all. Most people can't, and just faint. Knowing something is wrong. Hwarin asks if they know each other. The moment she says that, his whole expression changes. Then he puts on a dark smile and acts like she's mistaken. Before leaving, Seonjin Hyuk says it was only a prank, and he thought she was someone else. Even so, Hwarin feels something familiar about him. She lets it go and walks away. Kangyu Hwarin then tells him he shouldn't have tried that here. But Seonjin Hyuk isn't worried. He says their master's 8 gates can handle that monster. To save that powerful creature without destroying it, they need to activate the 8 gates array, utter annihilation. Kangyu Hwarin tells Seonjin Hyuk to wait until the yaksha is provoked. Her plan is to take the fire from the orchid, and leave the rest to that man. At the second round venue in the El-Las Kingdom's central city, Nasria, the whole place is packed. Sitting in a cafe, Korin is still trying to process how far they traveled for this match, and how suddenly Professor Josephine changed the stage. He denies stealing those supplies, though he did steal something else. The supplies moved in secret through the Catholic Church are key to Kang Ryan's plan, setting up the 8 gates array, utter annihilation and taking control of Hwarin. So the story about Boroma's stolen supplies was fake from the start. Kang Ryun and Li Jinyang made it up to hide their own theft, and secure the materials they needed. Corin's thoughts are cut off when Alicia keeps talking and starts ordering food for both of them. But he reminds her they were supposed to be careful about eating there. Just then Kang Ryun walks into the cafe. Seeing everyone already gathered, he immediately starts counting, and once he finishes, then without warning, the armored men turn on the players. Corin was already on guard. Alicia, though, is confused about why they're suddenly attacking each other. What shocks her even more is how the bodies start rotting away right after they drop. MC, on the other hand, isn't surprised at all. This city has been trapped in a time loop for 300 years. In the daytime, everything looks normal, but at night, all 1.2 million people turn into the dead. The moment that happens, Hwarin announces the group match has started. He says team divisions will be revealed soon, and their mission is to recover the Moonstone. They have until morning 3 days from now, but they can quit whenever they want. The teams are sent outside the inns, straight into areas full of undead. They only get the mission details and a few needed items, and Corin ends up on Team D with Alicia, Jaeger, and Lork. He knows Team D has to finish in the top 4 to pass into round 3, and he has to make that happen if he wants to save Hwarin. He already has a plan, knowing the deadliest enemies stay farther from the city center, so they aim for the lower level zones near the edge of the city, where the undead are more their level. Corin takes point with his spear, clearing the way just like he planned. Once they reach a steeple on the outskirts, they climb higher and focus only on glowing undead that swallowed moonstones. The protagonist decides they should take down the stage boss fast and tells Lork to use flying magic. But before Lork can cast anything, the Revenant Titan and its group rush Team D. Everyone panics, yelling for Lork to get the flying spell off now. But his luck runs out when a Geist appears, a spirit that takes over an object. And just like that, Lork is eliminated. At the same time, the undead attack the steeple and it starts to collapse. The other 3 scramble for the highest point to avoid getting crushed by the falling debris. Then the tower gives way completely. After that, Alicia and Jaeger tease Corin about his terrible luck. Stuff like this only seems to happen when they're with him. Even so, they decide to keep running until sunrise. Then something else goes wrong. An Abyss Shrieker knocks Jaeger out, and the White King shows up. Now Alicia and Corin are trapped between all 3. MC knows how bad this is. Every one of them is a 4th rank monster. As they charge, his whole body shakes at the thought of getting eliminated. Then suddenly, a flash from someone else's spear just like his cuts in and blocks the attacks. They don't waste the chance. Both of them run and make it to safety. The cloaked stranger is relieved they got away, but she also demands to know how he knows her spear style. Right then, the person in the Corin's eyes go wide. She's his master from his past life, Aaron. In his previous life, during second-year winter break, Park called the protagonist outside the chairman's office. Park said he wanted to introduce him to someone who could make him stronger. That person was Aaron. Because of Park, Corin met the one who would become his master. Back in the present, Aaron brings MC and Alicia to a building the undead usually avoid. To thank her, Alicia offers some hot chocolate, but Aaron softly turns it down. They can't eat food from another time while they're here. This place has been frozen for 300 years, and eating food from this era is dangerous. It might change to fit the present, or drag the person into the past. Corin hasn't tested it himself, but he's sure there has to be some kind of effect. Later, he fills Alicia in, how Aaron became his master, how they met and everything after that. But while explaining it, both of them get stuck on one question. If this city has been repeating the same 3 days for 300 years, everything here should reset. So why is Aaron still fully aware and acting normal? That's when she tells them the truth. She's friends with the Grim Reaper, and has been trying to stop the Immortal King from rising in Nazarea. Now that king is almost here, right in the city's center. Hearing that, Corin says they need to move at once. Aaron needs a helper, and he's ready to do it. This is Nazarea's main field quest. Help the unknown spearman and the Grim Reaper stop the Immortal King from being born. Neither Aaron nor he turns it down. The protagonist knows the king's power will weaken if they defeat the 3 undead, so they head straight for the city center. There, the Revenant Titan is waiting with a huge weapon and a pack of undead around it. The second it notices them, it charges. Corin and Aaron answer right away with a combo attack. Tiger Weeping Wind and Whirlwind Great Magic Spear. Lightning bursts from both spears, slamming into the giant and making it stagger. That gives MC his opening. He signals Alicia, and she vanishes. In the next instant, she's beside the monster, and her Adachi slices clean through its throat. The Moonstone falls out. One more enemy is down, only one left. Since sunrise is close, they decide to come back the next night. Alicia falls asleep almost right away, and Aaron tells Corin he should rest too. Watching him, she's impressed by how much he's learned, and he learned it from her. He nods, admitting she taught him the 6 steps of spearmanship, infinity, origin, and much more. Aaron is surprised she really chose a successor. She remembers picking another before him, and regrets that choice, but it still led her to him. Then she lightly pokes his cheek, smiling a little, happy to be cared for by her disciple. She starts wondering out loud about the future. But Corin is stuck thinking about the past, about her sacrifices, and about her death, which happened because he became more important to her than anything else. The regret eats at him. He never figured out Park's real identity in time. He keeps trying to change the past, and every time he fails. Even joining the festival to save Huaran didn't prepare him for this. Meeting his master in this city, 300 years in the past, with events changing in ways he can't see coming, makes him fear all his effort may fail again. Eren notices his worry and gently tells him that everyone fails. What matters is that you keep going. She says she'll bless his future, so he should sleep for a bit. Even as he shuts his eyes, the questions keep spinning in his head. Only time will show what comes next. The next day, the match starts. Huaran cuts through her opponents with no trouble. She's way stronger than everyone else, but she's been told to hold back and not go too hard on the others. None of them are a real threat. Josephine also told her Korin is the strongest student in the academy. After crushing one match after another, she reaches the 8th. Her next opponent is from Borome Academy. It's the same guy from before, Roan. His face hardens the second he sees her, and even with that smirk, the tension is obvious. They've met again, and this time neither side plans to hold back. Roan comes at her with a non-stop rush of attacks. Sky Wind Kick, Instantaneous Arrow, Fighting Hound Combatant, and Deathly Full Moon Hit, each one fast and brutal. The crowd erupts. Everyone knew he was strong, but not this strong. After one last huge roundhouse kick, he stops to catch his breath. What he doesn't realize is none of it mattered against a Yaksha with perfect defense. Huaran stands there and mocks him, even giving him a chance to surrender. He calls her a monster and says it's too late for mercy. She should have thought of that before killing his family. His voice shakes, his eyes fill with tears, and rage pours out. Huaran freezes, sweat forming as his words slowly sink in. Then the memories hit her. Elsewhere, in a workshop in Nazria, the Black Mage senses something is wrong. He'd done everything right, the ritual worked, the magic circle activated, but the city stayed quiet. Then he understands. They're the reason, her and the other one. The thought of 3 days repeating for hundreds of years deeply unsettles him. Angry and confused, he storms out barefoot and stares at the giant magic circle carved under the city. It runs on pure moon mana, stronger than any great magic in history. Then he spots it, something foreign carved into the circle. It's En, the language of beginnings, a lost rune not seen for 300 years. And just as he figures it out, she appears, confirming everything. She's still fighting to stop that same immortal king. By the second night in Nazria, the pair has already beaten the Abyss Shrieker and the White King. They only managed it because of Eren's planning and guidance, letting them beat stronger undead despite the rank gap. Now only the immortal king is left. On the third night they face him, but there's one big warning. They must not awaken the immortal king inside him. The Black Mage who raised the undead army 300 years ago and tried to become its king is even uglier than expected. Korin wonders if he hasn't fully become a lich yet. Eren laughs and says the soul extraction isn't finished. Unlike most liches, he's missing the sharp mind and polish they usually have. Then, without warning, the protagonist thrusts his spear and rushes in, saying he'll handle it himself. He's stronger now than even Marie was, and he knows it, but the Black Mage fires back with Doombolt. A huge blast erupts. Right away, it's clear this fight won't be simple. No time to hold back. The enemy keeps pressing with Time Curse, Death Wind, and Apocalypse. The attacks don't let up, but in the chaos, the mage loses track of him, and that opens a chance. Korin strikes back with Infinite, Returning Heaven, and Nausea Demonic Technique, cutting through it all and dropping him with ease. That doesn't surprise MC. This is a repeat quest. He's cleared it many times before. Eren is impressed, but before they can enjoy the win, they realize Alicia is gone. He finds her on a rooftop, looking out over the city. She already knows this wasn't the mage's first rebirth. Then she tells him the number, 36,000 times. Nazria resets every 3 days. 300 years, 3 months, and 27 days ago, the Black Mage used a lunar eclipse to turn the city into undead. Every cycle brings back 1.2 million undead, only for them to disappear again with the Immortal King. She's lived through all of them, and now she finally tells him why. This is the reason the loop never ends. Nazria is still standing because she forced it to stay this way. If 1.2 million undead ever poured out, the world would fall apart. To stop that, she used an original rune to mess with the magic circle. But undoing 1.2 million deaths comes with a huge price. That's when he understands the Death God has been watching him, the one who cheated death, Korin. He starts to wonder if the Death God also knows he's a regressor. After all, that god lives in the system window and gathers dead souls. His purpose is to cleanse those souls so they can be born again. That's why endlessly reviving undead disgust him more than anything. So she was the one trapped in these same 3 days, and the only reason the Death God came here was to destroy the original rune that went against death. Still, she made a deal with him. Every life the undead take creates more undead, so anyone leaving the city wouldn't stay human for long. Even so, he was left with 2 choices: give up purifying 1.2 million souls, or gain a way to purify the whole world. The deal came with 3 conditions. First, he would oversee the repeating 3 days. Second, whenever she killed the Immortal King, his memory would reset back to 3 days earlier. And third, her leaving the city and the time loop would be separated. After that, those same 3 nights repeated for 300 years. Now though, she admits it's getting harder. Once he passed the 20,000th loop, he started to realize the days were repeating. That makes him snap. He keeps pressing her. How long can she keep killing like this? How is her mind still holding up? Is she really sure she can always defeat the immortal king? And how many more times will this go on? She stays oddly calm, set on continuing as long as she can. Since he came here to save someone, she tells him to go do that. Saving the world means sacrifice, and with that, she starts to walk away. But he knows no one will ever remember what she gave up. He's always known this side of her, the one ready to throw herself away. But this sacrifice helps no one. So he offers a contract to the death god. She spins around at once and tells him to stop, but he keeps going. The death god is interested enough to hear him out. Corrin wants the god's contract with her destroyed, and he wants the treasure of the netherworld paid up front. In exchange, he'll purify Nazria within 6 months. The god says purifying 1.2 million souls at once is impossible. The cost is too great, so he tells him to pick one item instead, something left behind as balance. Corrin already knows the single item choices are the 10 best rewards, so he picks one treasure, though we don't learn what it is yet. Then he turns back to face her, already annoyed and calling him insane. But putting others first is exactly what his master taught him. And now that he's not weak anymore, he won't let her be the one sacrificed. Not this time. The loop that lasted 300 years begins again today. Beating the 3 bosses and then the immortal king has become routine. There's no special reason for it anymore. But for 300 years she kept fighting. Knowing she was different, she decided to live as a hero all this time. Still, she can't stop thinking about the one person who cared about her enough to let her rest. The death god watches calmly, looking at the companion who stayed by him for 300 years. Even so, one thing feels strange. The treasure Corrin chose was the death god's own orb. Its powers are deadly. It never misses. It can split body and soul, and it ignores defense. But that power only fully works for the death god. For a human, it's mediocre. For someone like the protagonist, who can't see spirits, it seems like the worst pick. Still, the scales never tipped, which means the reward somehow suits him perfectly. Back at the Kana Inn near Nazria's entrance, he looks over the results. Only 8 teams and 32 people are left, and just 4 teams can move on. Her Boromé Academy team has 558 points. Group A, with Mariette, has 449. Boromé is clearly in first. Around the inn, everyone is talking about the immortal lock bandits, after expecting big things from them. Jaeger and Lork sit there, irritated by all the chatter. The moment Corrin and Alicia walk in, the examiner assumes they lost, but still goes ahead and checks their score. Group D lands in 3rd place with 250 points. Then they reveal the King's Moonstone, and the Immortal King's Moonstone. The whole room is stunned. Just like that, the group match qualifiers are set. Afterward, Corrin and Alicia decide to head back together and save Aaron. Alicia doesn't fully know what MC is planning, but she's sure she can help somehow. As they ride, he thinks about how to use the power he got from the Death God. He received the Netherworld treasure in a very different way than expected. If he uses it right, the Death God's orb could become his trump card for the 3rd part, a secret weapon for an overconfident kid like him. When they finally return to the academy, they hear shocking news. Hwoarang has been arrested. But before that, the story shifts to Ran's past. Ran was a girl everyone loved, but she was born unlucky. Because of a long-term illness called Tai-Yin Chi blockage, she could barely even go outside alone. It was a legendary inborn condition, too much yin energy crushing the yang, throwing her whole body out of balance. Ran was born with that curse, and no matter what her father Kang Yu tried, he couldn't cure it. Their family could have been happy, if not for Ran's illness and Kang Yu's talent. He was the greatest necromancer of his time, and he swore he'd do anything to save his daughter. He searched for strong yang energy to break the yin, but human effort alone couldn't overcome the Tai-Yin Chi blockage. Even then, Kang Yu refused to quit. If he couldn't contain the yin with more yang, maybe he could drain the yin another way. That idea gave birth to a being of yin, a being fit only for a necromancer who guides wandering souls home. Kang Yu turned his still-living daughter into a Jianxi. That was how Jianxi Hua was born. Rage Flood Sai Jianxi Hua was born. He screams that Hwoarang should have shown that mercy when she killed his family. Surrounded by fire and corpses, he swears he'll kill her. At the same time, Kang Yun pushes her to slaughter every human there, saying not a single living person can survive. Sai Jinyuk calls Hwoarang a monster and says it's sickening to watch her act human. Those words keep hitting her. She's not Ran, just a monster wearing Ran's body. Hwoarang struggles to hold on to herself, but the dead rise up and drag at her. Voices tell her to die, blaming her for killing her father, and warning that the royal family will kill her too. Then 2 hands suddenly clamp around her throat. Ran is trying to take the body back. Even so, Hwoarang fights back. At last she unleashes a burst of energy that sends Sai Jin-yuk flying, but he uses that opening to bind Hwoarang with magic chains. Unable to resist much more, she argues that she has a right to this body, that it belongs to her. No one listens. Meanwhile, in Josephine's office, Josephine tells Hwoarang that Hwoarang has been arrested. He asks if it's because of the seals, making it clear he already suspected it. Josephine explains that Hwoarang was being held by the chains of Zion and an Eastern talisman, but the talisman burned up during the fight with Sai Jin-hyuki. The bishop used that as proof of Hwoarang's violence. In the end, under Kang Rum's lead, Hwaran was taken east, and a new talisman was ordered. From how hard they pushed over one burned seal, Korin can tell they're trying to blame the academy for Hwaran's instability. Then the principal asks the protagonist how much he knows, and MC realizes the principal has seen it too. The Catholic Church and Kong Yun are clearly planning something. He knows they have no intention of giving Hwaran to Borome. He asks everyone to trust him and leave it to him. But for his plan to work, every person has to follow his instructions exactly. The third boss of Arhan's heroic legend, Heavenly Yaksha, is different from every boss before this. This one depends on your bond with the character and the story built with them. That's what decides everything. The choice is simple on paper. Hwaran or Ran. The easiest and most efficient move would be for Park to just pick one, no matter which one it is. But Korin doesn't think that way. He wants to save them both. Elsewhere, Hwaran sits chained up, whispering over and over that the body is hers. Kong Ran comes to her and says he's the uncle of Kong Ran, the girl whose body she now has. Hwaran says she won't give it back, but Kong Ran tells her she still doesn't understand. Then, in a near-threatening voice, he asks if she really wants this body. Once again, he tells her to kill every human there and offers his help. Suddenly, Ran's soul appears behind him and says his voice never reached her, not even once. Kang Ryan keeps scheming and says he'll give the body to Hwaran. 2 days after the group match, the players are given free time out of respect for the students who returned from Nazria. Koran uses that time to prepare something for Borome. He asks Marie about the food stall they ran in front of the inn. She says the ingredients came from the Marta Dunarev family, and after adding sauce, they sold everything for triple the price. Hearing how much they made sends the protagonist jumping with excitement. Then Marie notices a stall selling mana stones and brings Korin over. The seller explains these stones were marked faulty at the mines, so he broke them up and brought them here. They feel soft and squishy, but they really shouldn't. Mana stones absorb mana easily, so their traits change fast. That's why they're often used in magic tools. If a mana stone gets this soft, it blows up fast. MC takes the stone from Marie and throws it himself, using the tricks he learned from spear and stone practice. At this distance, his aim is almost perfect. The stone lands a 95. The better the aim, the smaller the spread from these faulty festival mana stones. Miss more, and the blast spreads wider. In the game, when he stacked every debuff he could and forced his accuracy down to 0, the spread reached 100 meters. That gives Korin an idea, and he asks the stall owner to sell him every mana stone for twice the price. He wants them for a special skill only the original can use, and that's why he came to the festival. While the owner hesitates, Marie catches his sly grin. He then asks her to get him a carriage through her transport company. Marie asks what he's up to. Korin just says it's time for him to go back. Meanwhile, inside a carriage, Yuhua shoves a peachwood tile into Hwaran's mouth, the natural enemy of a Zhangxi. Then she throws Hwaran down and warns her not to try anything stupid. Saijin Yuk worries that won't be enough, since the tile usually only gives her a fever, but Yukwa says that's fine. Their real goal is to separate the monster from Ran. Once that happens, Hwaran will lose the body and either die or turn into an evil spirit. Yukwa reminds her the body she's using was never hers. Then the driver hears drumming. He looks up just as a huge explosion hits. The carriage is blasted into the air before crashing back down. Kong Rai-yun checks if Yuhara and Jin Yuk are alive. All three manage to stand, but it's clear their attacker is no weakling. A blood realm suddenly stains everything red. The attacker tells his men to grab anything worth money. They spot Hwaran and think they hit the jackpot, ready to snatch her, but the immortal Locke cuts in and claims the girl for himself. Someone reports to Josephine that unknown bandits attacked the Borame carriage and took Hwaran. Josephine has spent 35 years at the academy, and this is the first time anyone hears her curse. Korin tells Hwaran he heard what happened and came to save her. If someone else had taken her, he never would have seen her condition, and since they live under the same roof, he says this is his problem too. He's glad he made it in time. If he'd been any later, Kang Ryan would have ripped her soul out by force. Then either Hwaran would have been lost. Since he got there in time, Korin decides to leave a trail and buy himself some time. The bandits celebrate their haul, bid the protagonist goodbye, and head out. Seeing Hwaran, MC realizes they fed her the wooden tile. It won't do more than cause a fever, but she'll be miserable for days. Hwaran slowly comes to and realizes someone is carrying her. She says she can walk. Korin tells her she can barely stand, and carrying her is easy, she's too light anyway. At the same time, Kong Ran and his two puppets still have no clue what struck them, but they know the attacker was strong. Marie follows his orders and decides to tie them up for an hour. The realm weakens a little, and Yuhar uses that chance to slip away. Marie notices her escape, but sticks to tying up the other two. Nobody expected anyone to break out of the realm, so now Korin has to be careful. After a long walk, rain starts falling, and Hwaran gets worse. The protagonist decides to find a place to rest. Then he catches a moving shadow. It's Yuhar. She escaped the realm after all. She throws a dagger and it sinks into Korin's shoulder. Still, he knows it won't be poisoned, so he doesn't panic. MC sets Hwaran down and tells her he has to fight. Facing Yuhara, he says he's not the type to bet on bad odds. He uses returning heaven's second form and the rotating demonic spear, but Yuhara blocks it. She tells him he's fooling himself if he thinks he has better chances of winning. Then she counters. That one exchange tells Korin her aura is every bit as terrifying as he expected. Yuhara is a swordmaster, Orome's strongest knight, the sword fairy, and her huge aura makes that obvious. She tells him to stop holding back and fight seriously, since she knows he has an aura core too. But he learned to treat that core like a hidden trump card, saved for the very end. The aura core he gained by helping Duke Sabantia ascend feels more like a curse, because he still can't control it. It's like a dam filling up with no way to release the water. When Yuhua sees he won't reveal it on his own, she decides to force it out. A sudden flash lights everything up. Yuhara unleashes the Slaughter Dragon sword art, calling lightning down, before following with the second form, True Dragon Strike. Korin answers with Calamity Serpent Intent, and the Slithering Serpent Attack. The two moves collide in a massive explosion. For a moment, the light is blinding. When it finally fades, Korin is still standing in the same spot without a scratch, and he tells Yuhara she overdid it a little. Seeing him survive a killing blow unharmed, Yuhua starts to wonder who he really is. She asks why he's going this far to protect that child. The protagonist says he's just the kidnapper, but Yuhua doesn't buy it. She says she's the child's cousin, and that child isn't human but a monster. Then she brings up the Moonlight Castle tragedy. MC answers that someone else caused that, while the ones underneath are the ones bleeding for it. He says the dojos are ruthless, and everyone is obsessed with challenging them. Then the branch under Yuhua is cut apart by a fast slash. To her surprise, Alicia is standing there. Alicia declares herself the master of Alicia Dojo, and challenges Borome's swordmaster to a duel. Then she immediately starts fangirling over Yuhua, and begs her to teach her. She rushes in and swings her sword. Yuhua blocks it. Without exposing Korin, Alicia tells the abductor to do his job. He takes the chance, grabs Hwarin, and leaves, while the two women fight. When he finally stops to rest and clean himself up, the protagonist wonders if today is lucky or cursed. The heavy rain dulls the guards and knight's senses, helping his escape and slowing the search. But his hostage's condition is the bad part. Checking on Hwarin, he realizes her fever is high. He gives her the premium elixir Marie made, hoping it helps. Korin explains they're in an owlbear nesting area. When they can't find a cave, the beasts rip up huge trees and nest inside them. Hwarin still doesn't seem any better, and MC wonders if the elixir just needs more time. Then he realizes it won't be enough, so he decides to catch a bear, thinking its fur might keep Hwarin warm enough to recover. As he starts to leave, Hwarin forces herself to move. She stops him and asks him to stay. When Huha was first born, the first thing she saw was her master crying and calling her his daughter. He thought she was Ran, and the newborn Jiangxi believed that word was meant for her. She called him father, without even knowing what it meant. That made him happy, and when he hugged her, Huha realized she had to keep pretending to be Ran, otherwise her father would throw her away at once. She was afraid he'd go looking for his real daughter, and she pictured the day she'd be forced to give the body back. But that fake life didn't last long. A small incident ruined it. That's when Kang Yu learned Hua wasn't his daughter. The first blood Hua ever saw came when she killed the sea beast, attacking the city, on her father's orders after the Lord asked for help. Her uncle saw a Zhongsha, strong enough to kill a first-class monster, and came to treat her. That was Kang Yu, and when he named her Hua, his greedy eyes had already seen her value. After her father learned the truth and stopped caring, everyone else started using her too. From then on, the castle lord, the imperial family, and the ascetics kept sending her to kill monsters, ghosts, and even people. Her broken memories are filled with burned bodies, and people acted like Hua had stolen the body after killing the weak original owner. That's how the heavenly Yaksha was born. When Hwaran wakes up, she finds Korin over her, telling her to get some sunlight and keep the blanket on. She shoves him away at once. He tells her to sleep since dawn is close, but Hwaran assumes he wants something from her. So far, everyone always has. To some, she was a lost daughter. To others, a healthy cousin. And to the rest, a weapon for slaughter. Everybody wanted something from her. Korin asks if she remembers the first time they met. Korin says nothing. He reminds her that she called herself a thief in a body that wasn't hers, someone with no rights, and says his answer hasn't changed. There's no sin in being born. That makes Korin angry. She says it's reckless and dangerous to talk like that, while letting a monster walk free, and Josephine and the chairman know it. She asks if he really thinks cheap words can stop her from being a monster, or change the world. Korin doesn't care about the world. He says he doesn't know if the world will change. He only wants to save the person in front of him. He's the only player who can reach people trapped in fixed misery, and for him, wanting to save them is enough. Korin falls silent for a moment, then admits she's scared because this body isn't hers. Everyone keeps telling her to give it back, and she knows she probably should, but she's terrified of what happens after that. So she asks Korin directly if she really has to return it. He tells her yes, and she starts to think he's just like all the others. Then he says they first need to talk about sharing this body. Korin thinks talks like that are for humans, and she's a monster. Korin tells her some humans are worse than monsters, and some fake heroes secretly slaughter people. What matters isn't what she is, but what she chooses to do. Right now, she still hasn't chosen. So until she does, the protagonist says he'll help her, then tells her to rest. But from the start, Hwoarang was never meant to give this body back to Ran. She can't tell MC that, because the only person trying to help her might pull his hand away. That left her hurting, unable to accept his help, but unable to push it away too. The next day, they keep moving, looking for a jujube tree. Before long, they find the one struck by lightning. Only one piece is usable, because the wood burns so fiercely. Hwoarang figures they'll need it while they're still in the forest. He explains that Zhongxi with too much yin energy have a few clear weaknesses. Jujube wood is packed with yang energy, so it's often used to drive that yin back. He gives the wood to Hwoarang and says if she swallows it, her yin and yang will briefly balance, suppressing her Zhongxi side for a while. But if she eats it, she'll lose control of the body. That makes Hwoarang furious, and she throws the wood away. Hwoarang still says she has to take responsibility. She can't keep all the benefits and avoid the cost. He's seen what happens to people consumed by greed, and he doesn't want Hwoarang ending up like them. That's why he wants her to choose and accept the result. He picks the jujube wood back up and offers it to her again. Then someone cuts in. Jinyu Kathvi has finally found them. He mocks Hwoarang, saying she was smart to latch onto someone while she could. Hwoarang steps in front of her. He already knows neither Jinyuk nor Yuhua will let them leave. So he decides to settle this now and pulls out his spear. Jinyuk calls him the protagonist Lok, but the protagonist corrects him, it's Immortal Lok. Jinhyuk sneers, asking if he lost his conscience along with his face. Then he attacks. In the middle of it, he shows Hwoarang his injured leg and says Hwoarang did that. MC answers by asking whether Jinhyuk can use alchemy without an alchemy circle. As he starts showing what he can do, Jinhyuk is shocked. He might be on his sister's level, maybe even faster. Just as Jinhyuk gets ready to strike, Hwoarang notices he got reckless and left an opening. But before Jinhyuk can use it, someone else decides the game is over. Talismans rain down and pin the protagonist in place. Kang Ryan arrives and tells him to stop fighting. The talisman carries an 8-array formation, throwing off his thoughts, muscles, and the flow of his power. Hwoarang can barely even stand. Still, he tells Hwoarang to run. Kang Rai walks over to the cornered Hwoarang and places a talisman on her forehead. She falls asleep instantly. He tells Yu Hwoarang the talisman seals Hwoarang's consciousness, and without it, her soul will be erased for good. Yu Hwoarang lets out a relieved sigh, thinking they can finally bring Ran back. Hwoarang shouts at Kang Ran in rage, but Kang Ran tells him he'll pay for chasing dreams and end up as monster feed. Then he leaves MC trapped under the talisman. Even while suffering, he keeps wondering what happened to Alicia, and he knows he can't let Hwoarang be taken. He screams her name, but Hwoarang has no will left and simply follows Kang Ran. After they leave, Hwoarang keeps straining against the seal. Then suddenly, he starts laughing. Immortal Lok comes out with a sly grin, because everything is moving just as planned. While the protagonist keeps acting trapped under Kang Ran's spell, a pack of wolves closes in around him. They rip the talismans off with their jaws and free him from the trap. Hwoarang stretches, and after the wolves praise his acting, he asks if they handled their part. Ren and Ran say Luina will take care of it, then ask what exactly he told her to do. He only gives them a vague answer about corruption in the defense industry. Elsewhere, the bishop tells Yuhari he still hasn't found the thieves who stole the items, or proper replacements. He asks her to be patient, saying he doesn't have the same pull she and her allies do. Yahara feels he's already attracted too much attention. The bishop misses the old days, when people like this wouldn't dare talk down to him. Still, he knows he has to bow his head because he needs their strength. He says the thieves move like shadows and don't show themselves easily. Then he says he found a merchant group with long ties to the eastern continent that can supply the replacements, the Mandrake merchants. That name sounds familiar to Yuhua. Meanwhile, the speakers announce the festival's main event, the final group match. At the same time, Kang Yuhua secretly makes a deal with someone over an item. Nearby, Hwoarang stays hidden, still clutching the jujube wood. The crowd roars with excitement as the announcer calls up Kang Yuhua's teams. Then she introduces Merkaba Academy's groups A and D, but says Group D has one disqualified member. She reveals their leader Hwoarang Lok is missing and never appeared for doubles, then pauses as someone walks toward the stage. That person calls for his team to run with him, shine like eternal chrome, and follow him to Valhalla. Hwoarang is stunned to see him alive. It's MC Lok, Immortal Lok himself, and the crowd erupts over his dramatic entrance. Hwoarang tells the professor to start. Kang Ran Yuan is clearly annoyed to see him, but he has no choice and begins the match. The rules are simple. The 8 doors keep changing, confusing anyone trapped inside the formation. To win, the players must find the right route to the center and recover the golden dragon sign. The maze throws everything into confusion. Once the formation activates, the whole arena changes and the contestants are split apart. Kang Ran Yuan doesn't know much about Hwoarang Lok, but he's sure the poison's completion can no longer be stopped. Then the broadcast suddenly freezes and cuts out. They assume the formation's overflowing mana is disrupting the video feed. Kang Ran Yuan uses that chance to begin separating Hua from Ran, or so he tells Yu Hua and Jinhyuk, ordering them to guard the Black Tortoise of the North. As long as that spot holds, nothing else matters. As Yu Hua heads out, she tells her uncle to take care of Ran. Elsewhere, the protagonist team spots the 8 trigrams and 9 directions, making them realize a formation is in play. The protagonist orders them to find its core, though his makeup makes them feel weirdly forced to call him boss. The black tortoise has always ruled the north, the side that protects the emperor at the center. Because it stands behind the emperor, it can defend him or strike him. So in a four-symbol formation, the black tortoise is the key target. When Yuhua and Jinyuk reach the black tortoise, MC and Alicia are already there waiting. Jinyuk can't believe MC reached this place without getting lost. As the two sides square up, Alicia wonders if just the two of them will be enough. He says this will go better than with Marie. Seeing the protagonist break through the 8 gates and head straight for the northern gate, Yuhoka starts to wonder if her uncle's formation has already been read. Even so, she tells herself that's impossible. With 365 variations plus stone soldiers, fog, and twisting paths, she believes no genius formation user could escape it once trapped. MC notices what she's thinking, and reveals he knows about her purchase. He tracked the rune carved into the item. Because the items they needed for the formation were stolen, Yuha had to buy replacements from the Mandrake merchants. Then it hits her, and Korin confirms it. He was the thief. The Mandrake bandits, the Mandrake merchants, and even the people moving toward the black tortoise were all his pawns. Yuha gets angry and says the two of them still can't beat her. He reminds Alicia she threw their last fight on purpose and tells her to take revenge now. Jinyuk tries stirring things up too, saying Alicia held back before. Yuhua draws her sword and charges, ready to go all out against Alicia and Korin. The protagonist says he's in a hurry too, so Alicia should stop holding back. Jinyuk rushes in with his annihilation style, while Yuhua follows with her dragon sword technique. They clash with Korin and Alicia, and this time neither side shows mercy. Massive blasts explode around them, and in a flash Jinyuk loses his leg. The fight is over almost at once. Jinyuk's leg is gone, and Yuhua's sword is snapped in two. Yuhua can't accept losing that badly, so both of them force themselves back up, ready to keep fighting to erase Hua and save Ran. They would have kept going if Korin hadn't struck the black tortoise's shell and said he would show them his sincerity. Yuhua and Jinyuk stop, completely confused by what he means. Then MC pulls out a beast with tiger fangs, sheep horns, and a boar's face. It's Tao Ti, one of the 4 perils, the direct opposite of the 4 symbols of order and protection, a creature of ruin and chaos. Yuhua and Jinhyu can't understand why a Tao Ti is on the black tortoise's shell. A thought crosses their minds, but they reject it. There's no way a necromancer like Kang Ryan would have missed something like that. Korin tells them the utter annihilation ritual was never meant to remove Hua from Ran's body. From the start, Kang Ryan was never after Ran. What he wanted was Hua. The ritual is meant to wipe Ran out completely and let Hua fully take over the body. At that very moment, Kang Ryan stands over Hua from Ran's helpless body and begins the ceremony to carry out that plan. To some, 3 years is a long time. To others, it's short. But the moment Kang Ryan Yoon saw what Kang Yu had created, he was amazed by her power. Kang Yu only wanted to save his daughter. He never knew Hua would end up under his control. In the end, Kang Yu caused the Moonlight Caste tragedy and was torn apart by the Imperial Army. Worse, he also brought the heavenly Yaksha Hua into the world. But Kang Ryan Yoon missed one thing. Hwaran's brother begged the chairman of Merkaba Academy to protect her. Even as Boromei's top formation professor, Kang Ryan Yoon had no power on another continent, and that drove him into despair. Then Tatis Faltazar, the legendary spear star from 80 years ago, found him. He wanted the professor to do just one thing: go berserk. His order was simple: slaughter as many people as possible, and break the chairman's shell until she was forced to leave the castle. Kang Ryan loved the idea. To him, destroying one city was a small price for reaching the afterlife. Soon, the Western Protestant relic, the Chain of Zion, which kept her from draining endless inner power, would break. Then Ran's soul, the thing keeping Hwaran in human form, would be erased. Once Kang Ryan fed her the 10,000 flesh pill Balthazar gave him, Hwaran would rise to the afterlife and awaken as a true Yaksha. Korin suddenly cuts in while Kang Ryan is lost in his plans. Yuhua starts questioning her uncle. She asks if the ceremony is meant to destroy Ran's soul, why he's using the 4 perils instead of the 4 symbols, and whether he was really behind the Moonlight tragedy. Kang Ryan realizes Yuhua and Jinhyuk are useless to him now. He casts the law of fresh blood around himself and says that in 10 minutes, every living thing inside the formation will melt together, and he'll use them to make the pill that lets a Yaksha transcend. The Golden Bat Alvin was only a second-rank monster. After giving up its life to evolve, even semi-first rank and first-rank guardians couldn't stop it. So if a special rank monster like Hwaran ascends, no one will be able to stop her. Korin reminds Kang Ryan he still can't beat the rot buried deep in the defense industry. Then the law of fresh blood suddenly vanishes, catching Kang Ryan off guard. He tells him he was the one stealing the items Kang Ryan had been moving through the Catholic Church. He also set up the merchants selling replacements, supplied those items himself, and carved tracking runes into them. Korin controlled the whole thing, and once he ordered Marie to destroy every item, Hwaran's transcendence was done for. Kang Ryan refuses to accept defeat. He abandons the afterlife plan and uses what power he has left to break the seal. He figures that if he kills them all, he can start the ceremony over later. Then he orders Hwaran to kill everyone. A massive blast erupts. Jinhyuk is shaken. Kang Ran really is controlling Hwaran, and he truly was behind all of this. But with his leg gone, and Yuhui's sword broken, neither of them can do much. Korin tells Alicia to fall back. He'll buy time so she can finish this with domain severance. Watching the protagonist fight at full aura core output, Alicia is stunned. She knows she wouldn't last even 30 seconds against him like this, and she doesn't think any living human could. But she's wrong. For Heavenly Yaksha Hwaron, this is nothing. Korin burns through everything in a brutal minute-long clash, yet Hwaron doesn't even flinch. She strikes back with terrifying force, and sends MC flying. He realizes Hwaron is beyond him in every way. Just tracking her is hard enough, and then she leaps in again. He's at his limit now. His body can't regenerate anymore. If that hit lands, he'll die on the spot. Even so, Korin forces himself back up. Then Alicia jumps in and blocks the blow with domain severance. She knew the plan, but she couldn't just watch him die. But she'd already taken dozens of steps inside the domain, and that strain is worse than Hwaron's hit. Her body must be breaking apart. Hwaron attacks again, and Alicia tries to stop her one more time. Another huge blast rips through the field, and when it clears, Hwaron is left standing alone. Korin gives Alicia the special emergency elixir he brought with him, because without it, she'd either be fully paralyzed or bleed to death. Normally, the protagonist would have waited until Marie destroyed the 4 perils. Then, during the short opening, Alicia would use domain severance. He'd land a full penetration strike and finish it with his hidden card. That had been his plan since coming back from Nasrea. But 2 things changed. First, Hwaron's seal broke, releasing power beyond anything he expected. Second was Alicia getting hurt to save him. Korin can handle the crisis for now, but Alicia can't fight anymore. Now he wonders if he can last until Marie destroys the last perils. Alicia apologizes for ruining the plan, but MC can't blame her. If that attack had hit him, he probably would have died right away. So instead, he thanks her for saving him. Korin has burned through almost all the aura in both his aura core and his body. The fights with Jinyuk and Hwaron took too much out of him. He thinks about using the Sabancia Duke's core, but that power is beyond what his body can handle. Even with the command supporting him, he's not sure he can survive it. Alicia points out that Hwaron hasn't used her right hand at all, like she may be holding something. That makes him remember the jujube wood he gave her. He realizes she's still carrying that burden of choice. Korin gets back up and calls out to Hwaron, hoping some part of her can still hear him. But he soon knows he has no easy way left. He gave her the jujube wood because Hwaron can't keep taking only the good parts. The protagonist knows what greed looks like, and he didn't want her to end up that way. He wanted her to choose for herself. So Korin steps forward again and tries to reach Hwaron. At the same time, he recalls the Sebanya Duke's swordsmanship and understands that the Duke's demonic power has been passed on to him. From this point on, MC tries to recreate the legend of the Sabancia Duke from 800 years ago. With his demonic spear and Hwaron's demonic chi, the two charge each other, and their clash detonates on impact. This isn't just a fight, it's a clash between the legends of the Heavenly Yaksha and the Sabancia Duke. Kang Ryun is stunned to see Korin matching Hwaron at all, and he orders her to kill him. As Hwaron throws out her fist, he feels thousands of auras pouring from her. Still, he has one way to match it. Hwaron may hold the aura of 100,000, but she can only release thousands at once. If Korin can meet that same amount, he can fight her head on. The problem is surviving it. The Sabancia Duke's aura is wrecking his body as he uses it. Soon the pain will make him unable to even hold the spear, and his tendons will start to tear. Even then, the protagonist keeps going because Hwaron still isn't using her right arm. As they trade blows, MC takes a step that could kill him. He plants his right foot and draws back his left arm. He gathers his mind, breath, and muscles into a single strike, a one-time punch, and he lands it clean. The 8-trigram extreme fist explodes on impact. Korin lets out a breath when he realizes he finally broke through Hwaron's absolute defense, but that's as far as he gets. He can't bring her down because death is already catching up to him. Seeing Korin collapsed and weak, Kang Ryun mocks him, saying he can't do anything anymore. Hwaron stands over him with both fists clenched, ready to finish him, when the chains begin restraining her again. The protagonist rises, and it turns out he was only buying time, so Marie, Yuhua, and Jin Yuk could destroy every item in the formation. Kang Ryun is left stunned as his whole plan falls apart. Josephine steps in, points her sword at him, and orders him not to move. With Kang Ryun finally arrested, Korin turns to Hwaron, now fully restrained. He tears off the talisman, keeping her unconscious. Slowly, Hwaron opens her eyes and wakes up to find Korin standing before her. He tells her again that he'll help her until she makes her choice, and asks her to choose something she won't regret. Hwaron decides to repay MC by proving she's not a monster. She is the choice she makes. She opens her hand only to see the jujube wood has crumbled to dust from her own strength. She breaks down crying, feeling hopeless because she can't get the ending she wanted. Korin is shocked that her strength crushed jujube wood into dust, but he tells her there are still other ways. Then he hugs her and thanks her for honoring his trust. Hwaron still feels guilty for hurting him and taking over Rand's body. She wonders if she can ever be free or forgiven. Korin says he doesn't know, but they can figure that out together. After Kang Ryun failed, the whole incident was covered up, just as planned. A Borome senior professor causing this much chaos was bad enough, and revealing the ceremony tied to Hwarin would only bring more eyes onto her. Some people would fear her and condemn her, while others would chase after her power. Josephine tells Corin they're making it look like Kang Rhine died in an unfortunate accident, and even Borome's chairman agreed, since it helps everyone involved. They also asked for damage compensation. The chairman tried to dodge it, but in the end, things worked out. Josephine knows they can't afford to trust people easily, but she's still grateful to him for helping them. Corin says he hopes they can trust each other someday. Josephine says goodbye and leaves him to rest. Meanwhile, Marie gets excited when she sees the protagonist awake. She checks on him and tells him he even lost his fingernails. Then she starts crying, upset that he always pushes himself until he ends up in a hospital bed again. MC asks if she's okay, after having to destroy all those stone soldiers. Thanks to Jinyuk and Yuha, Corin made it just in time and barely survived. They weren't bad people, just stuck in a terrible spot. Jinyuk was trying to avenge his family, and Yuha wanted to save her cousin. Kang Ryun took advantage of their desperation. He's the real one at fault, like always. Corin jokingly asks Mariette to call him Appa for acting so grown up, and she figures he's weirdly hung up on that word. Mariette knows she can't stop it completely, but she still wants him to stop getting hurt. He's supposed to help save the world, but compared to the main player, the protagonist is just a normal side character, with only his spear skills to lean on. Of course his body keeps paying the price. When MC doesn't even deny that he'll keep getting hurt, Mariette says she'll fight beside him no matter who he's up against. That means a lot to Corin, because he's heading into battles against monsters and powerful enemies trying to destroy the world, and he plans to face them with Mariette at his side. Mariette then says Harvest Day is close, and with the holidays coming, she wants to apply for the Guardian group early, with Corin as leader, and her as vice leader. Just then, a nurse wheels Alicia in. Wrapped in bandages, she looks so covered up that he laughs and says she looks like a mummy. Still, he knows she pushed herself that far because of him, so he quickly stops laughing, apologizes, and thanks Alicia. Mariette's elixir kept Alicia's bones from breaking, but she still needs at least 2 weeks to recover. With only 1 week left in the festival, she'll miss the closing campfire. That really gets to Alicia, since she had wanted to go and it would have been her first campfire. Corin cheers her up by offering to buy her a Jeskir dress for the winter ball. Then he teases Alicia by calling himself her Appa. After that, they talk about the rest of the Guardian members. The protagonist brings up Alicia, Lenya, Claire from Intelligence, and the Wolfman, though he says she's still hard to read. Mariette is surprised Corin and Yuel know each other that well. Alicia says they're close enough to hang out together. But when MC names Hwarin as the last member, Alicia is stunned and Mariette goes quiet. He explains that Josephine already approved it, but Mariette asks if he really wants to watch Hwarin lose control again. People have always been afraid of Hwarin. They hated her, threw stones at her, and called her a monster. Now Corin was hurt because of her, and she nearly killed people again. The protagonist's words keep echoing in Hwarin's head. She thought her strength was the only thing that could make up for taking Hwarin's body. Depending on anyone else never felt possible. That's why MC's kindness hurts so much, and why she hates him for it. She was used to being used, so shutting everyone out became normal. When Corin comes to check on her, Hwarin rushes him, telling him to turn her back into Ran. He starts preparing to do it, but before he can touch her, she stops him and suddenly says she wants fish. Corin realizes she's scared. He gently tells her it's fine, and promises to buy her fish afterward. Once they're outside, Hwarin begins floating as the process starts. He brings out the Death God's Orb, an item that never misses and can split body and soul while ignoring defense. It's basically a broken soul-cutting tool that only exists as game data, but in human hands, not a Death God's. Its accuracy drops so badly it's almost worthless. Corin can't even see spirits, so if he throws it normally, the hit rate becomes 0. He throws the spear, and it glances off and drops. Then he remembers the Mana Stone. Its spread effect lowers accuracy. That spread tops out at 100 meters, when accuracy falls to about 1. So what happens if the protagonist uses it with 0 accuracy? The spread becomes limitless. Even without seeing spirits, the effect still triggers. In simple terms, the system reads it as an attack on the soft Mana Stone. Corin throws the spear again, and this time it lands perfectly. As Hwarin drops, he catches her. He tells her he only used a little mana. When she wakes, Hwarin suddenly calls MC Appa, leaving him stunned. That one word brings back all the times he wanted to hear it. Tears fall as he realizes this is Ran meeting him for the first time. Hwarin says she noticed how badly he wanted Hwarin to call him Appa, and that makes him realize she had been watching everything. All 3 years Hwarin was living in her body. Hwarin was there. Corin asks if she hates Hwarin for taking her body. But instead of answering, Hwarin runs off in pure excitement. Thanks to Hwarin, she can walk again for the first time since getting sick. She's moving with the energy Hwarin stored up. Hwarin admits she hated Hwarin first, and kept begging for her body back. Then she realized Hwarin couldn't hear her, and just kept talking to herself. Hwarin understood that was how Hwarin dealt with her guilt. She knows how hard it is to fight fear and anxiety, because she was trapped in that same body. So she doesn't hate Hwar, especially since Hwar was brave enough to give the body back. Corin feels a warmth in his chest, seeing Hwarin forgive the girl who possessed her for 3 years. Hwarin says her own time stopped at 14, while Hwar was only 3, so in a way she got the little sister she'd always wanted. He agrees, and promises he'll always come save her whenever she needs him. Hwoaran then says she likes sushi too, and jokes that she and Hwoar have the same taste in everything, even men. She starts feeling him up and says if he marries her, he'll get 2 wives. Then she asks for his answer. At first Hwoaran assumes she's kidding, but Ron says she's serious. In her hometown, people have done that by this age. The protagonist tells her she'd better ask Hwoar too, since they share one body. Ron kisses his cheek, and right after that, Hwoar takes over again. Flustered, Hwoaran tells him not to mind it, because Ron was just talking nonsense. Watching her argue out loud, Hwoaran realizes Hwoaran is really talking to Ron. Hwoaran then tells MC to meet them at their usual dinner spot at 7. He can tell food is her way of saying sorry. Thinking back on Hwoaran's proposal, he starts wondering if she really is just a kid. The church knights thought they could bring down the Protestant princess, but one guy ruined the whole plan. They still don't know who he is or how he found out. They only followed Jin Young's orders, gathered 100 cross-charge squad members, and risked moving through the tunnel to push Hwoaran into danger. Hwoaran tells them they should have just used the chapel knights instead. The squad leader gets mad at the way the protagonist talks to them, and MC drops him with 1 hit. He says he wanted to try that throw that took everyone out at once. While Josephine says she'll take them into custody, Hwoaran reminds her to remove their suicide poison capsules and pull the right molars first. Josephine has plenty she wants to ask, like how he knew about the church's century-old tunnel, and why he told her to watch the Catholic Church. For now though, she's just relieved he's on her side. The Jiangxi girls were born strong, and their bodies don't get hurt easily. Their vital signs are slower than normal too, which is why Hwoaran is so lazy. Hwoaran and Ran bicker about getting up, and in the end Hwoaran finally gets out of bed. Downstairs she finds Hwoaran asleep on the couch. Ran tells Hwai to wake him up before his mouth gets crooked from sleeping like that. Then Ran asks if she likes him. Hwai says she can't understand the protagonist. He does things no one asked for, and works way too hard. Hwai insists she doesn't like MC at all. She hates him. Around then, Mariette notices Hwai and is up early. Figuring Hwoaran stayed there because he couldn't sleep, she asks Dioku to carry him to the bed. As Mariette heads out after telling Hwoaran to get some sleep too, Hwoaran suggests leaving him on the sofa. Mariette says he'll get cold there without a blanket. Then she tells Hwoaran there are steamed potatoes in the kitchen, and she'll eat corn with her. Even with the festival still going, classes keep going too. Since Hwoaran already heard all this in his past life, he decides to focus on something else. Checking his stats, he realizes he's already passed Alicia's starting numbers, gained a 3rd aura core, and unlocked demonic QI release. Even now, his aura level is only around what a normal knight has with a 1st core or a bit below it. But the protagonist also has the core from the White Silver Mandrake, and the demonic nature core he got through Sabancia Duke. So while others only had 1 core, he already had 3. Alicia reached her domain at this point too. The many steps inside that domain also boosted her growth, pushing her aura rank up to lower high. She started at upper middle, so she's developed about half a year faster than normal, and Hwoaran is excited to see how far she'll go. Now the only thing left to test is demonic QI release. MC's current aura is over 8,020, and 1,600 of that can come out instantly. That's a crazy burst of power, but when he tested it in the hunting ground, he couldn't feel it at all. He starts getting hyped, imagining himself splitting the sky and stabbing down dragons. Then the teacher announces a notebook check. He is dragged back to reality, and wonders if Laguerra is mad because everyone keeps sleeping through her class. If she is, they'll probably be stuck cleaning the room. And that's bad, because this room belongs to the alchemy faculty, so it's full of nasty experiment mess. Hwoaran knows he has to write something fast if he wants to avoid punishment. He looks around for help. Jaeger Hinspeter is on his left, but when he reaches to the right, he finds Ran holding his hand. She offers to show him her notes. Ran tells him to copy her homework, then invites him to lunch. Hwoaran agrees and says he'll pay. Other students watch and wonder when he got so close to Hwoaran. Someone points out he was always the only one who talked to her, and that says plenty. Ran explains that Hwoaran was sleepy, so she took over to let her rest. The protagonist then asks if she met Jin Hyuk and Waha. Even if those two were being used, they still have to take some blame. Kang Renyun, meanwhile, will be quietly executed by the royal family. Yohia is now head of the Kang family, which puts everything on her shoulders from daily matters to marriage decisions. Then Ran grins, says she already got permission, and calls Hwoaran her husband. That makes MC wish Hwoaran would wake up soon, because dealing with Ran is getting harder. At the same time, Mariette orders Deokgu to tell her everything. Since he'd been listening in on him and Ran, Deokgu spills it all. Mariette knows she and Hwoaran aren't together, but it still hurts. Even so, Mariette is level-headed. Still, it's clear that cooking for him means something special to her. Daokua tells her about the 2 wives, and even Ran's proposal. That makes Mariette realize she can't just sit back anymore. She wonders what to do: grow potatoes, mine diamonds, or try something bolder. Then she rejects that last idea, thinking she can't possibly be any bolder, and starts to panic. Freaking out, she asks Daokua what it's like to like a guy. All he can say is bone. Later, Mariette gives Hwoaran some oxblood soup. It was a dish the workers at her ranch used to make. The protagonist lights up the moment he sees it. Mariette worries the blood will turn him off. but once he tastes it, he thinks it's amazing. Then a pop-up appears, saying his strength went up by 30 points. Thrilled by the boost, Korin blurts out that he loves her. Mariette is glad she listened to Dioku. Meanwhile, Ran goes to Josephine and says her friend has a problem. Whenever this friend sees one certain person, her heart races, and she feels all soft and floaty. Josephine immediately knows it's about Korin. He's good with women, and he's the only one Hwarin talks to. To her, MC is a born playboy. Even second-year girls have complained about him. So Josephine figures Hwarin is in for a rough time against someone that experienced. When Josephine says her friend is in love with that boy, Hwarin quickly denies it. Josephine keeps going anyway. Guys surrounded by women usually don't chase them. The girls come first. Then she brings up some 100-year-old romance novel. Her advice is simple. Be bold, be passionate, stay determined, and crush the other girls if she wants to win his love. The bad luck here is that they're taking romance tips from a witch who's over 100 and still unmarried. But since Hwai and Ran have no experience, they decide to trust the cheesy novel advice. After wishing Hwayan luck, Josephine leaves. Hwayan then decides to go see Korin. Outside, she spots Diog Korin. Inside, he is with Mariette. Hwayan looks in through the window and sees them together. Her heart breaks. She thought Korin would stay by her side and help her, but she knew that same kindness reached Mariette too. Even so, seeing them together still hurts, maybe because she believed she was special. Then Mariette sinks her fangs into the protagonist's neck. At that point, Hwaran understands this is more than just a senior helping a junior. Hwaran tells Hwaran to leave this to her, promising she'll remove anyone who stands in their way. Later, the group eats dinner together, and Alicia gets excited for dessert. She grew up deep in the countryside, so there were no dessert shops there. Hwaran wonders how remote that place must be. He's gone east on quests before and only came out for dessert, never thinking the group would get this big. Then Hwaran and Mariette both offer MC cake at the same time, and he takes Hwaran's crepe. Hwaran then grabs Mariette's strawberry cake. To make Mariette jealous, she asks Korin to feed her. That starts a passive-aggressive exchange between the two girls. Hwaran mocks Mariette's potato farm cakes and asks if they even count as cake. Jaeger picks up on the weird mood and looks at him like, "Did you do this?" Soon Jaeger, Lork, Bugman, and the protagonist head off to the bathroom. Left behind, Mariette and Hwaran keep smiling while trading sharp comments about how country life is fresher than the city. Alicia can tell those smiles aren't real, so she just keeps eating. Mariette tells Hwaran that Korin is going south with her to relax in a hot spring. Hwaran fires back that she'll ask MC to visit Xion Chapel with her, since a saintess's blessing beats some smelly hot spring. That sets Mariette off, and she snaps that he is coming with her. He, still in the washroom, suddenly feels a wave of killing intent. Alicia cuts in and says Korin already promised to go east with her to watch a solar eclipse because he has business there. Hearing that makes Mariette's killing intent spike even higher. A few days earlier, Yeyu told the protagonist about a spirit in the eastern forest. Druids loved by spirits are said to move with them no matter their affinity, but a trip that far is still very rare. That means the druids named Uskas and Findius have been found. Findius is where Klaus Solus, one of the 4 great secret treasures, is hidden. Uskas is the druid guarding that land. In the game, both were story-only items that only Tates Valtazar and his followers could collect. Park died before he could even beat Valtazar and his crew, so weakening that enemy would already help Park. Still, if Korin could take even one treasure Valtazar was supposed to get, it would be huge. He just didn't know where to start looking. But after defeating Firmak Damon Damon, his reward transferred that information straight into his mind. Now MC knows he can get Klaus Solus during a solar eclipse, when the sun is weakest. In 3 years of playing, there was only one, February 8th. Both Findius and Uskas lie beyond the eastern region, inside the Beast King's territory. Findius is the druid's hidden domain, but Korin is sure Ul, now stronger, can find it. He's pleased to see things falling into place, and soon he plans to claim Klaus Solus and wreck Valtazar's future plans. He tells Mariette he's leaving, and since he doesn't know how strong Sabancia Duke really is, he needs to ask that sword-crazy person in the east. Mariette answers with a hard stare. Then she hands him her sigil. With it he can get help in most places. Korin asks if she really wants to give something that valuable to a nobody, but Mariette tells him he isn't a nobody. He says he may need her help, and she promises she'll come if he does. Then she gives him a sack of potatoes, and warns him not to accept potatoes from strangers, like he's a little kid. Just before the protagonist leaves, Mariette stops him and suggests doing it first. Korin tells her to drink as much as she can now, since she'll be stuck with blood packs later. A day before the trip, MC feels worn out and decides to sleep early, but when he enters his room, he finds Hwarian on his bed, complaining that his shower took too long. She suggests they sleep together, and he says no. When she points out they've done it before, he reminds her that was only because of the rain. Still, not wanting to waste energy, Korin gives in, figuring it's fine as long as Josephine doesn't catch them. Besides, sleeping together calmed her down before. As he starts taking off his robe, Hwaran thinks he's undressing completely and hurls a pillow at him. The protagonist jokes that maybe he should sleep naked, then says he's just putting on pajamas. After a short argument over who should turn away and who should hold the pillow, Hwaran tells Korin to be careful in the east because when he gets hurt she feels it too. She asks him to come back with fewer injuries and says she'll head east soon as well. The next day, MC reads the news that the Sword Emperor Garen has given his granddaughter Alicia the 5th Sword Pavilion, something Alicia herself didn't even know. She says she packed a coat, a bag, food, clothes, and snow gear, while Ul just trusts nature to protect her. Corin calls them amateurs, since they're flying straight east on a wyvern, and they'll soon learn what that really means. Once they reach a kilometer in the air, Ul and Alicia quickly learn that nature protects no one. As they pass over Taklikan, Alicia spots a herd of Oliphants below and warns that the town will be wrecked if they keep charging. Since they have time to intervene, Corin tells Ul to raise roots in the monster's path and has Alicia finish them off. Ul binds the Oliphants with roots, and Alicia swings her sword, but the Oliphants block the strike, catching them off guard. Corin tells Ul to hold the front line while he handles the rest. Then hunters from Arden rush in and wipe out the monsters almost instantly. Lunia, Alicia's sister, calls Alicia pathetic and too slow. She says Alicia's hesitation could have caused even more damage. He wonders if Lunia is hinting at the article from the newspaper. Then she gives them honey bomb candy and tells them to be more careful next time. Lunia also congratulates Corin on reaching first rank. Just when the protagonist decides she's too cold, she turns around and asks him to marry her, leaving Ul, Alicia, and even Corin stunned. Margdonarev, with rich land and the biggest family in the south, controls the main trade routes. The east, on the other hand, borders a land of heretics and harsh wild territory, so they constantly fight off monsters from unlivable lands. Even so, the eastern region has kept its name thanks to the Arden family, the ones who defend the wastelands. At Lunia's order, servants lead Alicia and the others to their rooms. Later, Ul and MC play chess. Ul worries Alicia might be punished for failing to kill the Oliphant properly, but Corin tells her that won't happen. Then a servant arrives and says Lunia wants to see him. When the protagonist enters Lunia's room, he assumes she's calling him in to punish him. Instead, after confirming he's 18 and unmarried, Lunia asks if he wants to marry her. Corin thinks she's joking, but she says she's completely serious. She says his mature mind, martial skill, and looks make him exactly her type. MC didn't expect her to care about looks, but Lunia says she's still a woman, so of course she cares about the face and body of the man she'll be seeing. Then Lunia explains she's making this offer because of what happened with him. After Alicia beat her, the crazy Sword Emperor Geeser showed up and ordered them to name Alicia the 5th Sword Pavilion Master. That shattered trust in Lunia's side, and Corin knows why, since he set that whole thing up. Since then, Lunia has been losing support and getting marriage offers from swordsmen who claim they can restore her honor. She hates it, because she's too proud to be treated like a prize on the marriage market. That's why she wants a fake engagement with him. Alicia is Arden's illegitimate daughter, but even so, she was showered with gifts early on because people saw her as a possible heir. When Alicia's mother told her the news, Alicia tried to push back, but Sophia reminded her that her father's word is law. Garen Arden's wish is an order. He tells Alicia that as the 5th Sword Pavilion Master, her job is to protect both humanity and the family's honor. That means picking the people who will serve under her and deciding their roles. Alicia accepts because she has no choice, and even now, that obedience hasn't changed, not even though she knows they'll never truly accept her. Outside Lunia's room, Alicia hears her asking Corin out. Honestly, that feels exactly like something Lunia would do. Alicia also knows there's probably a reason behind it. Still, she can tell Lunia really does like the protagonist. As a swordsman, Lunia values strength above all. She never would have brought up an engagement unless she truly wanted him. Alicia likes the thought of it. Lunia was like a mother to her, and even when they clashed, Alicia still wanted good things for her. Corin matters to her too. He helped her see her talent, believed in her, and saved her from her sister's followers. To Alicia, they suit each other, so she's glad for them, because she cares about them both. At the same time, Sophia gives Lunia a list of heirs from famous families and strong swordsmen. Most of Lunia's support comes from her mother's side, so she can't just ignore that pressure. That's why she blurted out the proposal. She does think Corin is a good man, but more than that, she sees how hungry he is for power. Garen Arden will pick the next family head, and Lunia believes MC has the talent to reach the domain. If that happens, he won't let anyone stand in his way. Even so, Lunia wonders whether Alicia is only his friend or something more. After all, she still cares about her sister. Then Jade walks in and asks about the proposal. She doesn't object to Corin himself. He's strong, and in her eyes, fit to stand beside Lunia. What does bother her is what Lunia plans to wear on the date. When the protagonist arrives at the meeting spot, he's stunned by how beautiful Lunia looks. She takes his arm, and the two head off to enjoy the date. Meanwhile, Alicia is out hunting monsters with her team. While Corin and Lunia spend time together under soft music, Alicia ends up covered in cuts and monster blood. As the song reaches its last note, Alicia finishes the fight with one final swing. While the musician wins over the crowd, Alicia teaches her people how to bring down a monster. At the end of the date, Lunia asks if he enjoyed himself, and Corin says yes. Then she kneels and kisses his hand. MC points out that's usually the man's part. Lunia jokes that she's more used to handling girls like that, so next time he'll do it. Before leaving, she asks to meet again. She has plans for him. On her way back, Lunia finds Alicia waiting for her, still covered in blood. Lunia casually tells her she had a great time with Corin in the city. Alicia notes that it's the first time in 7 years Lunia has worn traditional clothes. Lunia ignores the comment, says she's going to change, and tells Alicia to meet her at the training grounds for a spar. Normally, Alicia would have tried to avoid it. She doesn't even know why Lunia asked, but she still can't refuse. Once they're at the training grounds, Lunia points out that Alicia usually wouldn't agree to this. She says no one is watching, so Alicia can speak freely. They say the usual words before a match and begin. Lunia's first strike catches Alicia off guard. She keeps pressing forward and tells Alicia to keep up. Lunia attacks in clean horizontal lines, without using light. Alicia's boundary eyes should be able to read them, but her body can't react fast enough. If she starts predicting Lunia instead of only reacting, maybe she can fight back. Alicia finally counters, but Lunia slips past it with ease. Lunia says her breathing is unstable, then sends her flying with a punch. Alicia's unnatural reflexes are the only reason she can keep up at all. Lunia notices Alicia has improved, and figures Corin changed the way she thinks. She tells Alicia that she and him fight in the same style. Neither wastes flashy moves on human opponents. They only need a finger's width to cross into killing range. Lunia steps into that space and attacks again, hoping Alicia can dodge the next one. Alicia avoids the earlier strikes well enough, but this one is different, so she loses. After beating her sister once, she thought she'd become stronger. Now she wonders if that win was only luck, because the gap between her and Lunia still feels impossible to cross. Lunia tells her to keep training. If she doesn't, all she'll do is watch Corin from behind. A few days later, Sophia brings up Lunia's marriage again. She says if this new boy is just a passing romance, Lunia can enjoy that after getting engaged because to her, a man is just a tool to carry the family name. Sophia was once praised as the East's greatest swordsman, but after her husband's betrayal, Jade Arden's views on marriage changed completely. Even so, Sophia tells Lunia she may marry whoever she wants. Lunia says her choice is a great warrior, better than anyone on that list. She says he reached the domain at 20, and his talent matches her grandfather's. Then she adds that it's not just talent, he has the kind that wins, and he's handsome too. Lunia admits one more thing, taking something away from Alicia gives her a thrill. Hearing that, Sophia starts rethinking marriage for the first time in her life. 9 days after they arrived at Arden, the New Year's ceremony was held. The village style even reminds them of Korea. Koreans' real reason for coming east was to find one of the 4 treasures. Findius. Findius, the Druid domain, is a land of wild nature, mountains, and monsters. It's past the border guarded by the Arden family. As they travel on, Yahello finds a spirit to keep them from getting lost in the forest. Korean thanks Lunia for helping them cross the border. She says she's just doing her job as their guardian. After all, they're young, and she's his fiancée. Still, without Hwaran or Marie, Lunia really is a big help right now. Alicia tells Lunia not to throw around the word fiancé, since people might get the wrong idea, but Lunia says she doesn't care what anyone thinks. Alicia pushes back, saying she shouldn't lower the protagonist's future like that. At last, they reach the entrance. All that's left is to pass through. One by one, they cross the barrier. As expected in a place protected by a sage-level druid, Korean is separated from the others. He recognizes the spell, a charm meant to test anyone entering. He wonders if it's another 8-array formation. It's a trial to see whether those traveling with the druid are worthy to enter. MC readies himself for whatever comes, monster, trap, or illusion. Then a voice calls out, and sweat runs down his face. He turns and sees the main player standing there, grinning at him, calling him brother. Korean is shocked to see him, but attacks right away. He lunges at the main player and the man destroys his spear with a touch. Park, the world's main player, may be evil, but his power is practically godlike, far beyond where Korean is now. Park tells the protagonist he should be proud. He managed to kill him once, but he still doesn't have what it takes to save the world. Park failed even after gathering so much power, so to him, MC is nothing. He says MC can't beat Tate's Voltazar. He fires back that he can, by taking one of the 4 treasures, and says he's aiming for a happy ending. Park mocks that idea, saying if Korin really wanted that, he would have chosen Park's path instead. He says the protagonist loves sacrificing himself, and all the time he spent saving NPCs should have gone toward the bigger goal. He could have become much stronger, and MC knows he hasn't been playing the most efficient way. Park threw away anyone who stood in his path. To him, that's the only way to grow stronger. He asks Korean to let people die and save the world with him. He says he started the game over again, and yes, he regretted the items he missed. Those regrets are why he's seeing this vision in the first place. But he swears he'll save the world and still make room for everyone he saved, without putting efficiency first. He gathers his power and drives a full-force punch into Park. The vision was supposed to shake him, but instead it clears his mind. Now Korean knows that even if he got the chance, he wouldn't change his choices. With his resolve back, he forms his spear again. When the protagonist comes to, his friends are around him. Yahello is a druid, so he expected her to resist the spell, but he's surprised Lunia got through too. Lunia says she only saw her grandfather spouting nonsense, so she cut him down. Alicia, though, is the most at risk, so they can only hope she wakes soon. Then they hear a leopard speaking. It's impressed they broke through the fog so fast. The leopard reveals its true form and welcomes Yuel and the others. It's the guardian of Findias and Oskias, and offers to guide them there. Only then does Lunia realize they've reached the domain of one of the 4 treasures, Findias. Yuel tells her everyone here is her kin. Lunia, though, wants to know if there's a place for her here too. Oskias says he knew a young druid had been searching for this place, and asks why they've come all the way into the wilds. Corin tells him he's searching for the Sun Sword, Klaus Solus, and that he comes as the first spear of Erin Danua, Queen of Paradise. As his master's true successor, even after regressing, MC catches something important. Oskias said he is also seeking the treasure. Then a huge shadow steps in and recognizes him. Even Corin wasn't ready for how unhinged he seemed. It's the monster of Murius, the King of Shade, the Beast King Dunscays. He says there is only one throne, and when the Age of Shadow begins, his beasts will devour the protagonist's goddess. Since both MC and Dunscays want Klaus Solus, Oskias can't hand it to either one, so he decides to test which of them is worthy. The druid stays neutral, but he has no idea what the test will be. Dinshkias doesn't know either, but since Tates Valtazar got all 4 treasures in the previous timeline, the risk is real. The druid tells both sides to wait in their rooms while the judges talk. If this goes like the original story, Dinshkias should pass. That night, while everyone is asleep, Alicia dreams of a happy future where Corin and Lunia are married, and their little kids call her aunt. She knows that kind of ending should make her happy, but for some reason, it still hurts. Corin checks on Alicia and finds her still asleep. He hopes she's up by tomorrow. He'll need every bit of help he can get. Right as he turns to leave, Alicia grabs him and pulls him onto the bed. She climbs on top of him, slides something off his finger, leans in close and whispers that her sister isn't home today. Then Alicia immediately falls asleep beside him, leaving Corin completely shaken. Soon the druid reveals the second task. Without knowing it, they had already cleared the first one, a test of how far they'd go to get what they wanted. Both sides had proven themselves. Then Alicia remembers what happened last night, and turns bright red. Lunia tells her to trust what she believes in. That's where her strength comes from. Yuel says she should rest if she's tired, but Alicia is too busy beating herself up. The druid explains the next test. With their druid beside them, they must find a mistletoe oak and make a wand before sunrise tomorrow. Before starting, everyone signs a pledge not to attack each other for 60 days, and to accept the result. Corin asked Oskias for that rule himself, because Doom Norix isn't like most neutral druids. He openly backs Valtazar. Even with Yuel's talents, Doom Norix is a sage, so the gap between them is huge. To make it worse, the spirits won't answer Yuel at all. They're all helping Doom Norix. Then Alicia suddenly shouts that she found it, but it's only a hackberry tree. Mistletoe rarely grows on oak in the first place, and finding that kind of oak in this forest is already a long shot. This challenge would be rough even with spirit help, and right now every spirit is on Doom Norix's side. Alicia suggests putting mistletoe onto an oak by hand, but Yuel says that would ruin the meaning of the test. When time runs out, Iskias tells everyone to bring their wands. Dunscays looks at Corin's group and notices their wand is bigger than his. Alicia had found some mistletoe, so they attached it to an oak and used Yuel's magic to make it grow. Normally, it would have died, but the Eastern potion kept it alive. Iskias accepts the wands and moves them to the final test. The last task is to bring back the crimson fruit from a magical rowan tree in the northern forest. When they arrive, Sharvan tells them to prove themselves if they want the fruit. He's a sky titan from the legend of Huaran, the same race as the titan guarding the son of Findias. Everyone knows fighting him would be a nightmare, and whether they win or lose, that still won't get them. Klaus Solus. Corin quickly realizes battling the giant is pointless, so he tries to guess the theme of the test. Then the titan says they'll be solving riddles. Dunscays lights up right away. He loves riddles. Sky Titans adore treasure and riddles, since almost anything else breaks too easily under their strength. The protagonist agrees to play too. The Titan says the first side to solve 5 riddles wins, and each team can only send 2 people. The Druids are banned because they solve riddles with Titans all the time. Dunscays is thrilled, while Corin picks Alicia as his partner, since Lunia hates riddles. The first riddle says it grows larger in the morning, shrinks at noon, grows again in the afternoon, and vanishes at night. MC is still thinking, wishing he had more time, when Dunscay suddenly answers, "Shadow," and he's right. Corin and Alicia stare in shock. He had forgotten that weird as Dunscay seems, he has a special talent for this. The second riddle describes something that exists but can't be seen, can't be beaten, comes at you and stops forever once you've passed it. Dunscays answers, "Time," and gets it right again. The third says it's sometimes joyful, sometimes funny, and sometimes tragic, with every living being as a main character. Dunscays answers life first, and nails that one too. He gets so happy, he even starts quoting Shakespeare. Corin feels like he's up against a whole crowd at once. He snaps at Alicia for not helping, but she says she only reads teen girl magazines. The fourth riddle says it's beautiful to one person but hard for others to understand. To some it's violence, to others an escape. The protagonist struggles again, wondering if he's always been this bad at thinking sideways. Then Alicia slowly raises her hand, and after thinking it over, asks if the answer is an affair. That answer stuns everyone. Alicia thinks she messed up, but the Titan says she's correct. She gets embarrassed right away, especially when Corin can't even look her in the eye. Even though they stopped Dunskays' streak, they still lost after he solved the next 2 riddles. Dunskays takes the fruit, and MC's side fails the task. Still, Yahello says it may not be over yet. They probably just won't have an item for the next stage. She starts searching for enemies but finds none, and the spirits are gone too. Corin then notices they haven't seen any monsters either, which makes no sense in a forest famous for both spirits and beasts. If neither is around, only 2 answers fit. Someone killed them all, or scared them off. Dunskays starts laughing darkly, while Doom Norix finishes setting his plan in motion. As the spell completes, the whole forest shines green. Corin spots something rushing toward them. He shoves Yahello aside and shields her from the attack. When the light fades, they're shocked to see a humanoid monster, and no one understands why it's here. Lunia freezes when she realizes what she's seeing. The Sword Demon, a monster using the legendary Arden style. Beyond the Arden lands lies demon territory, where mountain beasts and demons keep a fragile balance as self-made lords of the forest. One old swordsman broke that balance. He never summoned demi-humans, because they had already fallen too deep into their beast instincts. Still, now and then a human-shaped monster would appear. No one knew if it fought to live or to die. When the Sword Emperor found this sword-using creature, he laughed and started a master-disciple bond that only he believed existed. On the 8th day, he finally gave it a name, Sword Demon. Only Corin and the old man who named it knew that title. But later, that name will spread everywhere. This monster will become the strongest swordsman in Huaran's legend, and eventually join Valtazar. Yet after seeing it attack Doom Norix and Dunskays, he realizes it hasn't joined Valtazar yet. Even so, he has a bad feeling. The Sword Demon suddenly charges Corin, and he knows he can't dodge. Then Lunia jumps in, linking up with him to fight side by side. She quickly realizes how terrifying its sword skill is. As they clash, Lunia sees it doesn't just fight with both hands, its feet strike like blades too. This demon, built to handle many swords at once, now faces Lunia, who controls distance perfectly with just one. The winner will be the one who can break that gap first. Corin and Alicia join in to strike the Sword Demon, but it slips past their attack with ease. The protagonist rushes again, refusing to miss this time, but the demon answers with Domain Severance and 8-Hand Peerless. Corin is stunned. Moving once is hard enough, but the Sword Demon attacks 8 times in one burst. He and Alicia throw everything they have into blocking, but they stop only 5 strikes, and the other 3 fly straight at Lunia. She can sense the domains, but she's not fast enough. MC thinks she's about to get hit, then sees her use a move Alicia wouldn't learn until the endgame. Lunia combines Warding Aura with other chain skills and lands a solid hit on the Sword Demon, but she misses its vital spot, so they all rush in again to finish it. This Sword Demon hasn't yet reached the level Corin remembers. One day it'll learn 1,000 Peerless Hands and slice through anything. That's why he knows it has to be stopped now. Then Skace suddenly leaps in and attacks the Sword Demon. The Beast King's followers catch even the demon off guard and force it back. Beast King Dunskays and Legislator Doom Norix both have life force close to immortality. Those are the monsters standing in Corin's way. After the battle, Yahello feels useless, but Alicia and Lunia tell her what matters is that everyone made it out alive. Lunia still can't stop thinking about where the Sword Demon learned Arden-style swordplay and decides only one person could have taught it through endless combat. Then her grandfather, Garand Arden, shows up and proves she was right. Lunia thinks he's completely insane for teaching a monster that style, but Garand says he was just killing time. He didn't teach it, he only showed it. He points out the demon's domain and says it's exciting to see a monster's sword reach that level. He even says he can already see the next step in its swordsmanship. While Lunia silently questions his sanity, Alicia asks him to teach her too, because she's tired of being weak. Garand agrees, and that becomes the start of Alicia's dive into the same madness. The group returns to Uskias, and Corin asks if they can still join the final test without the fruit. Uskias says yes, but there will be a penalty. Uskias explains that not having the fruit gives Dunskias and Doom Norix an edge. Dunskias' mocking laugh gets under the protagonist's skin, so he argues that they only lost because of the sudden attack. Uskias ignores the complaint and starts the last trial anyway. The final order is simple: grow the staff they made in the second test, all the way to the sky, and make it face the giant that blocks the sun. They have until the solar eclipse 3 weeks from now. It came from the same source, a power tied to anything meant to cut. That lets Alicia grasp how the Sword Demon thinks, and what kind of being it is. And that truth scares her, because it's far beyond her right now. While training her, Garand tears into Alicia's weak foundation. Even so, he's pleased the demon pushed her to finally learn the sword. Alicia then asks why he never killed that monster. Garand says it was fated to reach the Sky Sword. When she asks what that even means, he casually says he invented it. That answer ticks Alicia off, and she rushes him. Garand readies himself for the spar without hesitation. He says anyone who reaches that level can slice the sky itself, and even cut into the world. That's the sword art he wants to see with his own eyes. In the southern castle of the Ellas Kingdom, Marie asks her mother for permission to leave. She wants to see Corin before the solar eclipse on February 8th, but she's clearly nervous. Her brother tries to stop her, saying she should spend her break with family, but their mother cuts him off and says Marie should go find a man and start a family of her own. On her way out, Marie says she'll be borrowing Kreisvalgri, the eagle-like originator of wind. As she travels, Marie senses a new rival has entered her love life. Elsewhere, Saintess Estelle hears Huaran has arrived and allows her in. The moment she sees her, Estelle runs over, hugs her, and asks if she's okay after what happened at the festival. Huaran doesn't answer. Instead, she asks Estelle to remove the seal holding back her power. She wants to become a proper wife for her husband. After asking a few questions, Estelle releases the first lock of the seal. Huaran immediately turns to leave, and when Estelle offers her a wyvern for the 24,000 kilometer trip, Huaran says she's faster than a wyvern and has to get there before the other woman. They tell her the trip should take 3 weeks, but she leaps out the window, saying she'll do it in 2 days. Watching her go, Estelle finds it amusing that Huaran is tangled up with 4 different women: Lunia, Alicia, and Huaran. 4 days later, Corin curses Garan for how brutally he treated Alicia during their spar. As he tends the wounds on her back, he warns that at this rate she could bleed out before ever climbing the tree. Then they look up and realize just how bad things really are. Still, MC tells her they'll find a way somehow. Alicia thinks about how he's always like this, even when things look hopeless, and wonders where that strength comes from. So she asks what his final goal is. Before he can answer, Doom Norix walks over and mocks their hard work. He asks Corin why humans are so desperate to stop Utopia from coming. He answers that it would kill huge numbers of people, then fires back, asking why Doom Norix chose the protagonist's enemy's side when he should be protecting nature. Doom Norix says that after hundreds of years he's come to believe humans need to die for nature's sake. Alicia glares at the hatred in his eyes, but Corin places a hand on her shoulder and snaps her back. He tells her to look carefully. This is exactly the kind of person he wants to wipe out completely. Doom Norix admits MC has worked hard but points to his poor progress. He says he is bound to fail because his staff can't compare to Skaze's. To him, no magic can beat nature's logic and efficiency. Corin says nothing and walks to his staff, thinking back to when almost no one believed in his idea of throwing the gold mandrake into the lake. By testing it himself, he turned that gold mandrake into what he believes is the first fertilizer of its kind. He had already used a few drops to grow the sapling into a giant staff. Now he pours more into the soil around the staff and shows Doom Norix his secret. The short staff shoots upward into the sky. As it rises, Corin calls Doom Norix a rookie, despite all his years. Once the tree grows beyond sight, Doom Norix praises the protagonist and tells him not to miss the moment when the sun weakens if he wants to claim Klaus Solace. Then, as a final goodbye, Doom Norix takes Corin's hand, bows, and leaves everything in his care. Alicia moves to call Lunia and ask if they're heading out, but MC stops her. He says they'll wait 1 more week to prepare food and clothes for the long climb. Then he looks back at the towering tree, knowing the battlefield will be above the clouds. He tells Doom Norix to be ready. After all, he has gathered a strong team. A week later, climbing day arrives, but Corin is uneasy. Neither Huaran nor Marie has shown up. Near the barrier, 2 men find Marie and Huaran and bring them to Uskias. The 3 notice the girls are different from when they arrived a few days earlier. Their mana and aura have become dangerously strong. They wonder what kind of visions the 2 are trapped in, since it could damage the whole domain if it keeps going. So Uskias decides to enter their visions himself. The men offer to help, but Uskias says he'll split his consciousness in 2 and guide both girls out alone. In Marie's vision, Corin is marrying Jenny, and she complains they already have kids before Jenny even graduates. The 3 children all look exactly like the protagonist, but what shocks her most is seeing Jenny as his bride. A year after the wedding, Marie bitterly watches the couple and thinks that child should have been hers. She sees how much effort Corin puts into preparing for their anniversary, but when she notices he's wearing the same outfit from the wedding, jealousy hits her hard. She thinks she would have given him better clothes, better food, and all the treasure and power he deserves. Even now, she wants to give him everything. If only he would smile at her once. That thought gives her an idea. Marie decides she won't give up on him. Instead, she plans to turn Corin into a vampire after he dies at the end of his short human life, using her elder vampire privilege. At this point, she doesn't even care if their bond ends up feeling like mother and child. Her plan is to give him another 100 years, long enough for every trace of Jenny to vanish from his life. Next is Huaran's vision, where she sees MC marrying Marie. Outside her house, she accepts defeat, thinking she lost Corin to another woman. She's crushed over losing the only person she has ever loved or even touched as a nun. But then a voice breaks into her thoughts. Her other self asks what she truly wants, and Huaran admits she wanted a normal life, one filled with love, beside him and a family of her own. That other self pushes her to chase those wishes, so Huaran rises and enters the protagonist's room. He greets her, but instead of answering, she grabs his hand, throws herself onto him and pins him down. When he asks what she's doing, Huaran blames him for looking at anyone but her, and bites into his skin. She tells him his first time should belong only to her, just like she gave him all of hers. In the vision, they sleep together hand in hand, and later a bird brings them a baby. She feels happy, believing she won Corin, but the dream ends, and reality returns. Instead of MC, Huaran wakes up holding Marie's hand, and they stare at each other in shock. Uskias clears his throat, introduces himself as they sit up and tells them they're too late. He started climbing the tree 4 days ago. The girls stare at Uskias, confused about how he knows they came looking for the protagonist. So embarrassed, he turns away and says that as the sage druid he knows everything. After seeing the girls' visions, Uskias is deeply embarrassed and vows never to speak of the dark desires he witnessed from the 3 girls. Meanwhile, MC and his 3 companions keep climbing, but they still don't seem any closer. MC remembers that in the original story, Balthasar's army gets all 4 treasures, Ariad Bar, Klaus Solus, Undri, and Leophile, and when he chased them in the game, he could visit Gorius and Marius, but the treasures were already gone. Still, Corin remembers one line from the game saying that Marius's Undri lay in deep darkness, just like the pit of snakes. That makes him think about Uskias's words about reaching the skies and grasping the sun. What if that was only a hint towards something else? When UL suddenly warns him that the clouds are coming down, he corrects her. It's not the clouds. The tree is still growing. Soon they reach a castle. Lunia says it looks too small for a sky giant's castle, so maybe it belongs to an ordinary giant instead. That leaves UL confused. Uskias said the giant guarding the sun would be here, so whatever this place is, walking through the front door can't be the answer. Hearing that, Corin suddenly realizes the fruit they failed to get was supposed to be their way in. Since they don't have it, he decides to knock and shouts for the giants to come out. Alicia isn't sure about that plan, but the protagonist says they're going all in now. The giants open the door and ask who's there. They're stunned to find humans outside, and Alicia is just as shocked by how powerful they feel, nearly above rank 1. When one giant demands the key, Corin refuses. Just as the giant raises a fist to crush him, MC quickly says they're forerunners approved by Uskias. He adds that their master will bring the Crimson Rowan fruit, the real key. The giant then asks for the master's name. Corin answers with drawn skaze, planning to pose as someone connected to the fruit. He confidently tells the giants that his great master will bring it for sure, with both Sarvan and Uskias backing him. He adds that he even brought a druid to pass along the sage's message, then points at UL. UL tenses up when he pushes her forward, and the giant tells her to prove it. She summons a walkerman with her magic, and that finally makes the giant believe him. Still, the giant doubts the key. The protagonist quickly says they were told to announce themselves to the great giants first, out of respect. That does it. The giant accepts them as guests, but reminds them the deal about the sun still stands. The giant heads back into the castle and leaves the door open for them. Lunia asks if this was his big plan. Corin just grins and says the real plan starts now. They're robbing the whole castle. MC and Alicia go inside, leaving the other 2 outside. It feels strange to him, since in his last run, when Park had the inventory cheat skill, stealing stuff used to be normal. So wherever they went, they looked for the treasury first. Once they reach it, Alicia asks how he found it so fast, and he says treasure rooms usually follow the same pattern. What matters now is finding the sun sword in all this loot. The treasure room has an open ceiling so Klaus Solus can take in sunlight, which means they may only be able to grab it during a solar eclipse when it's weaker. While they think about how to find Klaus Solus, a chicken shows up. Corin quickly tells Alicia to hide. Someone's coming. They duck behind a pillar as a giant walks in to collect the chicken. Then the chicken suddenly stares their way, and both of them panic. But luckily, it only lays a golden egg and looks away. That's when they realize this chicken is where all the treasure came from. Corin starts drooling at the idea of endless gold if they steal it, but Alicia snaps him out of it. They came for the sun, not money. Then the giant picks up the chicken and leaves. Even after that, Alicia is still lying on top of the protagonist from when they hid. That brings back her earlier dream, and she suddenly asks what he thinks about Lunia. He lists Lunia's good points, and admits she's the kind of person any man would be drawn to. That answer crushes Alicia. Corin then tells her to focus. They only have 2 days before Skazo gets the sun, the normal way. Alicia gets off MC and looks up through the open ceiling. She stares at the moon, while he keeps thinking about the clues they heard about Klaus Solus. Then it hits them both. What if Klaus Solus is the moon above them? It should be a half moon tonight, not a full one. They head back to their resting place, where the other 2 join them, and the protagonist explains that Klaus Solus looks like the sun by day and the moon by night, floating overhead. He adds that it can't be as far away as the real sun or moon. It must be floating with help from the barrier around the island. With 2 days left, he decides to spend that time figuring out how to reach it, but the group can't find a way up, and Skaze's arrival gets closer. Then Corin comes up with a new plan, after overhearing the giants talk about eating the humans. Luckily for him, the sky giant Sarvan left an order in their bloodline that keeps them from harming druids, and tells them to hand over the sun to whoever brings the red rowan fruit. Once MC hears they plan to eat the humans after giving away the sun and going down to Earth, he relaxes a little. At least these days weren't a total waste. The solar eclipse begins and Skaze arrives at the castle. He's thrilled to finally claim the sun, but then a walkerman slams the castle door open from the inside. Corin and his group come out right after, with giants yelling behind them. Before Skaze can even understand what's happening, he calls him master, while carrying the treasure room chicken, saying he followed Skaze's order to steal it. The protagonist's shameless side fully wakes up as he pushes this evil plan through and hands the chicken to Skaze. The giants rush in, ready to kill them. Then they notice Skaze. Skaze is baffled, wondering when he ever gave that order. Drown immediately realizes they've been tricked. The giants attack everyone at once, and chaos breaks out. Korin goes feral, unleashing his power and swearing that if he can't have Klaus Solus, he'll grind it to dust. He and his friends start climbing down the tree, shouting that neither Skaze nor Tates can stop him. When Lunia asks if he's not ashamed, MC says the immortal Locke feels no shame. Lunia hands him a tissue to wipe off the wild immortal Locke makeup on his face, feeling weirded out by her fiancé. As he wipes it off, Alicia asks if Skaze might kill all the giants and still take the sun. Korin says it doesn't matter. Once he's back on the ground, he'll just cut down the tree. Yahello calls that evil, but he only says winners are the ones who write history. So if he can't get Klaus Solus, he'll chop the tree down and leave 2 of the king's servants stranded in the sky forever. But just before they reach the ground, a beast waiting for the Song of Blades appears in front of them. It stands there ready for a fight to the death. As they get closer, they're horrified to see it's the sword demon. To stop him, Lunia steps up and uses warding aura to protect herself and the others. But the sword demon slips past Lunia, making her wonder if he's aiming for the domain users first. He's so strong the king once made him one of his servants, but now he's just a monster with almost no link to the end of the world. That means Korin can't rely on the commandment in this fight. The sword demon charges straight at him and hacks at him with his blades, badly wounding him. Alicia panics for him and turns to look back. Korin immediately snaps at her. During a fight, she needs to keep her eyes forward. Alicia barely has time to take that in before the sword demon rushes right at her. Lunia cuts in just in time, tells Alicia to move, and swings hard at the sword demon for ignoring her. Outside the domain, Lunia's power is greater than the protagonist's, and Alicia's put together, and even the sword demon would have trouble with her there. But this Lunia is only a copy of the real one. She realizes she can barely enter the domain twice in a row, and notices the sword demon is ignoring her again to go after the domain users. So she decides to use the half-step she was allowed, and crush him the moment the domain ends. At the same time, she remembers Alicia can only block 3 of his attacks, which will be a huge problem once the domain is gone. So to protect her sister, Lunia steps in and blocks the sword demon's strike, their swords crashing together. Alicia watches in horror, cursing the domain for holding her back. Lunia tightens her grip and drives her sword into the sword demon's body. He lets out a scream, and Alicia jumps in, slashes at him, then grabs Lunia's arm and pulls her back. When Alicia asks if she's okay, Lunia yanks her arm away and scolds her for not staying still and for keeping her eyes behind her. But Alicia is too worried to stand there while her friends keep falling, and while that fear is still on her face, Lunia suddenly collapses. The sword demon is still standing without a scratch, so Yahello steps up and summons the Walkerman. Even the sword demon pauses, thinking about how to beat it. At the same time, Yahello tells Alicia to run for her life. Seeing the Walkerman again, Alicia realizes how dangerous it is for Yahello to summon it twice. This had to cost her something. Just as the Walkerman's hand is about to crush the sword demon, he senses it and looks around. In less than a second, he uses the Arden second sword style and a combo strike to hit the Walkerman before its hand can touch him. The moment the Walkerman is struck, Yahello coughs up blood and collapses too. Now Alicia is the only one left standing, and she freezes. She has no idea what to do and is terrified. Even though every part of her wants to run, she charges at the sword demon alone because she can't leave her friends behind. The 3 of them lie close together on the ground. When Yahello hears MC groan, she asks if he's okay. MC, clutching a potion bottle, tells her to help Lunia first. He'll recover with time. Without Lunia though, they can't get out of this with his current speed and strength. And just as things start to steady a little, a voice comes from above. They look up and see Skaze descending toward them. He goes straight for Korin and drags him away with a creepy grin, wanting to test the power of Fairmac Daman Killer. Instead of panicking, the protagonist grins and thanks him as his system backup kicks in and a spear drops from the sky. MC slices through the tentacles holding him and hurls the spear into the tree, then leaps up and lands on it. Skaze follows him up the tree, hat in one hand. Korin asks why he's attacking when the gaze says they aren't allowed to. Skaze laughs and says that's true. If he breaks the rules, he'll explode too, just like Skaze's head does as he shows it blowing apart. But he says he doesn't care who clears the trials and gets the Sun Sword first. All he wants is to kill the protagonist and take everything from him. While they argue, Marie and Huaran arrive and freeze when they spot Skaze. Korin leaps at Skaze and yanks him down, telling the other 2 to ignore him and keep climbing. Skaze laughs, mocking MC for trying to save his friends. He asks why MC fights them at all when his master could hand him all the divinity he wants. He says their way is wrong. He has no interest in becoming the god of a ruined world. He makes it clear he's here to kill them, stop evil and save the world. That's the oath he lives by. With that, he swings the sword spear at Skaze and declares his victory is coming. Alicia faces the sword demon, and as they clash, Garand's words ring in his head. Those swords were never truly his, they belonged to Garand. That leaves him wondering why Garand chose to teach him the blade at all. Even while fighting Alicia, he keeps thinking of Garand. He wonders if Garand knew he never learned swordsmanship on his own. Every time he fights, the sword drags down his body's limits, and no matter how strong he gets, he still feels far below Garand. Meanwhile, Alicia is holding her own against him. He can't even figure out why he's down here fighting humans instead of climbing higher into the sky. Alicia tanks the blows and keeps coming back just as hard. Then her eyes glow blue as she steps in again, and asks if he really thought she couldn't cut him. The sword demon lunges for another strike, but Alicia snaps her blade forward and slices him before he can touch her. He can't make sense of it. He's supposed to be the predator, yet he can't land a hit, and she's still untouched. Her laugh only confuses him more. No matter what skill or spell he uses, she slips past it and laughs in his face, making him even madder. After Alicia dodges again and calls him slow, he finally understands the gap between them. It's not stamina, he still has that. He just can't match her speed anymore, because she's gotten faster. He throws out spell after spell, but Alicia is too quick, carving him several times before he can react. For the first time, even Domain Severance power-up gives him nothing. It feels like Alicia can read his next move, while she keeps mixing in more powers and spells to cut him down. When her blade slices his shoulder, he finally understands why he's here. Alicia, like him, is possessed by the sword, and she has spectral talent too. That's why he came, to cut her down and reach the level Garen once stood at. Elsewhere, Marie and Huaran reach the skies and battle the giants, but none of it interests the sword demon. Only Alicia matters. Now he's sure she exists for him to defeat and use to rise higher. He even starts believing her Bertha. Her whole life was meant for him. Certain of that, he pours in all his strength and charges, ready to fulfill this twisted purpose. He swings both swords to finish Alicia, but she's gone. In that instant, his confidence breaks, when he feels her slip behind him to strike. Alicia moves as the descending giants close in, then cuts his throat and ends him. Dying, he asks if anything could really exist above him. This was the outcome that should never have happened. He was supposed to be the greatest foe of Alicia's life, yet there is something above him. One step forward, a brief miracle. Using Endless and Domain Crusher, Alicia cuts down the tree they plan to bring down. As death takes him, the sword demon finally understands the truth. He was the one made for Alicia, so she could take that single step forward. Even with his strength running low, Corin keeps fighting Skaze. He keeps climbing too, but Skaze stays on him, and attacks again and again. Dune Skaze is called the Beast King, because death means nothing to him. He's endless darkness, made of countless serpents and toads, plus 3 dragons. His existence is one of the 4 secret treasures. As the serpents close in from every side, Corin smirks and says a filthy beast soul could never beat him. He pulls out the Death God's orb, and cuts the serpents apart, then says Skaze was a soul reaper all along. Skaze rushes him again, bragging he can still fight, and mocks the protagonist by asking if he has any mana left. MC scoffs and calls him clueless. He explains the special fertilizer used to grow this tree, and how it gives him endless mana to use. After taking control of the fight, Corin hears a strange voice calling his name. Dune. Skaze has entered his final form, Falga's serpent. He asks him how long it's been since the army became one. The protagonist just smirks, says that's a bit much, and steps forward for the final clash, as Skaze fully becomes Falga's serpent. By now, Corin is nearly out of strength, and he's sick of how long this fight keeps dragging on. Skaze reveals that the queen trapped him in a palace of shade, and shoved him into a tiny pot. Now the throne is empty, with her sealed away, and he swears to devour everything she protected. MC is first, because he's the queen's first spear. Skaze hisses that he'll devour MC and the flesh of the last goddess, Erin Denua. Fed up with the ranting, he reminds him of what he said about creating this land. Then he jumps onto a branch, launches upward, and activates rune magic, resonance activation. As serpent form Skaze coils around the tree, Corin tells him to look down. Earlier, while climbing, the protagonist had carved runes all over the tree, and now he triggers them at once with the overflow of magic. The tree bursts into flames as Corin keeps rising. When Skaze asks if he's planning to die with it, MC looks to Klaus Solis in the sky and says that's his real target, the Sun Sword. Klaus Solis, one of the 4 treasures that appears only during an eclipse. Whoever uses that power now will win, the other will die. With spear in hand, he challenges Skaze to take flight if he wants to live. Forced by the situation, Skaze shifts into his next final state, a dragon. He bursts out of the burning tree and chases Corin down. Neither stops until they reach the sky. Marie senses the protagonist's presence and feels relieved by his timing, but seeing him fight Skaze still leaves her stunned. Skaze remarks on how long MC has lasted against him, and MC snaps back, then finish it already. Skaze's legendary mystic dragon form is terrifying, but he doesn't hesitate. He goes all out and activates his 3rd core. Certain his blow can surpass even legend, he unleashes a combo attack, but to his shock, Skaze avoids it just by transforming. The protagonist pulls away at once to escape the fallout, but Skaze lashes out with tentacles to catch him. Corin cuts them off again, yet can't believe his plan failed. Skaze then asks if MC knows what makes the Crimson Rowan tree fruit sprout. It feeds on negative energy, like an eclipse. After saying that, Skakis shoots upward and grabs Klaus Solis. With endless swarms of serpents and toads enough to fill a mansion, 3 savage dragons and 3 magic cows, he becomes the beast of shadowed darkness, the sum of the monsters sealed in the underworld, the king of all cows, Black Ox. And after reaching that final state, Skakis also claims the Sun Sword. For Corin, that's terrible luck. Now he has to fight the sun again. Then things get even worse, as Skakis hurls him into the giant castle walls, hard enough to start collapsing them. When he activates the runes he carved there, Skakis laughs and asks if climbing ahead of time was only for this. He says it's pointless anyway, because every flame in the world bows before the sun. Once Korin sees even that can't buy him time, he starts to lose hope. He switches to dodging, knowing he can't match Skakis' power head-on. Skakis notices and mocks him for running. The protagonist fires back, saying it's funny to see Skakis carrying a weapon. If it were that simple, the sword demon wouldn't have been so special. Skakis tells him to stop talking big when he's about to turn to ash, then gets ready to strike. Both ignite their power and rush each other. But when Korin's spear hits Skakis' weapon, it burns to ash and is completely destroyed. MC is stunned. His weapon is gone in a single clash, and 2 of his cores are already drained out. With defeat right in front of him, Korin decides to give everything he has left. Using the same short spear strike that pierced even the adamant Jiangshi, he throws out a suicidal attack and risks his life. The deadly blow lands, and both of them crash into the ruined castle below. Just as he starts to think he may have won, Skakis breaks into mad laughter. That is when the protagonist accepts the truth. This monster can't be beaten, and no matter what he does, Skakis can still crush him with ease. The giant Rescind in Sky Castle grow into demi-humans, at least around semi-first rank. And Mariette and Hwarin are both special rank demi-humans, so they hold their own while Mariette rushes Hwarin, saying they need to finish fast and go help Korin against Skakis. Still, dealing with nearly 50 Sky Castle giants is no easy job. Alicia wiping out almost half of them in one swing, while taking down the sword demon, was basically a miracle. And those were only the weakest giants sent down to hunt Skakis. The captain giants, who were semi-special rank, stayed up on the Sky Island, so running away was never really an option. And with things this bad, Mariette and Hwarin can't count on help from anyone. Korin's regeneration is finally hitting its limit, and his healing has slowed a lot. He can't feel any strength left in his aura core, and his whole body is starting to shut down. For a moment he wonders if this is the end. Then Park Saiho appears before him, and reminds MC of his warning. The player's power is capped by how many people they've killed. He brags that he at least reached the final battle, while Korin is just lying there, about to be crushed by Tate's Valtazar II's minions. Park Saiho sneers that everything he did was pointless. The protagonist rejects that right away. He says Park Saiho never saw Mariette's smile bringing joy to people, even as a vampire, or the children who are finally learning to accept themselves and move forward, step by step, or all the people still struggling to push on. Park Saiho asks if any of that really made MC happy, then tells him to give up. His part is over, and he has no strength left. That only makes MC mad. Fueled by that anger, he forces himself up and swings at Park Saiho, who vanishes. Skaze notices him standing again, and asks if he still has regeneration left. Korin says nothing. He activates the rune of regression again, bringing back his spear, but when he throws it, Skaze catches it mid-air and hurls it right back. If the protagonist wants it so badly, Skaze tells him, then catch it. The spear flies back at full speed and pierces MC through the chest. Then Skaze closes in and scorches his body with his weapon. Once he's sure the protagonist is beaten and buried deep in the rubble, Skaze turns to leave. But after only a few steps, he hears something move. When he looks back, Korin is standing there again. That sight sends Skaze into a fresh rage. He grabs MC by the hair, lifting him up and demanding to know how he's still alive. Then he throws him into the air and grabs his weapon, wondering if the protagonist can revive after being burned to total ash. Skaze turns back into a dragon, flies up and breathes fire at Korin. He tells him to stop messing around with that spear and just die. But in the middle of it, Skaze realizes his flames are being pulled away. He has no idea how. Then he sees his own weapon flying back at him, with the rune of regression carved into it. The moment it strikes Skaze, Korin mocks all his different forms and says that in the end, he's still just the king's servant. Then MC asks what Skaze thinks he is. Skaze calls him a bad joke and roars for him to die, unleashing fire again. Back in the preview game, Park Saiho and he reached the final boss, which means the king's servants, the users of the 4 treasures, had somehow been beaten. Korin is the queen's first spear, and the only human who fully knows Klaus Solus's true power. In the last game, the protagonist himself was its owner. Skaze's weapon shrinks into a small sphere of Klaus Solus, and the protagonist swallows it. The instant he does, Klaus Solus accepts him as its wielder, and as a true warrior. He gains the sun's light, Agatram. So when Skaze's fire reaches him, MC stands there unharmed, and says this is the second time he's used the sun. Skaze loses his temper and smashes Korin across the face, sending him crashing into the ground. But he chants again to activate the rune of regression, and the whole area flares up, as Klaus Solus absorbs all the surrounding fire and heat. Skaze growls that it belongs to him. Then Korin throws the Klaus Solus weapon at Skaze, and Skaze burns away into ash, screaming until nothing is left. The protagonist stands before the ashes and the ruined castle, challenging him to come back with more numbers if he wants. MC will keep fighting until the world is fully saved. Meanwhile, Hwarin and Mariette keep battling the giants, using deadly moves like Crimson Bow, which punches straight through the giants' bodies. Then Mariette suddenly calls out Hwarin's name, and asks if she felt something strange from Korin's side too. Hwarin says yes, but points out that too many giants are still left. Mariette says she'll open a path with Daku so Hwoarang can go help him, but before she can finish, a bright light shines over them. Both girls and the giants look up and see Corrin descending between them, glowing with the light of the sun. That sunlight seals the giants' power, leaving them no choice but to kneel and bow to the protagonist, the one holding that light. The girls run to him, and Mariette hugs him right away. MC worries, because he's holding the sun's power, and as a vampire, she should be hurting. But when he asks if she's okay, she brushes it off and asks why he's so badly injured. Haran is upset seeing him covered in wounds, and to calm her, he gently places a hand on her head and tells her he's alright now. Then suddenly the sun's power and light fade from Corrin, and he turns normal again, which the giants notice at once. That's when the protagonist realizes they're in serious trouble, because the giants start charging to finish them off. He didn't expect the power to wear off so fast, and the three of them, along with Daku, run for their lives. But escaping gets harder, since the giants cover way more ground with each step. The giant king quickly catches up and leaps at them, saying he'll devour them and then every human in the world. Just as Corrin realizes they're about to be caught, a blue flash cuts the giant's arm clean off. They turn and see Garand Arden has arrived, and MC immediately complains that he's late. With his blade resting on his shoulder, Garand Arden steps toward the giants to shield the others, saying his old body took time climbing that high. He says everything turned out nicely enough, then tells Corrin to leave the giants to him. As he and the others run, Garand Arden takes on the giants alone, thinking it's a shame he missed the sword demon's death. Even so, he's pleased to finally have swordsmen worthy of him, and on a battlefield higher than the tallest mountain, he feels true joy. While climbing back down the tree, the protagonist thinks about repaying Garand Arden. They would never have made it out without him. Then he tells Mariette and Hwoarang to cut down the tree to repay that debt, leaving them confused. Corrin explains he's furious. He nearly died to the sword demon. Garand Arden trained, so for revenge he's leaving Garand Arden stuck on the Sky Island for a year or more. After hearing MC's request, Hwoarang and Mariette use their power to destroy the tree. When Garand Arden notices the tree being cut down in the middle of his fight, he can't believe Corrin actually did this to him. That night, he sits on a tree branch under the moon. When Alicia wakes up and comes outside, he asks how she's doing. Alicia admits her body hurts, but says her heart is in even worse shape. She says all she ever wanted after entering the academy was a normal life, school, fun, and ordinary days. But after everything that's happened, she's become someone drawn to cutting people down, instead of living normally. Corrin can tell she's ashamed of who she's becoming, so he tells her it's not wrong as long as she keeps her morals straight. Her sword shouldn't be used on just anyone, only on the weird ones, making terrible choices. If she wants a normal life with power like hers, she needs to be proud of herself. Taking that chance, Alicia asks the protagonist to promise he'll stay beside her and look after her, because she's strange too, and she doesn't know when she might choose the wrong path. So she asks him to do normal things with her, walk around town on weekends, or eat desserts at nice cafes. For her sake, Corrin finally agrees. And that's how the Sky Island arc ends, just not very neatly. During a feast, MC suddenly tells Mariette and Hwoarang that he's getting engaged. Both girls freeze mid-bite and stare at him in shock, asking who he's talking about. Before Corrin can answer, Lunia Arden walks in, calls Hwoarang and Mariette his companions, and introduces herself by announcing that she and him are getting engaged in a week. The girls are still too stunned to process any of it, when Lunia Arden asks them to be bridesmaids. Seeing their faces, the protagonist decides to drag the prank out a little longer for fun. The two of them start spinning a story about how they fell in love and will marry on the night of the full moon. Before MC can even finish, Mariette stands up to leave, already thinking again about her old plan to turn Corrin into a vampire someday. He is left completely confused by Mariette's sudden reaction. He turns and sees Hwoarang in tears. Sniffling, she forces out congratulations for Lunia and the protagonist, as she wipes her eyes. Realizing the prank went way too far, MC quickly tries to explain, but Hwoarang runs off crying too. That leaves Corrin collapsed on the floor, not knowing what to do, while Lunia laughs and calls him her sinful fiancé. By nightfall, both Hwoarang and Mariette are still missing. He wants to apologize, but he has no idea where they went. He's also worried they'll bolt again if he finds them, and grumbles that the heavenly Yaksha body isn't fast enough to catch up. Then he suddenly feels someone behind him. He turns around and sees Hwoarang. Corrin tries to speak with her, but she ignores him and walks right past. Then another girl who looks just like Hwoarang appears in front of him. She walks up in a nightdress, stopping right in front of the protagonist. She says she's going to sleep with him, leaving him totally confused. Hwoarang says she wants to sleep beside Corrin, and he lets her stay. As she starts dozing off, he wonders how someone who looks so innocent can be that bold. Still, she falls asleep holding his hand and clings to him all night. By morning, she's the first one awake. Standing by the mirror, she mutters that it still isn't coming. When MC asks what she means, she says the crane, and asks why it hasn't shown up yet. Stretching, he tells her there aren't any cranes here. They stay much farther north, mostly around the northern kingdom. Then he tells her to get ready for breakfast, and the two freshen up. At breakfast, Corrin explains that the engagement is fake, and asks why to tell Rand too, since he only meant to surprise them. While she takes a bite, he starts talking about how capable and busy she's become. She cuts him off by holding out her chopsticks for him to eat, then says if something like this happens again he should travel with her. Caught off guard, the protagonist still accepts the bite. He thanks her and agrees. Now that Hwaran knows the truth, he has to find Mariette, but no one, not even the Arden servants, knows where she is. So Korin is left with one option, asking Dioku for help. He offers Dioku the finest black cow he can get in exchange for Mariette's location. After plenty of insults and complaints, Dioku finally gives it up, and MC heads straight for her. He finds Mariette in the outer guest rooms of Arden Manor. Once he tells her the truth, she yells at him for not saying it, clearly from the start. He apologizes, and then she gets so embarrassed that she buries her face in a pillow and keeps kicking the blankets. After calming down, she peeks back out and tells Korin she trusts him completely. If he asked to borrow her money and promised to pay back triple, she'd still hand it over, so there's one thing she wants from him: never lie to her. Deep down though, she still believes that in 100 years, he'll be hers anyway. In the end, every girl who likes the protagonist learns that his engagement to Lunia is fake, and their dates are only for show. Abikian, though still doesn't know, she ends up at a nearby table in the same restaurant as MC and Lunia. Jealous, she tries to spy on them, and can't even explain why she's here. She doesn't know when her feelings for Korin started either. Maybe it was from the start, from the sword-breaking incident. Maybe from the serial murder case. Or maybe it was more recent, after he promised to stay by her side. Her thoughts stop cold when she sees what happens next. Lunia rises from her seat, grabs Korin by the chin, and leans in close. When he says her name in confusion, she tells him they should give people a sweet show. The moment he gets it, the protagonist plays along and flirts right back. Watching him do it so smoothly, Lunia remarks that he's still slow in other ways. MC asks if he's missing something, but she just says no, and glances toward the table. Alicia was sitting at now empty. After that, Lunia says it's time to leave. She adds that the date was so nice she might actually start seeing him as a real fiancé. On the engagement day, Lunia and Korin appear in matching white outfits as the ceremony begins. The event goes on, and the pair starts to dance. Then suddenly, they hear a voice. Turning around, they find Alicia in tears, saying she won't accept this engagement. Seeing Alicia finally stand up for herself, Lunia remembers how bright Alicia used to be. That shine slowly faded over time, until today. As Alicia drags Korin away in the middle of the ceremony, Lunia wonders if she's finally made up her mind. A woman tells Lunia's mother to go after Alicia, but Lunia suddenly acts like the shock made her faint. Meanwhile, Alicia pulls him over to Hwaran, and the three of them escape on the Eagle. Once Lunia makes sure they're gone, she lifts herself from her mother's arms, and says she's too shaken to see any men for a while. And just like that, the wedding in East Arden falls apart. After the protagonist and Alicia get onto the Eagle, they find Alicia's mother there too, and the protagonist asks what just happened. She hands him a letter from Lunia, and says Lunia already knew about his plan, so they put together a trusted team: Alicia, Mariette, and Hwaran. When they ask where to go, Korin tells them to keep moving. They've got a lot to do. That's how their break in the eastern region comes to an end. For 4 straight nights, the queen fights the king's growing army, and the enemy only keeps getting stronger. She's nearing her limit, haunted by the thought that if she fails to purify this place, MC's life will be ruined. When someone asks why she isn't nervous about the deadline getting close, she admits she's actually glad, because it means Korin will return soon. 3 years before his regression, he was sparring with Eren, but after a while, he gave up. Even so, Eren could tell he had trained hard. His basics were solid. She asks why he focused on the 8 trigram spearmanship, and Korin says it was the first martial art that caught his eye in the library. He picked the spear because he heard it was easier to learn than the sword, and he also wanted to study Eren's techniques. But Eren tells him not to. Her methods only wear people down. Instead, she says he should stick with the 8 trigram spear for at least 6 more months. The protagonist wanted to learn Balthazar's secret art, the 6-step spearmanship. Park Siho even introduced him to the NPC who could train him. But after more than a month, MC had barely improved, so he couldn't help envying Saiho's talent. Park Saiho could just open his skill window and fire off incredible magic. Still, envy wouldn't get him anywhere, so Korin decides to improve little by little. Every day he keeps swinging his spear, pouring huge amounts of mana into it. That power spreads around him, and in time he learns the basic 7 forms. After mastering those, he moves on to the advanced 8 forms. And after enough tries, it finally works. In only 2 months, Korin succeeds. Eren sees how torn up his hands are, and grabs them in shock, saying she thought even 6 months was an optimistic guess. She still doesn't understand why he wants power so badly. If it's just about strength, Sigua is already strong enough. Korin says that sometimes even a hero needs someone beside them, someone who can help carry the load, and what matters most is whether he can do that. Hearing him out, Eren realizes he is a good person. The protagonist disagrees and calls himself ordinary, which makes Eren smile. During the Mage Tower Rebellion, the tower's mages sided with Fermac Daman. That broke the shell hiding Eren. Eren Danua, who had been disguised as Chairman Eriu. Once the shell shattered, the real Eren returned to the world. In the scenario, she dies, leaving the players her final will to protect the world. It also unlocks the hidden piece, Tribulation Treasure Vault, an event everyone believed no player could stop. But the hand Corrin held was warm, and the voice he heard was gentle. It was Eren. Back in the present, Eren knows MC is aware of her past with Tatis, and MC doesn't bother hiding it. She passed everything on to her disciple, even the six-step spearmanship, but his goal was the coming of paradise, the end of the world. Refusing him the final step of succession became Eren's greatest failure, and she has regretted that choice ever since. In the game Heroic Legend of Hwoaryn, there's a special event where Eren Danwa, asks Corrin if he'll accept her as his master. It's a rare scene that only appears if the player meets many conditions and builds enough good karma. He agrees at once. But by then, knowing hidden game info doesn't matter as much anymore. After he says yes, Eren hugs him and tells him it's okay to fall and fail, as long as he keeps trying. It's okay to cry too, as long as he smiles brighter after. She tells him to stay true to what he believes and keep walking the right path. Then she promises him the goddess's blessing and kisses his forehead. That warmth and kindness stay with him forever. In Nazria, the same nightmare had repeated for 300 years, the same deadly night over and over. But the Immortal King's army kept growing stronger, and the balance that held for 3 centuries was finally breaking. As Eren runs, she worries because this is already the 3rd night, and by now the Immortal King should have fully become a lich. Then she hears a voice ahead of her and looks up. It's Corrin. He tells her not to worry, because Gurog has already been taken care of. He also tells her to slow down, they still have time, and he came to save her. When the Immortal King Gurog died, the city rewound by 3 days, and every undead vanished as if none of it had happened. This city has a population of 1.2 million. Aram made a pact with the Reaper. If even one undead gets out of the city, everything is doomed. In the daytime, Nazria looks normal. At night, it falls into a time loop. To break it, they had to beat the undead bosses and take down Gerorg within 3 days. For that, Eren split her soul in 2. One half repeated the same 3 days for 300 years, but Gerorg started catching on, and the loop was finally reaching its end. That's why Corrin made a deal with the Reaper. As the deadline got closer, they went through 3 more loops, fighting undead at night, and spending the days on little dates, reading books, going to circuses, and enjoying the time they had left. Now it's finally time. At Sunset Hill, Eren thanks Corrin, but he's more worried about how she endured this for so long. She tells him doing it alone, and doing it with someone beside you are completely different. The protagonist is happy they got to share those days, though he still wishes he had taken her to a fancy restaurant. Eren brushes that off. She doesn't need anything fancy for time, with her future disciple to matter. Still, tonight they'll cleanse Nazria and end this endless night. MC says his plan should work, as long as nothing unexpected gets in the way. He tells her this is his way of repaying her, and when it's over she can ask him for one wish. Meanwhile, Gerorg has figured out the regressions had been going on for 300 years. He sets runes in front and behind, then corrupts the original runes. With that, Nazria's cycle ends, and the curse grows far stronger. Gerorg breaks into wild laughter and turns into a lich, swearing to kill Eren. Seeing every dead thing in the monitored zone gathering in one place, a battle priest in Nazria Cruz is stunned. This has never happened before. The true Immortal King is calling every undead in the city to him. Hidden behind rocks, Corrin and Eren realize something is very wrong. Strange things have happened before, but never like this, so they stay hidden and get ready. Before they can move, another doom bolt crashes down from the sky, spreading corrosion and turning the ground into land of death. That makes them realize Gerorg has already become a lich, which means the city now has endless magic power. Hiding is pointless, so they run. Then mid-rank undead and undead hunters suddenly start appearing from nowhere, but Corrin is done holding back. He raises his spear and unleashes the 6th wave technique. Eren warns him not to rely on aerial movement. If he gets stuck in mid-air, he's in danger, but he ignores it. He's mastered the skill and cuts through the undead with clean, fast strikes, leaving Eren both shocked and proud. At the same time, Gerorg the Lich has completely lost his mind and fires off 10 doom bolts in a row, laughing like a madman, until that laughter suddenly stops. His doom bolts are disappearing. Then Corrin steps in front of him and says Gerorg must have forgotten what sunlight looks like after 300 years. The protagonist activates solar focus, his aura blazing like fire as sunlight floods the area. With a smirk, he tells Gerorg this is the sun he hasn't seen in centuries. Surrounded by flames, MC only makes Gerorg laugh harder. He mocks him for suddenly gaining this much power and fires Doombolt at full output, snuffing out that sunlit energy. He even laughs at the idea that Corrin thought this could win. After all, he says the magic of the endless moon is blessing him. But then Gerorg freezes as bright lights begin appearing on the undead, and on him too. He's even more shaken when he sees countless runes glowing across the ground. The rune of the sun and the rune of fire. They've spread through a huge area. Corrin admits Gerorg is right. Power like this doesn't just appear out of nowhere. As he speaks, energy gathers in his hands. The only reason he had room to play the disciple these last 10 days with Eren was because of battle marks left behind by a hero who expected no one to remember her. Those traces had piled up over 300 lonely years, because in battle after battle, Eren carved runes all over the city. Drawing out part of Clausula's concentrated solar power, Corrin spreads fire across the whole area and declares this is the final night. Then he gives the immortal king one last warning to leave before unleashing Clausula's ultimate solar manifestation, a light so intense it slowly melts and burns away the undead. Right after that, he triggers an ultra-large purification, and blinding light covers the entire city. Georg screams in pain and disbelief, unable to understand how a mere human could wield this much power. After 1.2 million deaths and 300 years of darkness, every shadow is finally swallowed by the sun. At last, the darkness is gone, and the city returns to normal. Then the Death God appears and praises the protagonist, saying he never expected something from the Tribulation Treasure Vault to cause this. The protagonist kept his promise, so now the Reaper will keep his. Hearing that, Irargan looks at MC with tears in her eyes, hardly believing it's really over because when this ends she'll disappear. The two stand on a balcony and look over the city, talking about how hard it was and how they still pulled through. Deep down, he knows he'll never forget Irarn. He remembers the Irarn from his past life, telling him to hold to his beliefs and walk a king's path. Even if this Irarn has different memories than the master he once knew, she still comforts him the same way with gentle words. This time, Irarn holds Corrin's face and tells him the goddess's blessing lives within him, then softly kisses him on the lips. Tears run down her face as she says she hopes he'll always be happy. And when the sun finishes its job and the darkness fades, every trace of Irarn disappears, just as expected. Other than the disciple she raised like her own child, no one ever visits the castle where Irarn remains. In Valtazar, the disciple she chose as her successor betrayed her, and she was sealed in that castle for 80 long years. What finally wakes Irarn is a flood of memories. She remembers Nazria from 300 years ago, how she wandered there, forgot it all, made a pact with the Reaper, and repeated that night for over 300 years. Then Corrin comes back to mind, especially the moment he made his own pact with the Reaper. As his face appears in her thoughts, she remembers thinking he was Valtazar's disciple, the one she believed had betrayed Valtazar before coming to her. She also remembers how he came to save her, and then the last memory hits her, kissing him. Her face turns red, and sweat starts to bead as the embarrassment sinks in. Just then, Josephine steps through a portal with a book, asking if Irarn wants to read it. But Irarn is far too embarrassed. She shuts her eyes and can't even face anyone. She touches her lips, still unable to forget kissing her student Corrin. At the second holy site of Zion, inside the Grand Cathedral, one of the saintesses, Estelle, is told that Nazria was purified in a single night. Her man says it was like the sun itself, maybe even a blessing for humanity. 4 years earlier, Estelle had purified Nazria through prayer, but it only lasted 3 days before the city returned to how it was. Now that the place is truly cleansed, a new kind of tension is spreading, because nobody knows who did it. Estelle orders her people to find the one who purified Nazria. The news spreads across the continent, to the Mage Tower, the church, and even the frozen north. In the northern kingdom on the Dingle Peninsula, the freezing land is full of monsters, so everyone lives ready for battle. Strength rules this place, and 80 years ago, someone appeared here who fit it perfectly. Tates Valtazar. Sitting on his throne, he questions prisoners. One begs for mercy, saying he wasn't the one who took the sun, but Tates Valtazar blasts him with light, and the man spills everything. It was the protagonist, and he may have killed Fairmac too. He also says the protagonist called himself Aaron's first spear. When Tates Valtazar quietly repeats MC's name, everyone around him realizes he already knows it. Tates Valtazar then says he knows him because his rival has shifted from Park to him, and if Corrin really claims to be Aaron's spear, Tates Valtazar wants to meet him in person. On the other side, the protagonist stands in front of the academy, smiling now that he's a second-year student. This academy also runs a special integrated dorm for unusual demi-humans. It was basically made to separate Horan and Marie, and because they were short on people, Josephine ended up supervising it. Right now, Horan is lifting a tuna head high in the air, leaving Josephine stunned. Corrin is working as the assistant supervisor, and the students are busy cutting tuna and running around. Watching the chaos, Josephine demands an explanation from him. MC says Marie mentioned she'd be having a lot of guests, so she's setting up furniture, which is why so much large stuff is being carried in. Horan bought a bluefin tuna from the market, so they decided to eat together, and Alicia only came to help. She's slicing the fish paper thin with her Arden-style sashimi skill. Joking around, Corrin offers Josephine some of the meat at a good price, but she's already had enough and tells them to clean up and prepare rooms for the first years he mentioned. He assures her it's just a brother and sister pair, so one room is enough and he can get it ready himself. But Josephine says he won't be doing it alone. 2 more rooms still need to be set up since more first years arrive tomorrow. She asks the protagonist to show the newcomers around. That makes him grin, and he says he'll do it, if she agrees to one request first. Usually, top second years handle first year guidance, and since Marie is already a third year, the job falls to Corrin. On the train, he starts explaining how the academy works to the new students. He keeps leading the group, while Huaran happily carries an enrollment sign. As MC waits for questions, some of the boys start praising his outfit, which leaves Huaran feeling awkward. Once they reach the academy, Huaran leaves because someone annoying came looking for her. Before Corrin could think much more, Huaran had already flown off, even though flying inside the academy is banned. After guiding the new students, it finally hits him that he's really a second year now. Still, his focus soon moves to the sibling pair, Ren and Ron, who head inside and turn down the protagonist's help, saying they can manage alone. Watching them, he figures they'll attract the most attention. Then he looks toward Alicia and asks who's handling the West Gate, but she's still busy guiding the students. Just then, someone calls his name and asks if he's Sir Corin Locke. When he turns, he sees a new first year, Mirmul Og Elizabeth Elroth, greeting him with a warm smile. The instant he sees her, MC knows he was completely wrong about Ren and Ron standing out the most. The moment he hears Elrath, he drops to one knee before Mirwam. Alicia stares in shock. Maybe people wouldn't know her face or first name, but everyone knows that surname. Then the protagonist respectfully kisses her hand, because she's the kingdom's second princess. On top of that, she's the villainess from the heroic legend of Arhun's era. His perfect manners impress Mirwam, and she asks where he learned etiquette like that. Corin lowers his eyes, his face turning dark, and says he learned it from someone he knows. In truth, that someone is Mirwam herself. When they first met in his past life, she told him a gentleman should kiss a lovely lady's hand and ask her to dance. After that, the two of them shared some kind of bond in his past life, and a lot more happened between them too. But back then, they never met inside the academy. Then, their moment gets cut off when Estelle Hadatha Elrath walks in and greets Corin. She's clearly happy to see him, and asks if they can shake hands. MC takes her hand right away and greets her formally, but Estelle tells him to drop that since they're students at the same academy. Then she turns to Mirome, calls her Mir, and acts like she only just noticed her, joking that she's so small. Mirome gets annoyed and tells Estelle not to call her that. Estelle fires back, saying Mirome should call her Ani, or Sunbei too, then proudly says she's back. It's been a little over 2 years since she went on leave. Annoyed, Miriam says respect only goes to people above you, and the only thing Estelle has is a bunch of useless flesh. After that, Miriam politely thanks Alicia for escorting her, even calling her Alicia Sunbenim, and leaves. Estelle follows after giving Corin a quick goodbye. Alicia and he are left standing there in stunned silence, both sweating. Miriam had shown Alicia a shocking amount of respect, and he is still trying to process everything. He knows one thing for sure, he's doomed. Later, on the way to the hall, Ren and Ron are nervous, though they do their best to look confident. That's when Mirome walks up to them and offers a handshake since they're all first years. Ron hesitates but then reaches out. Instead, Mirome suddenly grabs his wrist hard. She says they killed every beastman they could, yet disgusting mutts like these still remain. Then she warns him never to touch her belongings again. With that, she throws him to the ground while his sister rushes to comfort him. At the same time, Corin feels like he's walking on thin ice. He has no idea what comes next, because these two were introduced much later in the story. They weren't even supposed to be here, yet now they're both at the academy. The protagonist guesses it may be because of Nazria's purification. He'd been too careless. Later in class, he can't focus at all because he knows he's in serious trouble. The professor notices and calls on him with a question, but when Corin can't answer, the professor docks his points. That only makes MC even more irritated. He keeps moving through the halls, thinking about the unwritten rule that the first day is just orientation and ends early. When he gets back to the dorm, Corin remembers the original plan was for only Josephine, Marie, Hojus Hawan, the Wolf siblings and himself to stay in the special dorm. But Josephine had mentioned preparing 2 extra rooms for 2 more people. Just as it all clicks, a voice calls to him from inside a room. It's Mirome Elizabeth Elrath, sitting on the edge of the bed and telling him to mind his manners. He answers that a gentleman only kisses a lady's hand once a day. That makes Mirome laugh, and she wonders how a commoner knows so much etiquette. Then she tells him to back her when the royal succession begins next year. Without looking at her, Corin says he's only a lowly guardian, so his support wouldn't benefit her much. Mirome counters that he is the knight who carried a holy relic, acknowledged by both the Catholic and Protestant churches. The protagonist walks forward and stops right in front of her. Standing there, it's obvious he's deeply suspicious, so she grabs him by the neck and pulls him close, saying she'll pay him in advance. Lying back on the bed, she wraps her legs around his waist and asks what he wants from a royal no one has ever touched. She says she'll give him anything and tells him to ask for whatever he wants. As she stretches out on the bed, red streams of energy spread through the room. Corin stares at her like he's under a spell. Mirome tells him he can do whatever he wants as that red energy fills the room. Then she leans in closer and calls him her destiny, telling him to devour her and make her his, while her eyes glow red. The second MC understands what's happening. He jerks away from the bed and stumbles back to his feet, breathing hard. He realizes she even used aphrodisiac incense to lure him, and he finds it pathetic. A noble about to fight for the throne shouldn't be doing this. But Mirome has another goal, using the sun god's champion as a political card. She says marriage and having children are the oldest deals in the world. Corin ignores that and asks what she meant by destiny. Instead, she tells him to marry her. Since she won't explain, he turns to leave. When he reaches the door, Mirome says they can set the mood another day. He refuses, so she warns that her terms might change, and asks how sure he is about his choice. He looks back with a smile and says someone once taught him to be careful around beautiful women. Then the protagonist walks out of the room, leaving Mirome smirking as she thinks about trying even harder. Outside, Korin pants hard. That was way too dangerous. And the weird part is, these kinds of situations keep happening to him. He remembers what happened with Marie, and with Alicia too, when she said those things to him because she picked theater as her elective and ended up acting in a story about an affair. Then there's Wabron, always grabbing his hands whenever she gets the chance. Ever since Korin swallowed the sun, his body has been full of yang energy. Wabron, with her 9 yin meridian physique, gives off endless yin energy, so even touching him feels good to her. During breaks, she keeps holding his hand and asking to stay like that a little longer. Later in the cafeteria, MC talks about women clinging to him with Jaeger and Lork. At first both of them stay calm, but then they grab him in frustration, call him a playboy, and tell him to just choose one woman. All three freeze when Miroam walks over to them. Jaeger and Lork stay seated, jaws dropped as she asks Korin to give her a tour since she's heading to the city center soon. Watching this, Jaeger decides he doesn't need any advice. At this rate, he'll be torn apart by 5 women any second. Lork agrees. He was jealous before, but now he's treating this like research. Lork thinks the protagonist's body is giving off pheromones, and somehow their immune systems keep them from being affected. When Jaeger doesn't understand, Lork tells him to look at the protagonist, who is now talking with Professor Ario Kassar. Jaeger's eyes go wide. These two idiots trying to sound smart decide Korin must have some strange issue, and maybe he's into men too. Later, Professor Ario Kassar tells the first years about Marikaba's ritual, a practical training session at the hunting grounds. This time though, a few second years will be their opponents instead of monsters. With that, the exercise begins. At the hunting grounds, some of the students are impressed by a new first year, German Luther, because he's ranked second. They start forming teams and planning their strategy. At first glance, German looks like a normal kid, just like everyone else. Still, German hates being ranked with the Wolf siblings. The only reason is simple: he lost to Princess Miroam, Elizabeth L. Roth, the student in first place. He already knows he would have quit this academy if he hadn't been sent here for a holy mission. Last semester, a secret team from the Order snuck into the academy to kill the monster, but they were caught. To protect the Order, Bishop Renaud cut all ties with them. Now they've sent German Luther instead, so he has to hide that he belongs to the Order and act like a perfect student at the academy. As the 3rd and 4th ranked students spot an opponent, they call German over. He goes along with them since he needs their trust during this training. Some students think this match is unfair. There are over 400 first years, so the seniors should struggle. German sees it differently. His focus is beating the seniors and taking their insignias, so he plans to take charge of these kids first, then use them later to reach his real goal. Then everyone suddenly turns their attention when a heavy thud sounds from behind them. Watching the scared students from a distance, Josephine remembers Korin choosing how to run the new student orientation. He agreed, but only if the returning students he picked were included in the hunting ground test. Even now, Josephine wonders if granting that request was the right call. When the students thought the second years would have trouble against 400 people, they clearly didn't know what Merkabah Academy's second years were really like. First is Yahello, who mastered the top druid art of the Wicker Man in just half a year. Then there's Dronzer, the mercenary magic swordsman, now carrying an insanely pricey magic sword set, thanks to smart investing. And there's Kranel, the golemancer, who now commands a powerful golem. Then of course there's Huaren, who needs no intro. Last is Alicia, head of the Arden family. Together, they overwhelm the students so badly that chaos spreads through the hunting ground. No one can even fight back properly. Elsewhere, some students run the moment a figure with clown makeup steps out of the shadows. It's obviously Korin, but German goes completely still. Shaken and unsure, German raises his weapon and hears the clown mock everyone for fleeing, just because of some face paint. Drawing fire runes on the ground, MC releases flames that throw the whole hunting ground into panic. As fire bursts out around them, German starts trembling, terror all over his face. He has no clue this clown is the one who turned Merkabah's famous second years into monsters on the battlefield. Around him, students cry and pass out. German stays frozen in fear, and Korin clearly enjoys it, asking why he looks so serious. Then he steps closer with a grin and tells him to smile. German shakes as sweat runs down his face. Born in St. Michaela Monastery, he has spent his whole life on the path of faith. There were times he questioned whether God was even real, but one thing feels certain now: the devil definitely exists, and he's standing right in front of him dressed as a clown. When German tries to run, the protagonist jams his spear between his legs and trips him. As German hits the ground, the protagonist says this is the end. Terrified, German shuts his eyes and starts crying, unable to face what comes next. Instead, MC pats his head, helps him up, and praises his courage. Once he introduces himself, German realizes this is the same guy who fought Lunia Arden. After German calms down, Korin says he's been looking for talented first years, and aside from the princess, German stood out the most. Then he offers his hand and asks German to work with him. Caught off guard, German quickly shakes the protagonist's hand and accepts. The first thing MC needed to do in the hunting ground was find German, the Order's spy, whom he had already identified. An hour into the test, Ron and Ren are under attack from other students, and Ren keeps knocking them out while telling Ron to check their bags and collect their armbands. Ron has no idea why everyone keeps targeting them and wonders if it's because they're demi-humans. Ren says no, It's because they're second rankers, and everyone wants their armbands. Taking a senior's armband gives more points, but the seniors are too strong, so the first years are stealing from each other instead. In the final part, those armbands can be traded for prizes. But when Ron and Ren reach the last stage, the cottage is burning, and then the ground starts shaking. A huge tower rises in front of them, likely Yunqing's work since it's wrapped in vines. As the wolf siblings stare at it, Mirawam Elizabeth Elrath appears behind them, having caught the scent of fur. The tower has 3 entrances, so Ren and Ron decide not to follow Mirawam Elizabeth Elrath and go through another gate. Inside, Dron is already waiting, sending lightning into the ground and making it hard for the siblings to keep their footing. Dron tells them this is exactly the kind of job he was brought in for, so he won't hold back. This tower has 3 entrances, 3 rooms, and 3 guardians. After that, the halls connect, leading to 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. And on the 3rd floor, Corin waits for the students. One first year is already hiding there with his infiltration skill, but nobody can fool the protagonist once he senses them. He remarks that he heard someone here is skilled in stealth. Mumsy instantly drives his spear at the side of a pillar where he feels a presence. The spear bends in a strange way, just when the hidden student thinks it missed, leaving him stunned. In that instant, it feels like his very soul is under attack. That's because the Death God's orb never misses. It strikes both body and spirit. His focus breaks, and even his stealth starts failing. The student stares in shock when Corin calls him out by name, asking why Rashiduddin Mustali, a first-year second-rank knight, is using an assassin clan's technique. Rashid freezes for a second, then steps out of hiding. He warns him that bringing that up was a mistake, then lashes at him from behind with his whips. At first, the protagonist simply dodges and lets him attack, but Rashid keeps coming, so Corin raises his spear to answer back. Rashid always wanted to avoid bloodshed and leave his old life behind, but now that this senior has exposed his past, Rashid feels forced to kill MC to protect his identity. He moves fast and launches fire at him, not knowing fire and heat are Corin's specialty. The protagonist slips past the flames, surprising Rashid, then says he's done enough to earn a reward and should head upstairs to claim his points. He adds that it doesn't matter whether Rashid learned magic swordsmanship or assassination, his stealth skill will be useful very soon. The second thing MC wanted in this hunting ground was to test the first years who were actually worth noticing. At the same time, the wolf siblings nearly died against Dron's attacks, but they still managed to pass. On the 2nd floor, Horan passed them right away since she couldn't safely control her strength against them. On the 3rd floor, Corinne waited for more students, and Ren and Ron finally arrived. The instant they step in, a slash cuts past their faces. It's his spear, aimed at Ren, and the moment Ron drops his guard, he gets knocked out by Corinne and collapses. Shocked, Ren looks at her brother, but then has to run, when the protagonist uses Tiger Sweeping Wind and forces the siblings into their true beast forms. MC doesn't like pushing them this hard, but he needs these kids to grow strong enough to carry their part. With his spear glowing from the spell, he looks at them and says he'll end this now. Without a full moon, controlling beast instincts is easy. Actually transforming is another matter. Now Ren and Ron have changed, and both are completely feral. In their final form they'd still look human, but the wolf siblings haven't matured yet, so this beast shape is their limit. Transformed Ron, who's usually harmless, now acts like a crazed wild dog, and Corin has to fight both of them at once. When they attack together, he notes that beasts can communicate in battle, and these two, after all they've been through together, leave almost no openings. When the protagonist goes after Ren, Ron jumps in to protect her. While fighting, Corin tells him that instead of shielding his sister, he should be attacking the enemy. Using his spear, MC takes the chance to knock Ron out, warning him never to give his opponent even a moment. Ren is smarter than Ron, but her attacks still lack accuracy. As he counters, he tells them they need to aim for vital points. Before long, both siblings are down and back in human form, crying in pain. Corin tells them to get up and keep fighting until their bones break, but then he sees they truly gave everything they had. So he helps Ren to her feet, and decides that's enough for now. It's hard for him to be harsher on kids this young. They still can't control their final form well, but they understand what it means to fight, and they've grown tougher. That's what matters to the protagonist. Holding Ren, he smiles and asks if her appa got too rough with them. Ren is still crying, upset that Corin keeps treating them like little kids, but both siblings end up hugging him anyway. MC admits he was harsh, then praises their judgment and physical skill. They couldn't beat him, but they were good enough to pass. Even though that warm embrace comforted them, the siblings swear they'll never need to rely on it again. He watches them leave, then feels someone behind him. He turns and finds Miroam clapping, impressed that the wolf siblings went up ages ago, while Corin is still standing here. She calls the two pups and praises their bodies, then teases the protagonist for handling them like he was just playing around. MC reminds Miroam he's an examiner, so if she wants to pass, she has to beat him. And unlike the siblings, he won't go easy on her, especially after noticing what she's hiding in her dress. If she's bringing that out, he'll fight seriously too. Mirwame looks back and reminds him she was ready to take off her dress earlier, but he didn't bite. Saying she'll count this as a loss, she turns and walks away. The thing hidden in her dress is a snake familiar. Even after he exposed it, she didn't look surprised at all. That only makes Corin more sure this will be a pain again. Just like last time, he has no idea how to handle her. Meanwhile, some students reach the top of the tower, only to find a sign telling them to go back to the entrance. That drives them insane. With no better option, the poor students head all the way back, blaming everything on that clown, the protagonist. They call him nuts, saying they've heard rumors he's the future son-in-law of the Duneled, and also engaged to Lunia Arden. Then suddenly they freeze when Corin appears in front of them and cheerfully welcomes them. Laughing, he asks how practice went, while pouring wine over the rewards meant for the students. MC says the prizes include 4 or 5 magic stones, and other rare high-grade items. Then he asks what these rewards and the students have in common. When nobody answers, he says both can burn very easily with one snap, and then he burns the rewards. The students want to kill this jerk, but they know he'd just beat them down. Right then, Marie shows up with a chest full of rank 3 and rank 2 magic stones. Corin then introduces master craftsmen who will make weapons for the students for free, top blacksmiths from the capital. He gives credit to Huaren and Marie for bringing both the materials and the smiths. At the same time, Alicia sets out a huge dinner made with the best ingredients. The students lose it and dig in right away. After all, this day is for them. Marie also brought in the ingredients and chefs, while Huaren dragged in those scammer blacksmiths, whose weak spots had already been exposed. The students are shocked seeing these seniors act so gentle and nice when they're not busy beating them up. Alicia reminds him that the costly magic stones he handed out to 4,000 people are all on his tab. He says that aside from liquid assets like the inn, he pretty much spent his whole net worth. Still, money doesn't matter to him as much as their lives. He'd saved that money from the start for this exact moment, so his juniors could get access to magic stones. The protagonist knows expensive gear alone won't turn them into a real fighting force, but it should raise their odds of surviving a lot. Even when he tries not to worry, he can't help it, especially now. Keeping Garan close, bringing in Rashid, and pushing Ren and Ron were all part of his prep, because the next trial is getting close, and its stage is Merkaba Academy. While the students enjoy the party, they ask Alicia to dance with them. She looks to Corin for permission, but he's already gone. Elsewhere, a new move is starting. Elder Admilesh, leader of the Red Magic faction, orders them to recover the experiment that is neither beast nor human. Elder Morshatan of the Black Magic faction is sure everything is falling into place, especially with the Golden Mage joining in. They say that vampire, Marie, must be taken by the Mage Tower. The Magic Tower incident is about to begin. Originally, after a weak investigation by the Grand Library Archives, they would have kidnapped the vampire girl and experimented on her in the basement. But this time history will change because Corin has been waiting for them. He's already at the Magic Tower, watching and checking everything. The special dorm houses students important to the academy. It started with MC and Huaren, but now it's almost full. Every morning, he spars with Hrafshan, showers, and then notices the new students now living on the second floor. At the far end of that floor are the rooms of the 2 princesses. Estelle goes to the chapel for morning prayer, while Miroam heads to her lab. This is already different from the original story, and with both princesses living at the academy, Corin can't help worrying about the changes. On the other side of the hall are the Wolf siblings. Smiling, the protagonist opens their door and tries to wake them up, but the little cuties beg for a bit more sleep. These are the same kids who were supposed to grow into villains. They're exhausted after Corin pushed them past their limits in the test, and right now they act more like toddlers, so he even helps them brush their teeth. In the original plot, the siblings were useful mid-bosses, so it would help if they reached their final forms fast. But right now, MC doesn't care about that. After everything they went through, they've turned out unbelievably adorable. Looking at them, he can't help wanting to change their future without hesitation. At the chairman's office, Iryu tells him that mages from the Mage Tower have come to visit. When the protagonist asks why, Josephine says they're here to review research from the Merkaba Grand Library and look into magic students' careers. Corin notes that the Mage Tower is always short on people, so many students would rather work at the academy than go there. Josephine frowns, realizing he knows a lot about the tower. Back then, the Mage Tower held a monopoly over magic and mages. It was full of corruption, and senior mages constantly pushed around the juniors. But Merkaba Academy changed that, taking away the tower's top position. Then came the witch hunt. Following the Order's will, the Mage Tower started using demi-humans as test subjects. Once heroes from the academy learned the truth, they moved to stop it, and that became the Witch Revolution. Still, in front of Josephine, Corin acts like he doesn't know much. After all, she took part in that revolution 80 years ago. She lowers her eyes and says that was long ago, and she wasn't alone. Miryu adds that he was there too, and so was Tate's Valtazar. MC knows that name is a sore spot for his master, Aaron, but he has to use what he can, since they already see him as Valtazar's student. So Corin plans to leak future information as if it came from Valtazar's design, and reveals that the Mage Tower is tied to him too. That leaves Josephine and Iryu stunned. Both understand this is knowledge from the future, and that the visitors came for more than library records or student scouting. Later, sitting with Marie, he tells her the Mage Tower is probably here for her alone, because the vampire blood in her veins matters to them. Marie already knows it'll be a huge problem if they touch her. The Mardohan Ref family is one of the most powerful in the south and supplies much of the continent, but Corin knows the Mage Tower may not care about any of that because they're following Tate's Valtazar. Looking at Marie, he decides it's time to tell her the truth about Valtazar and his plan. Before he starts, the protagonist asks her to keep this talk between them. After hearing it all, Marie realizes the so-called paradise the chairman's side wants means gathering all 4 true runes and all 4 secret treasures, then using that power to destroy every civilization. After that, they'd make the world they want. Corin agrees, saying that's why the Catholic Church and the Mage Tower no longer care how strong or important their enemies are. In their minds, everything is going to be wiped out anyway. Marie looks shaken by how horrible the plan is. MC admits Valtazar's scheme sounds impossible, but says it will happen because this is Valtazar they're dealing with. Then he asks Marie for a favor. She's just happy he trusted her with the truth, and promises she'll do anything he needs. Before leaving, Corin tells Marie to come to the Happy Inn at midnight because he has a few things to prepare. After he leaves, Marie blushes hard, unable to believe she'll be alone with him at the inn. That night, the protagonist spies on the mages staying at a hotel, planning to spend their days inside the academy. There are 50 mages from the tower, and 3 of them are especially important. First is Elder Admelech of the Red Magic faction, the cranky head of the Fire Mages. Next is Elder Morshatan, from the Black Magic faction. Last is Idrin of Gold, Valtazar's ally and the final boss of the Magic Tower incident. He's the one Corin most needs to eliminate, but all 50 mages are wearing cloaks, so he can't tell which one is Idrin. Meanwhile, Lork Bookman has become their errand boy to get close to the Mage Tower. The mages order him to carry their things, and threaten to crush his mana heart if he messes up. Then, MC notices one mage hurrying toward the back door. It's a black mage from the tower's 4th floor, Manroji, in the middle of one of his gambling games with the others. Using his third eye skill, Manroji looks through the ceiling and checks the other mages and their cards. He's obviously cheating. Then, Luina walks up to join the game. Later in the bedroom, Manroji reaches for Luina, but Corin appears in the room and hits him with lesser curse magic. He grabs his face and slams him to the floor. Holding up the eye Manroji hid on the ceiling. Corin says cheating alone deserves a broken arm. Touching a girl is even worse. Manroji panics and tries to argue that Leon wanted it. Then the protagonist shocks him. Leon isn't the girl he means. He's talking about Marie. MC says the Mage Tower plans to kidnap the demi-human Marie. Knowing the tower doesn't see demi-humans as people, he brought her here himself. When Marie enters, the protagonist tells her to turn this man into a vampire. Red energy wraps around them as Marie agrees, and Corin grins under his clown disguise. The next day, Elder Morshatan gets irritated and asks where Manroji went. In Merkaba Academy's library, Relin nervously guesses he's off gambling again. Morshatan sighs. Manroji does vanish for days, getting drunk and wasting time. Even so, Morshatan is fed up. He warned everyone this mission mattered, and now their sloppiness could make the Black faction look bad in front of Idrin. Then, a troubling idea hits him. What if Idrin had been pretending to be Manroji? Since Idrin alone deals with Tate's Valtazar, no one really knows what he's doing. Morshatan even starts to fear Idrin may be working with the Red faction. He orders Relin to go find Manroji immediately. Just then, a noise pulls his attention. 2 people are bickering nearby. One tells the other to be quiet in the library, while the other pouts, clearly annoyed. Morshatan studies them more closely. Something about their features seems off, and he wonders if they're demi-humans. Relin sits in a loud bar, tired and annoyed, muttering that a 3rd-floor black magic disciple shouldn't be wasting time on errands. She curses Manroji for disappearing, and even thinks about jumping to the Red faction. Maybe getting close to one of the old men there would make life easier. As Relin orders 2 martinis, stirred, not shaken, Corin suddenly walks up and starts talking like he belongs there. Relin instantly gets suspicious. She asks why a kid is in a bar, while MC keeps trying to charm her with smooth compliments. It doesn't work. Already irritated, she harshly wonders why children keep flirting with her tonight. Nearby, Alicia is busy thinking about a cheating drama she likes and can't understand why Relin isn't falling for his act. Fed up, Relin calls for another drink. She yells at the bartender about letting kids into bars. Then Estelle appears and lightly covers Relin's lips, telling her not to swear. Her calm, graceful tone changes the whole mood, and Relin has no idea what to make of her. Relin just stares as Estelle leans closer, comments on her lip color, and casually offers to buy her a drink. The bold move completely throws Relin off. Everyone else is stunned too. Why is Saintess Estelle here in a bar, flirting this openly? She's not just royalty, but the first princess and a saintess said to be loved by the gods. But despite that holy image, Estelle is anything but modest. She's vain, shameless, and drawn to beauty no matter the gender. Once Estelle learns Relin is 26, she immediately suggests they spend the night together. Flustered, Relin can only mumble that Estelle is pretty. Estelle giggles, calls Relin cute, though not as pretty as herself, and hands her a drink to loosen up. Relin insists she isn't drunk, but she's starting to doubt what's even happening. Before she can catch up, Corin steps in and declares they're taking Relin with them. He even says he took theater classes just for a mission like this. Estelle proudly says the plan worked because of her beauty. then crosses her arms, annoyed they're about to leave after all that. Someone also points out they've spent a long time setting this up. Then the rest of the bar starts reacting. Alicia and her partner step in, announcing their first ranked knights and warning the others to back off. Corin quickly tells Alicia to stop. He already knows who they are. These aren't random people. They're from the church's hidden squad that punishes anyone who harms demi-humans. Morkai is stunned that the protagonist knows, and Estelle warns that too much knowledge can be dangerous. MC calmly says that danger doesn't apply to him. He adds that he can deal with all of them, even without Alicia stepping in. Vice Captain Morkai angrily moves forward, but Estelle coolly calls him by name and shuts him down. That only confirms her suspicion. This boy might really be the one said to carry the sun. Corin then offers a deal with 2 conditions. Estelle guesses the first is taking Relin, and asks what he'll give in return. He names Elder Morshatan as the real target. If they truly punish those who abuse demi-humans, he should be first. He says he can prove Morshatan has been running illegal experiments. Estelle listens, but warns the information has to be solid. So Corin gives a precise spot, a hidden shack behind a mountain near the Magic Tower, in Antic Village. Estelle is surprised he's saying so much before asking for anything, and presses him on what he really wants. That's when the protagonist states his true demand. He wants every mage in this operation arrested, from the high elders down to the lowest ranks. To him, the whole tower has rotted. It sounds extreme, but MC says leaving them alone will only lead to humanity being betrayed to Tate's Valtazar. Assistant Morkai hesitates, saying arresting that many people is almost impossible. He answers that they can focus on Morshatan, while his side handles the rest. Estelle agrees and says she'll hand Relin over. Morkai tries to protest, but Estelle quiets him with a smile, already pleased with what she's gained. Then Estelle asks about his second condition. Corin says he wants to work with her from now on. If it stays out of politics, he'll help her, and in return he wants Estelle to pray for him. Estelle agrees at once. She says as long as she has divine power, she'll pray for him, especially now that they're under the same roof. A saintess's prayer is a rare blessing. Most people only get near the end of a long path. Realizing how valuable that is, the protagonist carefully asks when those prayers happen. Estelle just smiles and mischievously tells him to call her sis. Corin hesitates. She's both a princess and the holy saintess. But Estelle doesn't back down. She pushes again, saying they'll be working together for a long time anyway. MC isn't sure this is a good idea, but things are already slipping out of his control. Elsewhere, the Black faction also loses contact with Roland. Nobody cares much about Manroji, but Roland disappearing hits Jolin hard. He'd become obsessed with her, even preparing a slave collar in case she joined the Red faction so he could keep her close. That obsession turns to panic when a package arrives, with a strange video stone left at the door. What he sees shakes him. The recording shows Relin terrified, begging for help, while unknown attackers surround her. The captor brags about catching a young mage girl, as Relin screams. Jolin watches in horror and cries out her name. Then he yells that he's coming to save her, and rushes toward the edge of the city. Meanwhile, Corin reveals that Relin and the others were never his real target. He's actually after Idrin, the Gold Tower Master. The problem is, he still doesn't know which of the 50 mages Idrin is. So he makes a new plan. If he can't find Idrin directly, he'll narrow the list by removing suspects, starting with Relin. He explains that she belongs to a side quest called Shaded Love, where an old mage named Jolin falls for her. Since Jolin shows up to rescue Relin, both of them are tied to that preset quest. That means neither can be Idrin. A major villain like the Gold Mage wouldn't be tucked into an ordinary side story. Next, Corin considers Manroji, who was already captured and also belonged to another side quest, the Cheater's Hidden Trick, where the player catches him cheating. So Manroji gets crossed off too. The protagonist figures anyone locked into a clear side quest probably isn't the hidden Idrin of Gold. His plan now is simple. Catch every side quest character one by one and eliminate them until only the unknown mages are left. Somewhere dark and grim, Jolin wakes in a panic, screaming to know where he is and what is happening. No one answers. His captor ignores the questions and starts torturing him right away. Jolin begs to cooperate and talk, but nobody listens. No one listens to Jolin's pleas. Instead, they force a thick red stew down his throat. Corin reveals the truth. It's not food, but concentrated blood meant to turn them into vampires. From the shadows, MC watches the sick experiment and takes it all in. He's getting closer to the truth, but things are only going to get worse. He finds another ghoul and learns how vampires make servants. Virgins become stronger Draculars, while everyone else turns into ghouls like Manroji. That makes the protagonist grumble that somehow everyone has more experience than he does. Then a shy girl admits she's untouched too. She says she's only ever held her dad's hand. That confirms the protagonist would become a Draculars, not a ghoul. Now that the man before him has become MC's vampire servant, lying is no longer an option. MC uses that and orders him to tell everything. He starts with the basics and learns the mage's name is Jolin. Then he asks why they came to the city. Shaking, Jolin admits their mission was to capture Mariette Dunaref and kill Chairman Irio Kassar. The protagonist immediately pushes for the next piece. Jolin blurts out that they were acting under the Tower Master, known only as Byron of Gold. Idrin said the mission mattered enough that he might join in himself. Jolin doesn't know whether Idrin entered with the red faction or the black, but he's sure the Tower Master is here in disguise. With that, Corin feels ready to move to the next step. At the same time, MC sends Jolin a threat. His beloved professor and the missing mages have been taken, and the ransom is brutal enough gold to fill a boat in 1 week. If not, a finger comes off every night. Starting now, Jolin falls apart in panic, while far away the red faction's leader, Elder Admalek, reacts with icy disgust. He calls Jolin a fool and says he'd have ditched him already if he weren't his best disciple. The two factions start clashing over what to do. Someone asks why the black faction is meddling in red faction business, but Elder Morshatan cuts them off. No one can move alone anymore. With the Witch of Space around, they can't catch the vampire or the chairman if she can teleport them away. So the plan was to distract her during the academy midterms and make her burn magic saving students. But that plan got exposed. Morshatan agrees the black faction will help. Admalek makes one thing clear: the Mage Tower will not pay ransom. So they settle on the only option left: catch the clown behind all this. Then Morshatan reveals a hidden informant inside the academy, who may know who the clown is. That informant is the second princess, Miruam Elizabeth L. Rath. She saw Corin's outfit during the hunting grounds incident, and since the magic tower backs her, Morshatan expects her to identify him. That should turn the tower's focus onto him, and lead them to attack the special dormitory. But the protagonist planned for that. He meant to use the attack to trap them all. That was plan A. Then suddenly, screams ring out. Miruam Elizabeth L. Rath is dragged in, and Morshatan asks if she knows this person. She flatly says no. Everything starts falling apart for Morshatan, as Miruam denies knowing anything about the clown or the kidnappings. Her answer throws both factions off. Elsewhere, Corin is just as shocked. He was sure Miruam Elizabeth L. Rath would name him, but she never does, and that single choice destroys his original plan, while also keeping him safe for the moment. Even with plan A ruined, MC quickly steadies himself, thanks the one who helped him, acts like nothing happened, and asks about his payment. The reply brushes that aside and tells him he needs rest. After that, Corin remembers he still has plan B. This time he's determined to think through every outcome. He doesn't want to lose his master again. Then everything shifts when Estelle steps in and announces Elder Morshatan's arrest. She charges him with illegal experiments, murder, kidnapping, and unlawful imprisonment. Morshatan is stunned and accuses Estelle of shaming the Mage Tower. She stays calm and firm and says she respects the tower, but the evidence is too clear to ignore. Panic hits when Morshatan sees his secret records being used against him. A trap he never saw coming is snapping shut. Estelle then wonders how Corin got those lab records so fast. The lab keeps moving, and even elite teams couldn't track it down. She doesn't think the protagonist is lying, but she's shocked by how recent the evidence is. That means the illegal tests and imprisonments happened only recently. If the academy had moved openly, Morshatan would have relocated at once. So MC had to move fast and in secret. Estelle realizes what he's doing, trying to bring down the Mage Tower by himself. We also learn more about the bigger war. The Mage Tower and the Old Church once held huge power, but the Witch Revolution broke that. The Protestants and 3 legendary heroes defeated them. Now those old powers have teamed up with Valtazar to destroy the academy and take control again. Everything was going their way until Corin interfered. The villains erupt in chaos, arguing over how the Protestants found the secret lab. Some suspect the clown, he is working with them. They decide to speed things up, burn down the academy, and free Morshatan in the confusion. Not everyone agrees, but Elder Admalek silences them. He wants an immediate retreat to the Mage Tower. Then Tower Master Idrin is called. With Morshatan gone, the others can't carry the plan alone. Now Idrin has to move, and the conflict is about to explode. Idrin is stunned to hear the witch has been captured, but he quickly regains control and reads the situation. He orders everyone to move at once. Their destination is northwest of Merkaba, where a hidden marker remains from the Witch Wars. Only 2 people were ever meant to know that place: Aaron Danua and Josephine. So when the marker activates, the witch thinks Aaron is calling her, but Idrin appears instead. Aaron immediately demands to know how he found the marker. Idrin says he has a powerful ally, and that one more person besides Aaron and Josephine knew about this place. Tates Valtazar, one of the 3 legendary heroes from the Witch Wars. Aaron is left stunned and asks if Idrin really joined hands with someone like Valtazar, and whether he understands the price of that choice. Idrin brushes it off and says rules and morals no longer matter. In his eyes, mages were wrong to follow those ideas in the first place. Protecting test subjects, teaching weaker students, sharing magic with the untalented, he sees all of it as a mistake. To him, the academy only held real magic back. Aaron's voice turns cold as she says people like Idrin never change. First they hunted demons, then demi-humans, then witches. When Aaron was a child, the people in power hunted and captured her, just for using magic without permission. Back then, they didn't treat her like a person. She was just something to cut apart, while they calmly argued whether fire or black magic suited the job better. But Aaron isn't that helpless girl anymore. Now she stands against them with the same spear that once pierced their hearts, and she makes one thing clear: they were never true seekers of magic. They were just hateful people who always needed someone to blame. Idrin recognizes her as the heart of the witch revolution, but now he stops playing fair. Idrin casts a seal on Erin, sure it can hold her for 3 days. With her sealed away, he plans to lead the mage tower, kill the chairman, capture the vampire, and take the future back for his side. He believes the current world is about to fall, and a new paradise will rise, one where only the chosen may use magic freely. Just then, Corin's flamehounds arrive. The protagonist tells Erin that people like Idrin never change because they've never truly suffered. They've lived without pain, so they stay cruel, but now that changes. He moves into plan B, ready to hit back hard. MC has one goal now, save the professor no matter what it takes. When Ren and Ron arrive, Night Professor Ogun looks disappointed. Today is the first day of their monster hunt, and even if the fanboar is only rank 4, he hates how unfocused they are. He asks what he told them before. Ren and Ron straighten up and answer that a good guardian needs skill, but even more than that, they need to be on time. Ogun gives a short hum, steps forward, and starts the mission. Ron mutters that this is all because he isn't here, and Ren whispers that he always wakes them up, wondering where he went so early. Far from them, the protagonist stands among trapped mages and burning chaos. A girl smiles at his arrival, but Mapesy came ready. Using a tracking rune, he closes in and attacks. Then he speaks, calling out Elder Admalik Amang, and saying he should be with his disciples, not here. Admalik glares, recognizes him, and shouts that Corin is the clown. He raises a hand, forms a huge fireball, and declares himself the leader of the Red faction, not an easy foe. Then he unleashes his ultimate art, Sky of Muspelheim, a flame meant to reduce everything to ash. The fire surges at him, but he doesn't flinch. A dark smile spreads across his face as the flames break apart before reaching him. They do nothing. Admalik can only stare in shock. What Corin used wasn't simple defense or stronger elemental power. With eyes glowing like embers, the protagonist tells him the truth. If Admalik depends on fire, he'll never win. MC Locke crushes the flames around him into one attack. It becomes a solar genesis. With one crushing hit, lightning rips through his enemies. The mages fall, and Corin Locke drops to one knee, breathing hard. The girl lands beside him, impressed. She says the praise is for him himself, not just his strength. She says he must have seen the attack on the magic tower coming and planned for this too. The protagonist gives a slow nod as he struggles to stand. The girl watches him, unsettled by something about him. His shadow feels heavy with purpose, almost like justice itself. She offers her shoulder and asks what comes next. Lifting his head, Corin Locke says the next targets are Mariette and the chairman, and the setup is already done. The Mague faction has 2 goals, kill Chairman Irio Kassar and capture Mariette Dunaref. MC says he meant to make himself the target, but Princess Miru stepped in and protected him, throwing off the plan. Still, he has a backup. During the opening of Dunaref distribution, Josephine will appear in public, then move somewhere quieter, a perfect chance for an ambush. As Josephine walks ahead through an alley, she thinks over the plan. She wonders why they would wait to kidnap her instead of just taking her from the carriage. Then 2 women step out of the shadows. One reminds Josephine that Corin told them to stay ready. Josephine stops cold, a chill running through her. At the same time, Ren and Ron are hunting in the western forest valley. Ron brags that he caught a huge boar, and Ren shoots back that hers is bigger. But Ron's smile fades. Something feels off. He remembers Professor Aaron Danua buying loads of fan boars for testing last year, and wonders why there are barely any now. Ren thinks the same. They've gone deep into the forest, but the numbers still don't make sense. Then Ren sniffs the air and says she smells rotting flesh. She whirls around and yells at the figure hiding behind them. Professor Arkai steps from the trees with a smirk. He says elder vampires are valuable, but golden wolves are just as good. Ren and Ron are still young, so taking them should be easy. He adds that every fanboar on this mountain is already dead. Now his monsters have surrounded the 2. Ron calls to Ren, and Ren nods. She gets it. Arkai lets out a dark laugh, saying it's a shame they chose to fight. Then he sends his monsters in. The boars close the circle. At the forest entrance, Professor Ogun cuts down a charging monster and orders the students to form up and protect each other. Fan boars breed fast and eat everything, so they have to be culled every year. That's why he brought the students. What he never expected was for the boars to come back to life. Then, black mages appear. Professor Ogun warns them not to touch the academy students. That would break the treaty in a big way. One mage calmly says they don't want to hurt the students or him. If he stops resisting, no one gets hurt. Ogun demands their real target, and the mage answers, the 2 wolf boys. Ogun's expression hardens. The mages say Ren and Ron may still be inexperienced, but they're growing fast. Right then, Ren and Ron shift into wolf form and rip through the monsters around them. Professor Ogun raises his blade and says it doesn't matter if they're demi-humans or wolfmen. If they study at his academy, they're his students. A black mage stares, shocked that he'd really stand against the mage tower. Ogun steps forward without a pause and shouts that they touched his students, so now he'll fight them all. Back at the special dormitory, Corin Locke is thrown off when Mariette says the ambush he warned about never came. He wonders if the enemy found the trap. The plan had been to strike Josephine, Mariette, and Chairman Iryu at the same time, but instead, 30 black faction mages disappeared. The red faction was handled, but nobody knows where the others went. Princess Miruam. Elizabeth Elrath interrupts with a knowing smirk, hinting that she may know where those missing mages are. Meanwhile, Ren and Ron are still battling the black faction. Even in their golden wolf forms, they struggle against Hellsvander monsters, dead bodies brought back with dark magic. These creatures aren't just powerful, they're hard to put down. Professor Arkai watches, amused, as his beasts start overpowering the wolves. Ren and Ron remember Corrin's advice: distract first, then hit the weak point. Ren charges in hard, but only ends up injuring herself. Ron watches Ren collapse unconscious. Arkai smirks. He wanted to test on Ren, but he'll settle for Ron surviving. The wolf siblings share a deep bond. When one falls, the other can lose control. Ron snaps and goes berserk, throwing everyone into panic. Just as she's about to kill Arkai in pure rage, Corrin Locke steps in. Ron lashes out, furious that he came too late, until he pulls her into a hug and tells her Ren is still alive. Nearby, Mariette gives Ren a potion and says they made it just in time. Even while calming Ron, Corrin Locke can't stop thinking about Miriam's tip. She has support from the mage tower, so she shouldn't be helping him. He knows there's more to it. Then he forces the black faction mages to kneel. With a smile, he thanks Professor Ogun for risking himself to protect the first years. Ogun says the students survived, thanks to gear made with costly magic stones. Suddenly, Madame Josephine rushes in. The chairman's marker is reacting. Corrin Locke realizes this was Miriam Elizabeth Elrath's real goal in giving him the mage's location. The red faction went after Madame Josephine, and the black faction targeted Ren and Ron. But the golden mage still hasn't shown up. Corrin Locke heads to Chairman Iryu with Mariette and the others. They find her unconscious, but not beyond saving. There is still time. There, the protagonist Locke sees the 4 great treasures of Nuada Ergatlam Dagad Aaron Danua gathered: Undri's vessel, Dunskay's lawgiver Doom Norix, and the enchanting monarch Ohard Bress. As he watches the coronation of paradise begin, system backups activate, and things spin out of his grasp. Then the final boss, Tates Valtazar, appears before him. Sweat runs down Corrin's face. To save the world, he now has to beat evil itself, and he stares at Valtazar in shock. Valtazar doesn't get why MC looks so stunned, because he only came to meet the one who keeps ruining his plans, and even stole his treasure. That is when he starts to think maybe he really did trigger all this. Still, he's a little relieved Iryu isn't fully gone, because in the game and the last run, Iryu died. After her death, the protagonist's master Arian was killed by Valtazar. Arian did manage to evacuate, but the protagonist learned the truth from the assassination report. While Iryu weakly apologizes to MC, he thinks about how the heroes of the Witches' Wars know of this place. Even so, it's shocking that Valtazar made his move. He presses a hand to his forehead, struggling to accept how far this incident has drifted from the original story, but he steadies himself. Gripping his spear, Corrin Locke reminds himself that every change he's made has improved the outcome. Then he throws everything into a poisonous dragon head charge, blasting Valtazar with a huge wave of fire. But then something else happens. The domain, the level every warrior dreams of. Valtazar fires off a hidden strike in an instant. It mirrors the protagonist's own move, so the protagonist counters it with ease. Seeing that, Valtazar scoffs. MC can already use it. This is now a clash of top-class martial arts from the legend of Huaron. The second they trade blows, both of them rise into the second domain. Valtazar grins and praises Corrin Locke's skill, even calling him a fellow disciple. Then he gets serious, using the Calamity Serpent's ultimate essence and poisonous dragon head charge, firing it off while chaining the domain again and again like the Sword Demon. At the same time, the system keeps backing up and updating key commands. When the backup count hits 740, far above normal, he tightens his grip on his staff, ready to answer. From there, the two clash with flawless technique and push all the way to the 5th domain. Each exchange bursts with speed, power, and perfect timing. By the 5th domain, Valtazar can tell Corrin Locke has the basics down and only lacks speed, so with a cruel smile he pushes him further. Both unleash their ultimate moves, Calamity Serpent and Infinite Returning Heavens, releasing a blast of energy and blinding lightning. But in the same second the fight starts, they mirror each other's exact moves. To those who can't enter the domain, like Horan and Mariette, it only looks like Corrin Locke gets stabbed by Valtazar, and they can't make sense of the danger. Alicia, who can enter the domain, gets ready to strike back. The moment Alicia steps into the domain, Ohard smiles. This isn't some ordinary domain, and the fact that she entered so easily means the king can finally enjoy this. In an instant, Valtazar appears and tells Alicia this domain won't allow mercy. Then he grabs her by the face. To his surprise, Huaran appears behind him and tries to strike, but he slips away in one motion and catches her hand. Both girls crash down. Seeing how badly Alicia is hurt, Huaran can't hold back and sends out steel chains to bind him, declaring that he's dead. For a moment the chains cover his whole body, then Valtazar shatters them, refusing to accept it. As far as he's concerned, death is not his fate. Frustrated, Huaran rushes him, but he throws her aside. Everyone is stunned as Valtazar says that no matter how tough her body is, she still lacks experience. Then he raises his staff to move again, but but this is when his body starts to freeze under Mariette's snowflower spells. Balthazar breaks the ice, then stands firm and uses Spear of Light ahead hair, a strike that never misses. The Spear of Light shoots forward, and even as Mariette sends out Doggo, the spear slips past it and heads straight for Mariette. Mariette realizes this is the end, but the Spear of Light is suddenly sent into another dimension, and Balthazar knows right away only Josephine could do that. Josephine says she isn't here to change anything, and Corin Locke unleashes Solar Genesis Clausulus, bright firelight flooding the whole area. It's the strongest attack he can use right now. Balthazar turns back with a scoff. He missed the protagonist's heart, but he still admits the protagonist's healing is impressive. Then he explains that this isn't just an inborn power, it comes from a commandment. Corin had carved the opposite commandments from Balthazar's into himself. Even so, Balthazar laughs at him, saying MC can't handle Solar Genesis at the level he's forcing out. At the same time, Josephine uses her magic to open several teleport gates at once. Ohard, Duneskays, and Doomnorix catch on and move to stop them, but he throws that blazing energy at them and cuts them off. Then he tells everyone to move now. Mariette grabs Iryu Kasar, while Huaran carries Alicia, and they rush through the portal. Right before going in, Corin looks back at Balthazar, gives him a big grin, and winks like they'll meet again soon. Once everyone makes it out, the portal is almost fully closed. Duneskays considers chasing after them, but Balthazar just smirks. His spear always hits the target he chose first. Everyone starts to breathe easier after slipping back through that tiny opening in the portal. Then Balthazar's spear suddenly appears, flying straight at Mariette. Corin instantly jumps in front of her and takes the hit for her. But then Iryu shoves both of them aside. The spear tears through Iryu's body instead. After it strikes, Iryu smiles at them. Everyone freezes in horror, and the protagonist reaches for Iryu's hand, but Iryu vanishes to the other side of the portal, still smiling. Corin had always believed he could change this story for the better. That was what he believed. Now he just sits there, numb, because nothing changed at all.